liberation, you have time. Sit and pen down your ideas about yourself.
Offered to Sri Nityanandeshwari Paramashiva Shakti Sameta Sri Nityanandeshwara Paramashiva Swayambhulinga here in Kailasa, Los Angeles. Before we begin the ritual of Rudrabhishekam, we request everyone present here and online to declare the following with integrity and authenticity. If you agree to the following, please say yes loudly. I authentically cognize which is internally processed, understand, declare truth that cosmic energy exists. Yes. I authentically cognize which is internally processed, understand, declare the truth that Sri Nityanandeshwara Paramashiva, Nityanandeshwari Paramashiva Shakti, Swayambhulinga, and the Bhogamurtis are the Chinmaya Vigrahas, embodiment and representative of that very cosmic energy. Yes, I authentically cognize which is internally processed, understand, declare truth that the Abhishekam I am offering will directly reach the cosmic source of energy. Yes, I authentically cognize which is internally processed, understand, declare truth of Soham Asmi, that even when I worship, I am Him. Yes, let us now begin the rituals of the Rudra Abhishekam. नित्यानन्दं परमसुखदं केवलं ज्ञानमूर्तिं द्वन्द्वातीतं गगनसदृशं तत्त्वमस्यादिलक्ष्यम् एकं नित्यं विमलमचलं सर्वदी साक्षिभूतं भावातीतं त्रिगुणरहितं सद्गुरुं तं नमामि नित्यानन्देश्वर परमशिवसमारम्भां नित्यानन्देश्वरी परमशिवशक्तिमध्यमां नित्यानन्दपर्यन्तां वन्दे गुरुपरम्परां ललाटे त्रिपुण्ड्रीनिटिलधृतकस्तूरीतिलकः स्फुरन्मालादारस्फुरितकटिकौपीनवसनः ददानो दुष्टारं शिरसि पनिराजं शशिकलां प्रदीपः सर्वेषां वरुणगिरियोगी विजयते आचम्य सकलीकृत्य सामान्यर्घ्यं सङ्कल्प्य ॐ नमो भगवते रुद्राय ॐ अथात्मानगुं शिवात्मानगुं श्रीरुद्ररूपं ध्यायेत् शुद्धस्फटिकसङ्काशं त्रिनेत्रं पञ्चवक्त्रकं गङ्गाधरं दशभुजं सर्वाभरणभूषितं नीलग्रीवं शशाङ्काङ्कं नागयज्ञोपवीतिनं व्याघ्रचर्मोत्तरीयं च वरेण्यमभयप्रदं कमण्डलवक्षसूत्राणां धारिणं शूलपाणिनं ज्वलन्तं पिङ्गलजटाशिखामुद्योतधारिणम् अमृतेनाप्लुतं शान्तं दिव्यभोगसमन्वितं दिग्देवतासमायुक्तं सुरासुरनमस्कृतं नित्यं च शाश्वतं शुद्धं ध्रुवमक्षरमव्ययं सर्वव्यापिनमीशानं रुद्रं वै विश्वरूपिणम् एवं ध्यात्वा द्विजः सम्यक् ततो यजनमारभेत् प्रजनने ब्रह्मास्तिष्ठतो पादयोर्विष्णुस्तिष्ठतो हस्तयोर्हरस्तिष्ठतो बाह्वोरिन्द्रस्तिष्ठतो जठरे अग्निस्तिष्ठतो हृदये शिवस्तिष्ठतो कण्ठे वसवस्तिष्ठन्तो वक्त्रे सरस्वती तिष्ठतो नासिकयोर्वायुस्तिष्ठतो नयनयो चन्द्रादित्यौ तिष्ठेतां कर्णयोऽश्विनौ तिष्ठेतां ललाटे रुद्रास्तिष्ठन्तो मूर्ध्न्यादित्यास्तिष्ठन्तो शिरसि महादेवस्तिष्ठतो शिखायां वामदेवस्तिष्ठतो पृष्ठे पिनाकी तिष्ठतो पुरतः शूली तिष्ठतो पार्श्वे शिवाशङ्करौ तिष्ठेतां सर्वतो वायुस्तिष्ठतो ततो बहिः सर्वतोऽग्निर्ज्वालामाला परिवृतस्तिष्ठतो सर्वेष्वङ्गेषु सर्वा देवता यथास्थानं तिष्ठन्तो मां रक्षन्तु अग्निर्मे वाजिश्रितः वाग्हृदये हृदयं मयि अहमृते अमृतं ब्रह्मणि वायुर्मे प्राणे श्रितः प्राणो हृदये हृदयं मयि अहमृते अमृतं ब्रह्मणि सूर्यो मे चक्षुषि श्रितः चक्षुर्हृदये हृदयं मयि अहमृते अमृतं ब्रह्मणि चन्द्रमा मे मनसि श्रितः मनो हृदये हृदयं मयि अहमृते अमृतं ब्रह्मणि दिशो मे श्रोत्रे श्रुताः श्रोत्रगुं हृदये हृदयं मयि अहमृते अमृतं ब्रह्मणि आपो मे रेतशुश्रिताः रेतो हृदये हृदयं मयि अहमृते अमृतं ब्रह्मणि पृथिवी मे शरीरे श्रिताः शरीरगुं हृदये हृदयं मयि अहममृते अमृतं ब्रह्मणि ओषधिवनस्पतयो मे लोमशुश्रिताः लोमानि हृदये हृदयं मयि अहममृते अमृतं ब्रह्मणि ईश इन्द्रो मे बले श्रितः बलगुं हृदये हृदयं मयि अहममृते अमृतं ब्रह्मणि पर्जन्यो मे मूर्ध्नि श्रितः मूर्धा हृदये हृदयं मयि अहममृते अमृतं ब्रह्मणि ईशानो मे मन्युश्रितः मन्युर्हृदये हृदयं मयि अहममृते अमृतं ब्रह्मणि आत्मा आत्मनि श्रितः आत्मा हृदये हृदयं मयि अहममृते अमृतं ब्रह्मणि पुनर्म आत्मा पुनरायुरागात् पुनः प्राणः पुनराकूतमागात् वैश्वानरो रश्मिभिर्वावृदानः अन्तस्तिष्ठत्वमृतस्य गोपाः अस्य श्रीरुद्राध्याय प्रश्नमहामन्त्रस्य अघोरऋषिः अनुष्टुप् छन्दः शङ्करशरमूर्तिस्वरूपो योऽसावादित्यः परमपुरुषस्य एष रुद्रो देवता नमः शिवायेति बीजं शिवतरायेति शक्तिः महादेवायेति कीलकं श्रीशाम्बसदाशिवप्रसादसिद्ध्यर्थे जपे विनियोगः ॐ अग्निहोत्रात्मने अङ्गुष्ठाभ्यां नमः दर्शपूर्णमास्यात्मने तर्जनीभ्यां नमः चातुर्मास्यात्मने मध्यमाभ्यां नमः निरूढपशुबन्धात्मने अनामिकाभ्यां नमः ज्योतिष्टोमात्मने कनिष्ठिकाभ्यां नमः सर्वक्रत्वात्मने करतलकरपृष्ठाभ्यां नमः अग्निहोत्रात्मने हृदयाय नमः दर्शपूर्णमास्यात्मने शिरसे स्वाहा चातुर्मास्यात्मने शिखायै वषटे निरूढपशुबन्धात्मने कवचायुहुं ज्योतिष्टोमात्मने नेत्रत्रयाय वौषटे सर्वक्रत्वात्मने अस्त्राय फटे भूर्भुवस्वरोमदिग्बन्धः ध्यानम् आपातालनभस्थलान्तभुवनब्रह्माण्डमाविस्फुर ज्योतिस्फाटिकलिङ्गमौलिविलसत्पूर्वेन्दुवान्तामृतैः अस्तोकाप्लुतमेकमीशमनिशं रुद्रानुवाङ्कान् जपन् ध्याये दीप्सितसिद्धये ध्रुवपदं विप्रोऽभिषिञ्चेच्छिवं ब्रह्माण्डव्याप्तदेहा भजितहिमरुचा भासमाना भुजङ्गैः कण्ठे कालाकबर्दा कलितशशिकला छन्दकोदन्तहस्ताः त्रक्षा रुद्राक्षमालाः प्रकटितविभवा शाम्भवा मूर्तिभेदा रुद्रा श्रीरुद्रसूक्तः प्रकटितविभवा नः प्रयच्छन्तु सौख्यम् ॐ गणानां त्वा गणपतिगुं हवामहे कविं कवीनामुपमश्रवस्तमं ज्येष्ठराजं ब्रह्मणस्पद आनशृण्वन्नोतिभिस्सीदसादनं महागणपतये नमः सं च मे मयश्च मे प्रियं च मे नु कामश्च मे सौमनसश्च मे भद्रं च मे श्रेयश्च मे वस्यश्च मे यशश्च मे भगश्च मे द्रविडं च मे यन्ता च मे धर्ता च मे क्षेमश्च मे धृतिश्च मे विश्वं च मे महश्च मे संविच्च मे ज्ञात्रं च मे सोश्च मे प्रसोश्च मे क्षीरं च मे लयश्च मृतं च मे मृतं च मे यक्ष्मं च मे नामयच्च मे जीवातुश्च मे दीर्घायुत्वं च मे न मित्रं च मे भयं च मे सुखं च मे शयनं च मे सुषा च मे सुदिनं च मे ॐ शान्ति शान्ति शान्तिः अभिषेक आरम्भः ॐ नमो भगवते रुद्राय ॐ नमस्ते रुद्रमन्यव उतो दैषवे नमः नमस्ते अस्तु धन्वने बाहुभ्यामुत ते नमः या दैषशिवतमा शिवं बभूव ते तनुः शिवासरव्या या तवतया नो रुद्रमडया या ते रुद्रशिवा तनोरघोरा पापकाशिनी तयानस्तनुवाशं समया गिरिशन्ताभिचाकशीः यामिषं गिरिशन्तहस्ते विदर्श्यस्तवे शिवां गिरित्रतां कुरुमाहिगं तेः पुरुषं जगते शिवेन वत्सा त्वा गिरिशाच्छावदामसि स्मृतानस्तत्वमित्यपदयक्ष्मकं सुमना असते अध्यवोचति वक्ता प्रथमोऽधैर्योऽभिषके अहीगिश्च सर्वान् जम्बयन् सर्वा आशयातु धान्यः अदो व्यस्ताम्रो अर्णसबभ्रुस्तु मङ्गलः ये क्षेमागुं रुद्रा अपितो चक्षुश्रुता सहस्रशो वै शाकुं हेदहीमहे असोव्यो वसर्पतिनीलग्रीवो विलोहितः उदैनं गोपा अधुषन्नभिषन्नतहार्यः उदैनं विश्वाभूतानि दृष्टोमडयातिनः नमोऽस्तु नीलग्रीवाय सहस्राक्षाय मीरुषे अतो ये अस्ति सत्त्वानोऽहं तेभ्यो करन्नमः प्रमुञ्चतन्वनस्त्वपुपयोरात्मयोऽद्यां याचते हस्तैषवः पराता भगवो वप अवतर्जितनुत्सुकं सह सहस्राक्षुरे सुरे निशीर्य शल्यानामुखा शिवो न समना भव विद्युक्तनस्कपर्दिनो विशल्योभानवागुम् उत अनेशन्नस्ये शिव आपुरश्चनि सङ्गतिः याते हेतिर्निदृष्टमहत्ते बभूवतेदनुः तयास्मान् विश्वतस्तमयक्ष्मया परिभुज नमस्ते अस्त्वायुधायाना तताय विष्णवे उभाभ्यामुत ते नमो बाहुभ्यां तव धर्मणे परितेधर्मणो हेतिरस्मान् गृणक्तु विश्वतः अदो य इषुदिष्टवारे अस्मन्निदे हितं शम्भवे नमः नमस्ते अस्तु भगवन् विश्वेश्वराय महादेवाय त्र्यम्बकाय त्रिपुरान्तकाय प्रतापकाराय कालाग्निरुद्राय नीलकण्ठाय नित्यानन्दाय मृत्युञ्जयाय सर्वेश्वराय सदाशिवाय श्रीमन्महादेवाय नमः नमो हिरण्यवाहवे सेनान्यदिशां च पतये नमो नमो विश्वेभ्यो हरिकेशेभ्यः पशूनां पतये नमो नमस्तस्मिन्दराय गृहीमते पतीनां पतये नमो नमः पब्लुषाय विव्याजनेनानां पतये नमो नमो हरिकेशायोपवीते पुष्टानां पतये नमो नमो भवद्भिहेत्ये जगतां पतये नमो नमो रुद्राय प्रसादिने क्षेत्राणां पतये नमो नमः सूताय हन्त्यायवनानां पतये नमो नमो रोहिताय स्थपतये वृक्षाणां पतये नमो नमो मन्त्रिणे वाणिजाय कक्षाणां पतये नमो नमो भुवन्ते वारिवत्कताय औषधीनां पतये नमो नमः उच्चैर्घोषाय वन्देते पत्नीनां पतये नमो नमः कृष्णवीताय धावते तत्त्वनां पतये नमः नमस्तहमानाय व्याजन व्याजनीनां पतये नमो नमः सुजुबानि जननी तेनानां पतये नमो नमो निषङ्गिन इषुदिमते तस्कराणां पतये नमो नमो वञ्चते परिवञ्चते सायूनां पतये नमो नमो निचैरवे परिचरायारण्यानां पतये नमो नमस्त्रकाविभ्यो जिगागुं सद्योमुष्टतां पतये नमो नमस्त्रमध्यानक्षान्तरभ्यः प्रकृतानां पतये नमो नमः उष्णीर्णे गिरिचराय कीटानां पतये नमो नमः विश्वद्योतन्वाकृभ्यश्च वो नमो नमः आतन्वानेभ्यः प्रतिदधानेभ्यश्च वो नमो नमः आयच्छद्योभृत्यभ्यश्च वो नमो नमो षद्योविद्यभ्यश्च वो नमो नमः आसीनेभ्यश्च वो नमो नमः स्वपद्योजाकृभ्यश्च वो नमो नमः स्तिष्ठद्योतावद्यश्च वो नमो नमः सभाभिसभापतिभ्यश्च वो नमो नमः अश्वेभ्योऽश्वपतिभ्यश्च वो नमः व्याजनीभ्यो विविद्यन्तेभ्यश्च वो नमो नमः उगनाभ्यश्च वो नमो नमः वृत्तेभ्यो वृत्तपतिभ्यश्च वो नमो नमो व्रातेभ्यो व्रातपतिभ्यश्च वो नमो नमो गणेभ्यो गणपतिभ्यश्च वो नमो नमो विरूपेभ्यो विश्वरूपेभ्यश्च वो नमो नमो महद्यहर्षुल्लकेभ्यश्च वो नमो नमो रतिभ्यो रतेभ्यश्च वो नमो नमो रतेभ्यो रथपतिभ्यश्च वो नमो नमः सेनाभ्यश्च वो नमो नमः शत्रुभ्यः सङ्ग्रहीतृभ्यश्च वो नमो नमः स्थिभ्यो रथकालेभ्यश्च वो नमो नमः कुलालेभ्यः कर्मारेभ्यश्च वो नमो नमः पुञ्जिष्टेभ्यो निषाडेभ्यश्च वो नमो नमः इषुद्योतन्वितृभ्यश्च वो नमो नमो मृगेभ्यः स्वनेभ्यश्च वो नमो नमः स्वभ्यः स्वपदिभ्यश्च वो नमः नमो भवाय च रुद्राय च नमः शर्वाय पद्मतये च नमो नीलग्रीवाय च श्रीकण्ठाय च नमः कपद्दिने च व्युक्तकेशाय च नमः सहस्राक्षाय च तदन्मने च नमो गिरिशाय च शिवनिष्ठाय च नमो वीरश्रमाय शेषमदे च नमो ह्रस्वाय च वामनाय च नमो बृहते च वृषीयते च नमो वृद्धाय च संवृक्कने च नमो अग्र्याय च प्रथमाय च नमः आसवे च गिराय च नमः शीघ्र्याय च शीव्याय च ऊर्ण्याय च रश्म्याय च नश्वतस्याय च द्वीप्याय च नमो दिव्याय च हनन्याय च नमो विष्णवे च प्रमशाय च नमो धूताय च प्रहिताय च नमो निषङ्गिने च शुद्धमते च नमः तीक्ष्णे च चार्जुने च नमः स्वायुधाय च तरङ्गणे च नमः श्रुत्याय च पत्याय च नमः भाग्याय च नीत्याय च नमः स्तोत्याय च रस्याय च नमः नाट्याय च वैशन्ताय च नमः कूप्याय च वट्याय च नमो वर्ष्याय च वस्याय च नमो मेघ्याय च विद्याय च नमः ईद्रियाय च तप्याय च नमो वाक्याय च रेष्म्याय च नमः वास्तव्याय च वास्तुपाय च नमः सोमाय च रुद्राय च नमः साम्राय च अरुणाय च नमः शङ्गाय च पद्मतये च नमः उग्राय च भीमाय च नमः अग्रेवदाय च दूरेवदाय च नमो हस्रे रहनीयते च नमो विक्षेभ्यो हरिकेशेभ्यो नमः ताराय नमः शम्भवे च न्योभवे च नमः शङ्कराय च महेश्वराय च नमः शिवाय च शतधराय च नमः कीर्त्याय च कूल्याय च नमः भार्याय च भार्याय च नमः प्रतृणाय चोत्तरणाय च नमः आचार्याय च लाड्याय च नमस्त्याय च धेन्याय च नमः तिरक्याय च प्रभाक्याय च नमः इरण्याय च प्रपद्याय च नमः किरीशिलाय च क्षन्नाय च नमः कपद्दिने च पुलस्त्ये च नमो गोष्ठ्याय च दृष्ट्याय च नमः कल्प्याय च ज्येष्ठ्याय च नमः कार्याय च पुरेष्ठाय च नमः हृदयाय च महेश्याय च नमः फागुनपद्याय च रजस्याय च नमः शुक्याय च हरित्याय च नमो लोप्याय च लप्याय च नमः ऊर्म्याय च सूर्म्याय च नमः पर्णाय च वर्णगद्याय च नमो भगुर्मानाय च अभिघ्नते च नमः आकीर्ते च प्रकीर्ते च नमो वक्त्रिकेभ्यो देवानां संहृतेभ्यो नमो विक्षीणकेभ्यो नमो विचिन्नकेभ्यो नमः आनिर्मतेभ्यो नमः आमिर्मत्येभ्यः श्रापे अन्धसुष्पते दर्शनीललोहिता येषां पुरुषाणाम् येषां पशूनां माभेर्मा रोमो येषां चिन्तनामुक्ते या ते रुद्रशिवा तन्नो शिवा विश्वहवेशिजी शिवा रुद्रशिवेशिजी ते नोमड जीवते समागम रुद्राय तमसे कपर्दिने क्षैरवीराय प्रपरां तदद्वारां धुरां दर्शां नित्यपुष्टां करीषिणीं ईश्वरीगुं सर्वभूतानां तामिहोपह्पये श्रियं गन्धान् धारयामि गन्धस्योपरि हर्द्रा कुङ्कुमचूर्णं समर्पयामि पुष्पैः पूजयामि अथ धूपः ॐ धूर्वसि धूर्वधूर्वन्तं धूर्वतयो ओस्मान् धूर्वतितं धूर्वयं वयं धूर्वामस्त्वं देवानामधिसस्मितमं सप्रितमं जुष्टतमं वह्नितमं देवहूतममहृतमशेर्हविर्दानं त्रिसंहस्य माह्वामित्रस्य द्वाचक्षुषा प्रेक्षेमाभिर्मातुं विकटा मा त्वाहि गुंशिषुम् ॐ श्रीनित्यानन्देश्वरी परमशिवसमेत श्रीनित्यानन्देश्वर परमशिवाय नमः धूपमाग्रापयामि अथ दीपः ॐ मुक्तिभ्यस्वजातवेदोपग्निर्वृतं मम पशुभिस्तमह्यमावह जीवनं च दिशो दिश मानोहितं श्रेयस्जातवेदो कामस्त्वं पुरुषं जगत् अभिभ्रतज्ञ आगहि श्रियामा परिपातय ॐ श्रीनित्यानन्देश्वरी परमशिवशक्तिसमेत श्रीनित्यानन्देश्वर परमशिवाय नमः दीपं दर्शयामि नैवेद्यं ॐ मधुवातारुतायते मधुक्षरन्ति सिन्धवः माध्वीर्नक्तन्त्वौषधीः मधुनक्तमुतौषधि मधुवत्पातिवविन्द्रजः मधुद्यौरस्वनः पिता मधुवान्नो वनस्पतिर्मधुवाकुम्मस्तु सूर्यः माद्दीर्घावो भवन्तु नः माधो 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 ॐ श्रीनित्यानन्देश्वरी परमशिवशक्तिसमेत श्रीनित्यानन्देश्वर परमशिवाय नमः नैवेद्यं निवेदयामि नीराजनम् ॐ सोमो वा एतस्य राज्यमादत्ते यो राजा सन्राज्यो वा सोमेन यजते देवसुवामेतानि हवीगुंसि भवन्ति एतावन्तो वै देवानागुं सवाः स एवास्मै सवान् प्रयच्छन्ति तयेनं पुनः सुवन्ते राज्याय देवसुराजा भवति तन्महेशाय विद्महे वाग्विशुद्धाय धीमहि तन्नः शिवः प्रचोदयात् तन्महेशाय विद्महे वाग्विशुद्धाय धीमहि तन्नः शिवः प्रचोदयात् तन्महेशाय विद्महे वाग्विशुद्धाय धीमहि तन्नः शिवः प्रचोदयात् ॐ श्रीनित्यानन्देश्वरी परमशिवशक्तिसमेत श्रीनित्यानन्देश्वर परमशिवाय नमः मङ्गलनीराजनं सन्दर्शयामि रक्षां धारयामि क्षमा प्रार्थना जपं समर्प्य ॐ यत्किञ्चित् कर्म देवेश सदा सुकृतदुष्कृतं तन्मे शिवदस्तस्य भुङ्क्षच्छ भयशङ्कर शिवो दाता शिवो भोक्ता शिवः सर्वम् इदं जगते शिवो यदिति सर्वत्र यः शिवः सोऽहमेव तु ॐ शान्ति शान्ति शान्तिः. With this, we come to the end of the ritual of Rudrabhishekam. Thank you, Nityanandam.
I play and everybody is helping in what I am doing.
Everything opposite side. How to exist in the planet? That's a big problem. So one guy, this devotee, when he came and told me, Swamiji, I feel my husband, my family, my brother, sister, everybody around me are conspiring against me and working against me. I could not understand. I thought, oh God, what a sickness that person is carrying. Of course, she is helpless. It's not that she created it. She is helpless. She is caught in it. That is the gift or punishment given by society to her. The unconscious, hypocritical society constantly makes you feel threatened. The first lessons which you learn from the hypocritical society is only if others are second, third, you can be first. For you to be first, all others have to be second, third, fourth, fifth. Means you have to defeat everyone to win. Day one in the school, this is the lesson you learn. Unless you defeat, you can't win. The very system encourages the intense vengeance. The very system encourages intense jealousy. The very system encourages abusing other beings, creating distance between you and others, making boundary physically, mentally, psychologically, emotionally. First, they teach you. Then your family. Then your friends, your team, your country, your language, your religion. Everything goes on centered on you. Then anything other than you is enemy. Understand? This is the worst punishment society gives to human being. I tell you. I really feel if some way I can reproduce that feeling which I am carrying, that everything is supporting you. I really feel, even when I walk, the trees, plants, the animals, I just feel everything is supporting my mission. What for I exist, what is purpose of my life, everything is just part of it. Everything is just supporting it. Somehow I can reproduce this experience on all of you. I can say this will be the anti-venom for social hypocrisy. Constantly in every step society teaches you, unless you destroy people with other ideology, you cannot live, either by hook or crook. I tell you, this is the worst thing taught to human consciousness. The greatest suffering human consciousness carries is, other than you, everybody is enemy. Still I am not able to understand how to feel enmity. Still I am not able to. See, when people talk to me, I logically understand. Many times people come and tell me, Swamiji, whatever you talk, logically I understand, but I don't know how to experience it. Same way, I have a big problem. I can logically understand enmity, how people feel enmity, and how to respond to it, how to act towards it. All these things logically I can calculate. Or I sit with my disciples and ask them, hey, what to do about this? What to do? How to go about it? What shall we do? That's the reason. Even with this whole scandal, I just simply listened to the lawyer's strategy. I could not make a single strategy. First time in my life, I obeyed somebody at some time. Because I was not able to understand at all. I was not able to logically relate, experientially understand. Till now I can say, I'm not able to understand logically how people will have so much of enmity for no reason. Still, I have no logical, experiential understanding. So just whatever lawyers say, I say all right, what can be done? I try to educate them, no, go as much as possible, non-violent, compassionate, just defending us, nothing else. Don't hurt anybody, don't hurt anybody's sentiments. One so-called the spiritual guru used this chance to abuse me left and right in the press, just fishing for few disciples in this chaos. But when you try to fish in the dirty waters, you get into dirty, they don't understand. So my lawyers were insistent on me sending legal notice. I said, no, leave it. But this guy is not stopping. He goes on commenting whenever he gets a chance, press mic in front of him, he goes on abusing. Now what to do? I can neither listen to my compassion nor listen to this lawyer's strategy. But still I am holding. I say, no, it's okay, leave it, don't do, leave it, let's wait. Trust is intelligence. At some point it will be awakened. What to do? But it goes on. Sometimes, but the problem is, but I tell you, whatever is said and done, that feeling, whole thing just supports you. Whole thing just stands for you and what for you stand. Whole thing is just fulfilling you, celebrating you. I tell you, even if it is just hypnotizing myself, self-hypnosis or some illusion, I am happy to have it. No, really, I am just enjoying it. Sometimes your joy and bliss becomes more important than the factuality of the ideas you carry. I tell you, because the society's hypocrisy has become too much. Even you start doubting about your own experiences. I really saw thousands of disciples who had such a strong experiences. Fools, they started suspecting their own experiences because of the social hypocrisy. See, their biomemory is built on society, built by society. So when society just creates an euphoria, it's like every full moon day, the ocean gets agitated, salt water gets agitated because of the moon. The energy from moon, pull from the moon, salt water gets agitated, the ocean gets agitated. When the salt water gets agitated, all the people who have little weak mind, their body salt water also gets agitated. That is why the people who lose their balance along with the moon, they are called lunatics. Along with the flow of lunar, they are called lunatics. The Paurnami or Amavasya comes, the full moon day or new moon day comes, they will be little imbalanced. How? When the whole ocean gets agitated, the people's body also gets agitated. Same way, when an abusive idea is put into the social mind, social euphoria is created, suddenly these guys also lose their base. I know so many disciples, ex-disciples who abused me during this scandal. Now they are repenting terribly because now social euphoria is settled. They are not able to tolerate that they did this. But what to do? When the social euphoria gets aroused, their biomemory also gets aroused. And they themselves do not know what they did. It's unconscious. I feel actually sympathy for them. I don't feel angry with them about it. I just feel sympathy. Oh God, what to do? All right. So understand, one of the important suffering human beings have in their life is problem of not having integrity. I'll explain the integrity in different levels to you. Now I explained The problems are not having integrity. I'll explain exactly the integrity itself. The intellect, logic, analyzing, intellect, and emotion, feeling connection, the juicy part of your life, and being, your very idea about you, which is constant, which runs like a thread during your waking, dream, and deep sleep. During all these three states, it runs like a common thread. That is why when you get back to waking state, you are remembering the same personality. You remember about yourself as the same continuity. This is what I call being. Understand? In all these three, there is a lot of disturbance. You will understand the intellectual disturbance. The moment you start planning for one thing, within few seconds, some other plan will be going on in the other part of the brain. That's why I always tell people, disintegrated brain, right brain and left brain. Nothing is right in the left, nothing is left in the right. Nothing is left in the right, nothing is right in the left. Disintegrated brain. It goes on and on and on in different directions. One says one thing, the other says other thing. By the time you decide this, already, you see, if you take one decision using 3 words, already 10 words are used to support the other decision. The number of words you use, sit and analyze only one decision. Take up one problem and develop solution for that, and how many words you use for and against that one solution, one problem. Use, analyze it. You will realize nothing is left in right and nothing is right in left. You will realize it. Just one problem. Take up one small problem. Today, it's so pleasant, wonderful day. Can I just sit in the temple and meditate? Make this one decision. You will just decide, just one problem. If you don't want to have this problem, pick up your own problem. Or having, whether to have this problem or not. Take decision on that one thing. Just one thing. See how many words you use. I am not even asking the emotional strength behind the words. That you will not be able to calculate. Just number of words you use for and against. Just see. You will understand how many voices are there. It's like 100 fellows are sitting inside your brain and talking. People sometimes come and tell me, Swamiji, I hear 2 voices in my inner space. I hear 2 voices. I tell them, you are blessed, you have only 2. I know people who have 100, 200, not just one. There's an Upanishad which says, a Paramahamsa should not live with 2 persons. He says he should live just with himself. I was really surprised. When Upanishad goes on describing, it describes 2 persons are staying in one place means it is equivalent to village. 3 persons are staying means it is equivalent to city. 4 persons means it is equivalent to Mahanagara, Managara. Means large city, cosmopolitan city. Because each fellow has 100 voice. Why do you think these reality shows are such a big success? Such big hit? Because people want to see the same chaos in which they are living. The reality shows where some 10, 12 celebrities are put in one house. See, actually, in one house, 10 people living is not a big thing at all. See, in our ashram, one small dormitory, 50 people stay for 21 days of living enlightenment program. And all are completely from different country, culture, language, background, education, and everything. And I don't hear a single problem or fight. 50 people stay in one dormitory And most of them, I can say 99% of them are habituated for private space in their regular life. They will have at least their bedroom. And I tell you, the greatest sacrifice is sacrificing the privacy. It's practically impossible. You need at least a few hours where nobody will see you. I can understand what it means, abusal of privacy. But 50 people stay in one dorm, but I don't see any problem, disturbance in them because of the power of that inner awakening. Power of that inner awakening. And the inner space is getting awakened. But a normal man, impossible. Impossible. That's why the celebrity reality shows such big success. Because one person itself is too much. And celebrity means he will have at least some 400, 500 voices. Because he is the peak of social hypocrisy. Person who is peak of intellectual social hypocrisy becomes politician. Person who is peak of emotional social hypocrisy becomes artist celebrity. The line of art. The person who is in the peak of the being level social hypocrisy will be in asylum. Lunatic asylum. Celebrities unconsciously suffer the social hypocrisy too much. It's really too much. That is why when you put few celebrities together in a house and start a reality show, you don't need to even create any trouble for them. Just put few of them together, that's enough. So much anger, so much vengeance, so much crying. You may think how I know about celebrity shows. Just the other day I got an offer from a big celebrity show. One of the international celebrity show, 14 weeks of my time. And they said, any money we will offer. I was laughing. No, really, what all offers I get, you don't know. Karan Thapar, the strongest tongue I have ever heard. In Indian talk shows, Karan Thapar personally called my press secretary. And he said, I wanted to interview Swamiji. And he says, I am ready to accept all conditions you place. I just want Swamiji in my show. I was really shocked because he doesn't need to raise his TRP having me. He has enough people and enough TRP and he is very popular for his sharp tongue. But he says no, he is the most watched celebrity now. First his secretary called, then he personally called. I want Swamiji in my show. Of course, hundreds of offers. When they asked me about this celebrity show, this reality show, 14 weeks, I thought maybe every day half an hour they will shoot. I didn't understand what it means by the reality show. They came and told me, I said, okay, talk to Bhatta and fix time. They said, no, Swamiji, you don't understand reality show. First watch some reality shows. Then you will understand. When I saw, oh God, it's a whole day. They fix camera and they watch and they try to boil you. But actually after watching the show, I was really interested that I should take up a celebrity show. I should take up a reality show. No, really, because I wanted people to see a master's life day and night. I really wanted a reality show, but unfortunately no time. No time. 14 days, 14 weeks. Even my brahmachari cannot afford 14 weeks of free time. And they said any money is okay, we will give. Just give Swamiji's time, 14 weeks. I said, no question of money. It's a question of lot of spiritual classes and sessions. We will not be able to take 14 weeks of Swamiji's time. Thousands of people wait every day. I heard last few days, thousands of people are attending Pada Puja on this darshan from around the world through web camera. Even now, they say more than 100 countries people are watching even now. So, I sincerely respect the devotion and commitment and feelings of people from around the world. Then, any money making? The reality shows. And the other guy, one guy came and offered that he's taking a movie on this whole scandal and he wanted me to directly act. He offered 6 crore. 1.5 million he offered. He just said, Swamiji, all I want is 10 days of your call sheet, nothing else. I'll give you 6 crore. I just laughed and said, I'm not interested in any of this. I wanted to spend time with my people, disciples who are waiting for my message and meditation, spiritual solutions around the world. Anyhow, the psychology of the reality shows. It's just too many people inside everybody's head. The disintegrated intellect. And people are also so happy to see others are also irritated, agitated, disintegrated like us. See, people always have a fantasy about celebrities. They are not like us. But when that fantasy is broken, they feel, oh, they are also like us only. So it gives a kind of a very nice feeling, ego satisfaction. The celebrities are always projected that they are higher than you, above than you. But when you crack them, it gives you a kind of a fulfillment of the violent feeling you have, the vengeance you have. He's also, you see, shouting, like me only? Good. It's a kind of a revenge. That's why all the reality shows, the more the women cry, more people watch. The TRP rate goes up. It's crying that makes the TRP rate high. Disintegrated intellect. Understand? When you integrate your intellect, it becomes knowledge, life solution. It leads you to life solution. You will understand about the cosmos. When you integrate your emotions, it leads to devotion. You will feel connected to cosmos. When you integrate your being, it leads to dhyana. You will realize cosmos. Understanding, emotional feeling connection, realization. All these three happens just by integration. Integrity is ultimate yoga. When integrity is added to your intellect, it leads you to life solution. It solves your all problems of life. I can say it dissolves all problems of life. When you integrate your emotion, it becomes devotion. When you integrate your being, it becomes meditation. You realize the whole cosmos. So, add integrity and achieve enlightenment. Let you all experience and radiate living enlightenment. Let you all experience and radiate eternal bliss, Nityananda. Thank you. Sada Shiva Samarambha Shankaracharya Madhyama Asmadacharya Paryanta Vande Guru Parampara. I welcome you all with my love and respects. Today's morning sutra, less thoughts, more action. Hurry up to slow down. Less thoughts, less action is tamas, inertness. More thoughts, more action is rajas, restlessness. Less thoughts, more action is sattva, living enlightenment. Please understand, I am equating sattva into Jivan Mukti. The restful awareness as living enlightenment, because restful awareness is a direct way to living enlightenment. Let me define restful awareness. When you walk, just feel through your body who is perceiving the earth, who is seeing the scenes. Just see with awareness. Feel with awareness the cold. Feel with awareness how you respond to this morning. Feel with awareness how you are responding to your own old, boring or worrying thoughts. Such beautiful morning. But suddenly some thought about something some days before happened may happen after that. One thought enough to take away the whole beauty of this morning. Perceive with awareness. The awareness which perceives is only you, nothing else. The moment you bring awareness, two things will happen. One, the slowing down. Second, it's an important thing, please understand. One, slowing down. Second, immediate shift in your consciousness. Immediate shift in your consciousness. What I call as cognitive shift, the space where cognition happens in you, the gear gets shifted from matter to consciousness. Actually, unclutching is necessary for this shift only. For any gear change, you need disclutching of gear plate and engine, gearbox and engine. Same way, for the shift, cognitive shift from the matter to energy, consciousness, you need that unclutching. I tell you, infusing awareness into you will automatically make unclutching happen, and the shift in the cognition, how you perceive, will happen immediately. Just live for a few days. You will realize with less thought, more actions are happening in you. Physically, mentally, in all possible ways. Be aware while you walk, perceive through your eyes, perceive through all other senses. Remember, just perceiving is different, knowing that you are perceiving is different. Just taking bath is different, knowing you are taking bath is different. Just walking is different, being aware that you are walking is different. Just talking is different, being aware you are talking is different. Infuse awareness into everything. Walking, talking, sitting, living, breathing. Shiva says in Shiva Sutras, one sneezing with awareness is enough for enlightenment. Because during sneezing, your whole nervous system gets activated. One sneezing with clear awareness. Awareness that you are sneezing, that face muscles are shrinking, and all the things are happening, an explosion. You are enlightened. All you need is one sneezing with awareness, that's all. When you infuse awareness, this is no more one more day. This is no more one more morning. This is the morning. This is the day. I don't know in how many dimensions you will be awakened. Exactly what I mean by the word inner awakening is infusing awareness into you. That's all. In Malaysia, on satsang, one devotee put a question. Swamiji, give the essence of your message in Malaysian language. At least one word. I thought, oh God, just 2 days before I landed in Malaysia, and this guy is asking essence of my message, and that also in Malaysian language. But fortunately, that day only something happened, very strange incident. When we were driving in the car, the side board, all the signboards are there. So the person who was driving me, I asked him, what is the meaning of that word, which is again and again recurring. He said, Swamiji, slow down. So I picked up that word and I said, this is my message, Korankan Laju. That's a Malaysian word. Malaysian word for slow down. So I tell you, in any language, essence of my message is this one word, slow down. Hurry up to slow down. Otherwise, you will be wasting your time without slowing down. If you want to reach the place late, hurry up. If you want to reach the place early, slow down. The essence of life is slowing down. Even now I can very clearly feel there is nobody in this body except just a kind of a line of a simple kind of a, when you put a mirror, when the sun reflects on the mirror, how it is seen in the air, kind of reflection. So if you put a mirror, the sun reflects in the mirror and it falls on a wall. Between the wall and the mirror, in the air, some different color will be seen, that reflection flowing. How thin and indescribable the flow of that reflection. Exactly same way I am feeling something is moving around the area of this body, which is perceiving everything, that is me. I am describing exactly visually as I am feeling. When you start perceiving through all the instruments with which you can perceive, including mind, you will exactly feel the same thing, empty, oh God. Then all my worries, fears, insecurities, greed, no base. No base, that is the truth. That is the truth. Infuse awareness again and again and again. You'll see less thoughts, more action happens immediately. The moment less thoughts have started happening, body and mind will be in different space. Zen living is what I call less thoughts, more actions. Zen living will immediately create yogic body and Vedic mind. If you have scratched your head without consciousness, stop. Do it again consciously. See how it feels. Try now. Consciously move. Feel the chillness. See the green. Feel the raindrops on the system with which you are perceiving. Smell the smell of the land which raises due to rain. Taste how the tongue feels when you see the green and smell the land and feel the rain. Perceive how your mind is reacting to this whole scene. Is it interested in perceiving, or is it interested in worrying about something about the past or the future without being bothered about this perception? That's the sixth sense. It's called balance. Five senses, and whatever can't be classified as that five is balance, sixth sense. Like a legal terms, all the rules after they say whatever is untold, undescribable, unsaid. Same way, five senses, major perceptions, and sixth, whatever can't be described, balance. Just see all these six, how you perceive through all these six, how all these six are perceived. Less thoughts, more action. Less words, more awareness. So hurry up to slow down. Let you all live and radiate enlightenment. Live and radiate the eternal bliss, Nityananda. Thank you. I welcome you all, my love and respects. We are in the land where the great science and the scientists existed and continue to exist. The greatest inner scientists and the greatest expression of the inner science both happened in this land. Even the hardest link in your mind can give way here. Even the hardest link can unclench. The whole Himalayas is an intense energy field. That is why the entrance of the Himalayas is called Haridwar, entrance to God. Haridwar means entrance to God. So you are entering into God, understand? Not the place where God resides. You are entering into God itself. You can use the word himself or whatever. God itself. Headquarters of the spiritual traditions. Himalayas is responsible for the whole enlightenment tradition because thousand and one ways Himalayas teaches lessons. It's a living hill. Not only it continues to grow at least 5 mm per year, it continues to change its landscape every hour. Even our programs, please understand, it's a tentative program. The decision-making authority is Himalayas. Because it's a living energy. Suddenly Ganga comes and creates a new path, and Himalayas gives way. And in the winter, the whole thing freezes. Slowly in the summertime, the huge ice, rocks, slowly will start sliding. They will not slide just only ice, the rocks also will slide. In 2 days you will see Ganga will become completely black. The stream will become completely black. So what will happen? She is now very angry. It will get stored, water will get stored like a dam. In 10-15 days, when it breaks, she will not be breaking only that area. She will be completely breaking and opening a new channel. So every stream is a living stream. Every peak is a living peak. Every road is a living road because it changes. It changes. Of course, always whenever we came, we are able to have darshan of all the 4 temples. We will have darshan of all the 4 temples. Here every stone is deity. Every drop water is Ganga. Every person walks with the idea of enlightenment. You will not find a single man here who does not have that idea of enlightenment, because every street you will see hundreds of sadhus. You naturally ask, why are you from sadhus? Thousands striving, thousands achieve, many radiating in silence and in expression. So many wonderful, amazing things only in Himalayas. All kinds of sadhus, sannyasis, enlightened beings. Mainly Guru Parampara. Here, Guru Parampara is not persons. I can say thick stream, just like Ganga. See, when I use the word Guru Parampara, it sounds like a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, like a water bubbles in the fish tank. But in Himalayas, Guru Parampara is not like water bubbles in the fish tank. It's like a Ganges. Just millions of living stream. Please understand. It's not one guru, one disciple, 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 disciple. No. Millions. Gurus, disciples, disciples, disciples. It becomes so overlapping and merging. It is an intense Ganga, just like Ganga. See, if I say, how many fish tank streams put together is Ganga? So that many Guru Paramparas put together is Himalayas Guru Parampara. You can't even use ordinary word of Guru Sishya Parampara. Here this is a lifestyle. Here it is just a lifestyle. Himalayas constantly reminds you life is not under our control. Himalayas constantly reminds you the flow of life and naturally when the altitude goes up, your mind goes up. Because the number of thoughts comes down. Your nervous system, the gravitation comes down. The weight on your nervous system comes down. So less number of thoughts, more consciousness. That is why living in the Himalayas itself is considered as sadhana. Or a big support to sadhana. We have at least next 12 days. So I will be initiating all of you into yatra card. Means for the sake of the pilgrimage, taking the vows. So decide next 12 days. The only goal, enlightenment. And experiencing Himalayas. Living Himalayas. It does something. Himalayas does really something. I don't know how many millions of enlightened beings walk this land and blessed it and left their body and energized it. So let's have these 5 vows. Satya. Constantly you will feel, talk and remember. Remembrance, feeling, talking, acting. The one truth, the ultimate truth. I am God. I am divine. Understand? Now I am initiating all of you into Satya. Satya means not just talking the facts. That is not Satya. The ultimate Satya is you are God. So feel, remember, talk and behave. Behave like God. Live like God. Graceful, compassionate, loving, fulfilling. Behave like God. Whatever energy you have, with that, behave like God. Second, aparigraha. Even though we made all best arrangements, in your personal things, try to have minimum. Living with as less as possible. Aparigraha. Try, of course, don't spoil your health because you are coming directly from society. You can't handle a big shock, big change. But try. Try to have that smell of aparigraha in every action you do. Aparigraha. Third, asteya. Of course. You may think, I am not doing, asteya means in Sanskrit stealing, non-stealing. We are not going to steal. Of course, you are not going to steal anybody's property. You are not supposed to steal anything from Himalayas. No question of moving rocks, plucking leaves. No question of stealing things from Himalayas, disturbing it. And no question of taking away the purity of Himalayas by leaving all the plastic bags and everything. So, don't steal. Things are the purity from Himalayas. Non-stealing, asteya. Not only not taking others' properties, not taking the properties of Himalayas. Retaining the sanctity of Himalayas, sacredness of Himalayas. And ahimsa and brahmacharya. Be non-violent to yourself and to all the lives. Be non-violent to yourself and to all the lives. Brahmacharya. Not just physical celibacy, just constantly remembering and living like God. As I said in the first Satya itself. When Satya becomes lifestyle, it is Brahmacharya. So with these 5 vratas, take the Yatra Gavi. When we come back to our Rishikesh, we will complete the vrata. So for next 12 days till we reach the plains back, we will live these vratas intensely. As I said, Guru Parampara is not a living stream here, living river, flood. How here water is available in all forms, in the form of water and ice everywhere. Same way Gurus. People who radiate enlightenment are like Ganges. People who are enlightened, living enlightenment are like a frozen ice. Mystics and masters. Mystics are like frozen ice, still enjoying the Himalayas. The masters are like Ganges, flowing to the plains and serving the whole world. Whether they are mystics or masters. Understand? Himalayas is filled with three things: sand, water, and masters. It's not just geography. It's personification of sentiments of billion people. The religion just billion followers. All auspicious things in the world are born out of Himalayas. Whether it is the greatest inner science, metaphysics, architecture, the system of clothes, language, art, dance, poetry, music, name it. All great things are born out of Himalayas. It's not just the science of enlightenment. Everything is born out of Himalayas. In Himalayas, goal is not important, the journey. So the goal is not that important, but the journey itself. Enjoy the journey. Let's leave Himalayas. We'll try to maintain the programs as much as possible. But there are some programs, one or two, we may have to change as per the nature. Some landslide, road slide and all that. All of you can add Yatra Kari one by one. Please come. So hereby, officially, we start our Himalaya Yatra. We start the spiritual journey, the journey into the inner space.
All that I take, all that I smell, I offer to
सदाशिवसमारम्भा शङ्कराचार्यमध्यमाम् अस्मदाचार्यपर्यन्तां वन्दे गुरुपरम्पराम्. I welcome you all with my love and respects. Today's subject is healing through mantras. Let's get to the basics. Whatever exists as sound. Again and again Upanishad says, Nada Brahma. From the Nada, the sound, the existence expresses itself. The other day I was telling, everything is made out of molecules. Molecules are made out of atoms. Atoms are made out of something called subatomic particles, quarks. It is the nada, sound, which acts as energy field which keeps the quarks together, which binds quarks together and retains the solid form, an object. Matter.
One spiritual powerful cognition.
So nada is the ingredient which is responsible for mud to remain as pot. Whatever you see, the reason for it to remain in its shape, nada is responsible. The sound, the vibration, when it comes from the pure source, uncreated, it's called anahata. In each one of us, the ability to listen to anahata exists, uncreated sound. See, if a sound is created by two things striking each other, if it happens because of two things hitting each other, it is called ahata. Anahata means the sound which is created by not two things striking each other. Anahata. Two things, without two things hitting each other, if the sound is created, it is called anahata dvani. The pure source of sound, anahata dvani, when that anahata gets mixed with these quarks, subatomic particles, it retains the quarks in different forms through its energy binding. So that is responsible for matter to exist, the solid to exist. So your body is made out of quarks and the nada. Nada is the energy field which keeps the quarks together. So your body can exist as it exists now. Very beautiful verse from a great saint from my native place, Arunagirinathar. He's a very great saint. Few centuries before he lived. In his verses, he beautifully describes Nada Vindu Kaladi Namo Namo. He describes Subramanya, the second son of Shiva. I can say the son is not the right word. The expression of Shiva as the Lord of Nada and Vindu. Understand, the subatomic particle quarks is the Bindu, the life energy, and Nada is the force which creates energy field. He says, Arunagirinadar is a great master. He puts Nada as first, Bindu second. Because Bindu by its own existence is Shava. Only when the Nada is added to it, it becomes Shiva. That is what Tantra Shastra describes as Kali lying on the ground. Shiva lying on the ground and Kali standing on it. She is Nada, the binding force, and the Shiva is Bindu. Unless the Nada acts as a binding force, Bindu has no action. Nothing is possible by the Bindu. The sound is responsible for what you are. So sound is responsible for the sickness you carry, whether physically or mentally. If the energy field which binds the quarks is responsible for your disease and depression, if that energy field is altered, naturally the disease and depression will be cured, healed. Understand? By its very nature, quarks has no disease. It is pure consciousness. Only Nada is responsible for the disease or health, depression or expression. So it is Nada is responsible. You can work only on Nada. You cannot work on Bindu. Bindu is beyond consumption, the pure consciousness. So all healing systems works on Nada. Of course, if it is real healing system. Any healing happens only when the work happens on Nada. You can work only on Nada, you cannot work on Bindu. It's a basic truth. So all healings happens on the energy of Nada. So, two ways you can work on Nada. One, creating the right sound and repairing the wounded Nada. That is what is done through mantra. Or taking your disturbed Nada structure to a being where anahata is continuously happening. In that very silence, your wounded Nada structure gets healed, realigned, reorganized, restructured. One important thing, if it happens through the right sound, only the physical healing and mental healing happens. Whatever vibration sounds were created, the effect of that happens in the system. If there is a wound, if there is a sound, that sound heals the wound. The right sound does its job. But if the wounded Nada structure is brought near the Anahata Dvani, the uncreated sound which constantly Master is radiating, which Shankara calls us very beautifully. Chitram Vadadaror Mule Vriddha Sishya Gurur Yuvaha Gurostu Maunam Vyagyanam Sishyastu Chinna Samsayaha. The word Maunam Vyagyanam means all his expressions and discourses are in and from Anahata Dvani, the uncreated sound. In an expression of uncreated sound, the Anahata Dvani. That is what Shankara calls Maunam Vyagyanam. When your wounded Nada structure goes near the Anahata structure, not only your whole body and mind goes through complete restructuring and transformation, even your brain, your cognition goes through rewiring and your consciousness gets awakened. That is why the Master's presence, the intense soundless sound, the vibrant silence, the vibration of Anahata Dvani is considered as Sarvaroha Nivarana, the healing method for all possible diseases. All possible diseases are healed just by the vibrant silence of a living Master, the Anahata Dvani. Intense sound or intense silence comes from Anahata, the uncreated sound, heals the body, heals the mind, rewires the brain, transforms consciousness. All the sounds created from Anahata Dvani is called mantra. And Anahata Dvani as it is called Nada Brahma. The word mantra means, there is beautiful two explanations for mantra. I have Manaha Trayate iti mantraha, Mananat Trayate iti mantraha. Two meaning, two explanations. Manaha Trayate iti mantraha, Mananat Trayate iti mantraha. Mananat Trayate iti mantraha means mantra is that which protects those who reflect on it. The second explanation, Manaha Trayate iti mantraha means that which helps to cross the mind is mantra. See, one explanation, when you meditate on it, it helps you, is mantra. That is what I call the sounds created out of Anahata Dvani. The second meaning, which helps you to cross the mind itself, that is what I call Anahata Dvani itself, not the sounds out of Anahata Dvani, the very Anahata Dvani. Mantra has two meanings, the sounds out of Anahata Dvani and the very Anahata Dvani, Nada, Nada Brahma. everything is possible by nada, by mantra. Understand? In the world there were two traditions. The whole world is light and sound. Two traditions. The traditions which did whatever they want to do by manipulating the light particles. That is what is the electronic tradition. The tradition which did whatever they want through the sound particle. Nada Brahma. That is what is Vedic tradition. In the East, they worked on sound and did whatever they want and handled all the energies, intelligence, practically the whole cosmos. In the West, new sciences started evolving, handling the light particles. The whole base of the science is handling the light particles. Using the light particles to do whatever you want and win over the nature. One important thing. The science uses the electric particles, the light particles, and flies, floats, drives, does whatever it wants through the light particle. And Vedic tradition was doing all this through the sound particle. Flying, driving, floating, whatnot, even weapons. Everything was done in the Vedic tradition by the sound particle. Unfortunately, the mass destruction happened in Mahabharata war and other 2-3 big calamities. The Sindhu, Saraswati river drying, the Saraswati river drying. These few calamities was responsible. Because of these few calamities, the science of handling sound and playing with extraordinary things got lost, did not get transmitted. Please understand. When I read the Vedas, I can very clearly understand how the Pushpaka Vimana, the Vedic flights were functioning. They will sit in the seat and just create particular vibrations, and the flight will take off. If they need to turn this side, particular vibration, turn this side, particular vibration, because the whole thing was handled just by the sound and vibration. Same way, the weapons used with sounds and vibrations. Unfortunately, many of these things are lost. But I think it is time we revive the science based on sound. One important thing you need to know, science based on light always is extravert, grass. Science based on sound is always introvert, subtle. The subtle science is revived, we will not be hurting the planet Earth so much. The resources will not be exploited. Understand? The light-based tradition and the sound-based tradition, the sound science and the light science. Because the light science is by its nature grass, using all the resources which can be depleted, expired, exhausted. But the sound is by its nature subtle, it is inexhaustible resource. I tell you, any time and energy put in reviving the sound-based researches and discoveries and traditions will give a big breakthrough to the humanity because we are tapping into the inexhaustible resource. We don't even need sun to survive if we tap into the science of sound. As long as you are based on the science of light, you need sun to exist. If you tap into the source of sound, you don't even need sun. The extinction of sun will not be a threat to planet Earth and the human civilization. Vedic masters are able to summon sun and moon and any energies just by sound. Just by sound, they are able to summon anybody and achieve whatever they want. It is time we experience the soundless sound, anahata dhvani, and science of sound, not only healing the body and mind, doing whatever we want through sounds should be rediscovered, made to be available, and should be transmitted. It should become the science available to humanity again. One of the important activity which we already took up, which we are going to strengthen now, is the science of sound. The science of using the mantras for proper purposes and using the soundless sound, sound beyond sound, for transformation itself. Blessed are those who get the space where the soundless sound goes on vibrating. The maunam vyagyanam goes on happening. Very beautifully Shankara sings. Chitram vadataror mule vriddha sishya gurur yuvaha gurostu maunam vyagyanam sishyastu chinna samsaya. What a surprise! Under this big banyan tree, a youth, yuvaha, youngster, is sitting as a guru. Vriddhaha, all the old people are sitting as disciples, and maunam vyagyanam, his vibrant silence, the soundless sound, his expressions in silence, so powerful. Sishyastu chinna samsaya, all the doubts and negativities in the disciples just disappears. Chinna samsaya, destroyed. The soundless sound. Let us all Sit in the soundless sound. You all heard enough sounds coming out of the soundless sound. Let you all hear the very soundless sound itself.
All that I taste, all that I smell, I offer to you, Swami Nityananda. All that I see, all that I hear, I offer to you, Swami Nityananda. Like this dance and this song and this joy, I surrender to you. All that I feel, all that I am, I offer to you, Swami Nityananda. Puragaram, Karunavataram, Samsara Saram, Bhujahendraharam, Sada Vasantam, Hridayaravinda, Bhavam Bhavani, Sahitam Namami. All of my dreams,
सदाशिवसमारम्भां शङ्कराचार्यमध्यमाम् अस्मदाचार्यपर्यन्तां वन्दे गुरुपरम्पराम्. I welcome you all with my love and respects. Today I'll speak on another dimension of secrets of spiritual healing. Yesterday I was sharing a truth that all you need to get healed is just to spend little time in the higher frequency. What do I mean by the word spending time? To spend time, you need to have time. Having time does not mean not having work. Understand? Not having anything to do does not mean you have time. No. You need to have time. Only then you can spend it. What do I mean by the word have time? You need to have time. Means the time is supposed to be your own. You should be the owner of your time. Not that your thoughts will be owner of your time or something else will be owner of your time. Look in. Simple thing, the simple word. Are you owner of your time? No. Everybody else except you owns your time. Everybody else except you owns your time. The whole world is nothing but a huge fight to own more and more people's time. That's all. Whether it is the field of politics, or field of art, or field of science, or even the field of religion, it is nothing but if you own more people's time, you are a big guy. That's all. In every field, trying to own time, actually the subtle way of trying to own more time is reason for giving birth to kids and bringing them up as you want and fulfilling what you wanted in your life, in their life. Just wanted to have a little more time, wanted to own more time. You don't understand this important secret. If you know how to own your time, you will not be trying to own others' time. Means you will not be bullying around. You will not be bossing around. You will not be destroying lives. Whether it is in the field of industry or politics or religion or science, if you own more people's time, you are a big guy. But in spirituality, if you own your time, you are a big guy. Owning time. First thing, understand, time is a matter. Only then you will have respect for yourself and you will understand you can own time. As long as you think time as something mysterious, ununderstandable, uncatchable, undescribable, no, you will think that is too big. Time is a simple matter, just like this kerchief, hand key. You can own it. Second thing, decide to hate everything which tries to own your time. Everything. Everything. Anything which tries to own your time, hate it. Just escape from it. Even if it is Guru. If you think, I am trying to own your time, escape from me. Understand? If you think I am trying to own your time, you have a wrong concept about me. I am constantly trying to make you own your time. I can give you a very powerful technique to own your time. Take 21 days and make your routine very stable. Like a morning 6 o'clock, you will be in this spot doing this. 6:30 you will be in this spot doing this. 7:30 you will be in this spot doing this. Like this from morning till night, make a clear routine and decide for any reason the routine is not going to change, and tell your mind you are supposed to be comfortable and happy in that time doing that. That's all. You will own time. This is a very powerful process. Understand? I did this. I did this in my life. I still remember in Omkareshwar, I did this. I'll make a routine. Morning, whatever time I used to get up, from that time to going to bed. I know thoroughly at this moment I'll be near this stone sitting. Not doing anything, nothing much to do, but even then I'll be sitting at this moment near this stone and thinking about this. Standardized it. Standardize it. Standardize the routine just for 21 days and decide, I am going to be doing this happily. Nothing can be done. The body is frozen. That is that time. The body is going to be like that, in that place. Means you eliminate the disturbance of biomemory from your life. That's one of the major enemies. You are trying to fight with two enemies at a time. No. Eliminate one enemy. Make one enemy a handicap. He has no more right over you. Now fight with the enemy of not owning the time. See, if you try to learn language and concept both newly, you will not be able to learn. Pick up a book which you know thoroughly the whole concepts. Read. in a new language, you learn the language. Or pick up a book which you know the language, but new concept, you learn the concept. But if concept and language both are new, you will not learn both. So your life, your body language, that daily routine is the new language. And the concept is a new concept. If both you are trying to learn, you will not be able to. You will miss it. So freeze the body language. This is the time you will be coming out, and this is the way you will be walking, and make the whole life as ritual. Just clear, frozen ritual. You may think, what is this? It is completely against Swamiji's teachings. He always asks you to be spontaneous. Now the purpose is different. Understand? The purpose is different. Actually, if you do what I am saying, you will understand the inner spontaneity. After you catch the thread of inner spontaneity, the outer spontaneity will happen. I am teaching you the technique to catch the inner spontaneity. I can tell you, if you catch the inner spontaneity technique, one moment spending with me is enough. The initiation will happen. Not only just spiritual healing, initiation itself will happen. Freeze the whole day routine. Morning, 5 o'clock, you will just wake up. I am really surprised these guys are following the routine properly. No, really, they don't miss dropping at least one leaf and coming and sitting for my morning message. See, they are there. I think they are not able to see from here, so they are sitting there. Every day they are here, and the pujari says they are not there after this morning session. Once I leave the temple, they are not there. Only next day morning they are there. And he says even for night stay they don't come here. Only that morning, 8 o'clock. And funny thing is that last 2 days I was not here, few days, they were not there. No, they came morning and went away. They were not there. And like them, make a routine. Make a routine. And actually they understand, they know, they are understanding what I am talking about them. Blessed fellows, they are very clearly understanding. They are feeling a little shy, that's all. Make a routine, clear routine, define it. And tell yourself, physical or mental disturbance is not going to change this routine. If my mind goes crazy or body dies, it is going to happen during this routine. At some place suddenly body may fall or anything may happen, I am not bothered. But this is not going to be changed. Freeze it from morning till night just for 21 days and go with it completely ritualistically. You will not see me without going and touching exactly the same spot. If you see my routine, it will be same spot where I put my head, Nanandeshwara temple. It will be same spot where I put my head on the banyan tree. It will be same step. I am just teaching you a process. Freeze it. Freeze it. And 21 days, morning till night, decide body movement can't be changed. I have only one freedom. I can enjoy it or suffer with it. That is frozen. That is completely frozen, like a robo movement. Physicality is frozen. Psychology, I have a freedom. Should I enjoy or should I suffer? Within 21 days, you will see time is a matter and you will own it. Something will happen in you. See, when I say unclutch, I know very clearly it is a solid happening, not some vague thinking. Same way, when I say own time, if you continuously try to unclutch and fight with it for 10-15 days, immediately you will understand unclutching is a solid happening. It is not just vague thinking or some daydreaming. No. When you sit for unclutching, unclutching is happening. Oh God. Unclutched. Same way, within these 21 days, you will catch what I call time as matter. You will catch it. You will see, oh, time is a matter. I can push or pull. I can rewind or fast forward. Try this technique. You will own time. When you try to own time, even if you spend 1 or 2 moments with Master, not only spiritual healing, even the initiation will happen. It's a very powerful process. If you want, you can even take up the 21 days of Anyadavasa, means staying in unknown place, maybe just in one room, have food and rest whole day, decide your routine, freeze it and live it. You will see. Your mind simply will catch the time. Your mind will raise to the higher frequency than the time frequency. That is what I call catching time. Let's go to catch the time. The mind should be so terribly bored, made to feel bored. It should catch time. Nothing else, no other feeding should be done for mind. No food. Simply it will catch time. Agoris do that only. Agoris are very powerful people. They don't give time any food. Let's catch time. Let you all experience and radiate the eternal bliss, Nityananda. Thank you.
गुरुर्वे शरणं शरणं नित्य गुरुवे शरणं शरणं All that it takes
सदाशिवसमारम्भां शङ्कराचार्यमध्यमाम् अस्मदाचार्यपर्यन्तां वन्दे गुरुपरम्पराम्. I welcome you all with my love and respects. This whole week, every day, I'll express one dimension of spiritual healing. Today, just the basic, simple science of spiritual healing. The subtle energy is a phenomenon experienced, described, consciously used in all mystical traditions of the world. All mystical traditions, all spiritual traditions. Please understand, all religions has two components. One, they are mystical and spiritual core tradition, and social and political rules. All religions which has a mystical and spiritual core knows the science of subtle energy and spiritual healing. They know, they experienced, consciously used the spiritual healing science. In the Vedic tradition, it is called prana, that subtle energy. We call it prana shakti. In China, it is called chi. In Japan, they call it ki. So many names are used. Even in the native Hawaiian tradition, they have a name for it. They know this science. Native American tradition, even they have name and special techniques and process to consciously use this subtle energy. In all mystical and spiritual traditions, this subtle energy is experienced, understood, consciously used for creating medical miracles in the body and mind and extraordinary happenings in the situation. Understand? There is the same energy. When it is used on the body and mind, whatever alterations happens, the extraordinary happenings happens, is called healing, the medical miracle. If the same energy is used on the matter outside, whatever extraordinary happenings happen is called miracles. It's the same energy in a different way. Let me explain first the dimension of spiritual healing. I want to tell you exactly what happens during the healing. When I put my hand on somebody or when they come near me for healing, what happens? Please understand, I do not do anything. I just be. I put my hand on that person so that that person will feel comfortable, will feel I attended him, I am attending him. Exactly what happens I will describe. His being is raised to the vibration of my being. Please understand, everything is made out of molecules. Molecules are made out of atoms. Atoms are made out of something called subatomic particles, so quarks, subatomic particles. So quarks are nothing but energy field. And the energy field which keeps all these quarks tied together, that gives the form of solid form to anything which exists. Please understand. The other day I was reading an article, very beautifully they describe what Shiva Sutras and Patanjali Yoga Sutras are describing. See, the energy field which keeps all these quarks together, that is responsible for these forms and solid entities, however solid it may look. It is made out of subatomic particles, quarks, which are energy fields. And the energy field which keeps all of them together is responsible for things appearing as they are appearing, whether it is a human body or animal body or this wall or this mic or this chair, anything. By nature, the energy fields have the tendency, whenever it is brought near the higher energy field, it just raises itself to that energy field and starts vibrating in that same vibration. That article beautifully describes with so many examples. If you play sound A in piano and keep the guitar near without doing anything, just this vibration, exactly the guitar also will create the sound A. And if you keep the pendulum clocks, 5 o'clock on the same wall, in few days you will see all the clocks, all the pendulums are moving in unison. Maybe in few hours, not even few days. In the same way, that vibrating fork, if you bring the other fork which is not vibrating, just no movements, just bring it near, it will start vibrating. I can give you hundreds of examples. Whenever you are brought near the higher frequency, higher vibration, higher conscious being, suddenly you are lifted to that consciousness, to that vibration, to that frequency. That is why again and again and again, how much ever you try, you should tell about all your problems when you come near me. Suddenly they disappear. It is not that you tried once and it happens. How many times you try? Come near, suddenly either you forget or there are no more problems. They are not there. They are not that important to your inner space. They lose their power over you because you are raising to the higher consciousness. They lose their power over you. Just now I read this beautiful poem, a story described in poem form. Now I have a story to tell you all from this book. First a one-liner, then a story. You may think, how did I read so much? It says very beautifully, you are like a master on a lean donkey. If you become lean, the donkey will become dragon. If you are powerful, the donkey will obey you. Understand? You are a master on donkey. If you feel weak or powerless, the donkey will become dragon. That will become powerful. And if you ascertain your strength, your frequency, your consciousness, your energy, the donkey will be a polite slave and humble servant. This is a one-liner. Of course, I have interpreted in my own way, and I have a story from this. Whenever you come near the master and he raises your frequency, whatever is forgotten in you, understand, they are not worthy of living. They are not part of you. But if you give importance to that part which is lost or forgotten near Master's presence, you will be joining with the wrong group. You are giving power to the wrong side. When you give power to the wrong side, you do not allow you to stay in that higher frequency. You do not allow the healing to happen. And mind creates all kinds of doubts. How can healing happen? How can this be possible? Understand? Sometimes I request people who come for healing to stay here for a few days. Every day I will be touching them only once. In the morning Sarvadarshan. They will ask, can I go back to my house in Bangalore and come back every day? Tell them, no, stay here. Not that I am going to be giving healing for them 2-3 times a day. They will ask, even if I stay here, I will meet only once you. Tell them, no, not for me healing. That will happen only once. But if you go there, you will be losing the energy, and because you are constantly going to be supporting the other side. They will create all kinds of doubts in you. See, it is such a subtle process of raising you to the higher frequency. It's almost like you have a hologram about you in you. I have a hologram about me in me. Understand? Your conscious mind processes only 400 bits of information per second. But your unconscious mind processes 11 million bits of information per second. 411 million. See the fight. It's not fair. Human beings shouldn't have been put in such worse misery. See, your consciousness processes only 400 bits of information, unconscious processes 11,000 bits of information. So your hologram about you stays in your unconscious. Slowly, when you come near me, my hologram works on that hologram, and the subtle suggestions are given to your hologram, and it is asked to relax, dismantle itself. So this hologram can suggest, can help. Come on, See here, you are born to be healthy. It's like Krishna inviting Gopas and Gopis to play in Vrindavan. They say, no, no, we have too much work, we have to churn, we have to make butter, and we have to take care of the cows, feed them and get milk. Krishna says, fools, even if you do all that, finally I am going to steal that butter and eat. Why don't you work a little bit for your joy also? See, when Krishna steals the butter and eats, he says the futility of life. Understand? He tells you the futility of life. Don't waste your time and life just for the goal. Play it also, enjoy it also. Have Leela and graze the cows, have milk and play with Krishna and churn and create butter. So the very life becomes joy. Very living becomes joy. It's like the superconscious hologram inspiring the unconscious hologram. But unfortunately, these guys go and stay back in Bangalore or somewhere and get all poisons fed. They say, maybe the Swami is trying to take money out of you. How can anything happen just by a touch? So many ideas. I tell you, negative ideas are straight poison. And they have 1,000 things to tell about masters. Somebody asked me, why did you allow some controversy to happen around you, Swamiji? I tell them, I need to be compassionate towards the people who don't have any argument, any idea to disrespect me. I supply material even for them. Understand? They really want some arguments, something. They are dying. And anybody wants something so strongly, with so much of urge, it becomes my responsibility to plus them, tadastu. I tell them, all right, have little material. When spiritual seekers ask when I can supply 7,000 hours video for them, why not 7 minutes? Let their urge also be fulfilled. Of course, I did not even supply, they created, that's all. Anyhow, I allow the creation to happen. Understand? So this unconscious mind goes on creating weight on your unconscious holograms, the negativity. That's why the Zen masters say, even what you think is wrong, if it is done by a wise man, an enlightened being, accept it, it is good for you. I have a story for you from this book now. For this I have a story for you. An enlightened being is traveling in the forest. He sees from a distance a man lying down, sleeping under a tree with mouth wide open, and he sees a small snake, poisonous snake, enters into the mouth of that guy. He is so fast asleep, little semi-conscious, that guy did not even realize that snake getting into the system, into the mouth. And this master was not able to stop. He ran, he tried his best to run. He couldn't stop. The snake has already gone in. And he just gave a few slaps to that guy and woke him up. And there were only rotten apples all around. The tree was apple tree. Rotten apples were all around. He was forcing this guy to eat that rotten apples. The guy who woke up, he said, why are you having so much of anger with me? I don't even know you. Why do you have so much of enmity towards me? Why are you doing this to me? Master was not ready to listen. Healthy guy. He is just pushing the rotten apples into his mouth, and he was shouting, screaming, and Master held his head and pushed literally down the throat all the rotten apples and little mud also. And this guy could not tolerate, and he is screaming and shouting, why are you doing this to me? Why are you killing me? And Master did not answer back. The deep compassion. He literally pushed the rotten apples inside his throat. He was made to swallow. In few minutes, because of that rotten apple and little mud, and he felt so nausea and vomited everything out, threw everything out. Then came not only the rotten apple, the snake also. Everything came out. Then the guy fell at the feet of the Master saying, you are Gabriel, our God. Understand? When he asks you to inhale and exhale intensely and asks you to hold as long as possible, or when he asks you to do some seva which you are not interested. The other day I received a letter from somebody. I am bored of the pep sessions, pep talks about the seva. Understand? They wrote that I can't handle any more sessions without you. And these pep talks about seva are really boring. I am responsible for those sessions. Understand? I am responsible for those sessions. They are the rotten apples I am putting inside your mouth. You think I am doing something wrong to you, or you may not need them. Of course, the devotee wrote with a lot of respect, but unfortunately he is not able to understand. Understand? Whatever you think is good for you, you are ready to accept. Whatever you think may not be directly good for you, you resist. Understand? I know little more than what you need or what you know about you. Exactly. If you have little problem with seva, that is what you need for living enlightenment. If you have little problem, or if you are not that inspired to do seva, like sitting with me is too inspiring, then the seva, forget about all sitting with me, go and do that. That is what is obstacle. That is what is obstacle. I am not teaching you enlightenment by sitting with closed eyes. I am teaching living enlightenment. People tell me, Swamiji, I will take weapon for you. I want you to live for me. Live every moment. Live every moment doing what you really don't like and what I am asking you to do. Understand? What you don't want to do, what I am asking you to do. Live every moment. That is what living for me. I don't want you to take weapon for me. I don't want you to give life for me. No. I want you to live for me. Have this knowledge weapon and live enlightenment. That's what I want you to do for me. Understand? When I am putting rotten apple in your mouth, I know the reason. You may not know. I know the reason. So, whenever the superconscious hologram elevates the unconscious hologram, all other collective unconscious holograms tells that hologram, higher hologram is not raising your hologram, you are being destroyed. Understand? The hologram feels like a holocaust. Hologram feels like holocaust. The unconscious hologram feels holocaust. No. When the superconscious hologram casts itself on the unconscious hologram, it is not holocaust, it is holy casting. Understand? It's not holocaust, it is holy casting. The superconscious hologram is suggesting and reassembling, reorganizing the unconscious hologram to such pattern the health happens. The evolving happens. Actually, for spiritual healing, you don't need anything except the understanding about time. When that superconscious hologram is casting itself on the unconscious hologram, the unconscious hologram needs to spend little time with the superconscious hologram. That's all, nothing else. Nothing else. Nothing else needs to be done. Little time. How to spend that time? We'll see tomorrow. I am going to give series of messages every day just on spiritual healing. For next 1 week, I bless you all. Understand this truth of the superconscious hologram casting itself on the unconscious hologram. Allow the superconscious hologram to cast itself and let the holy casting happen in you. It is not holocaust, it is holy casting. All the collective unconscious holograms shouting towards you is holocaust, trying to stop you getting the holy casting is holocaust. So, let you all experience the presence of the superconscious hologram, experience spiritual healing, live and radiate the eternal bliss, live and radiate the eternal bliss, Nityananda. Thank you.
All that I taste, all that I smell, I offer to you, Swami Nityananda. All that I see, all that I hear, I offer to you, Swami Nityananda. Like this dance, and this song, and this joy, I surrender to you. All that I feel, all that I am, I offer to you, Swami Nityananda. Puragaram, Karunavataram, Samsarasaram, Bhujagendraharam, Sada Vasantam, Hridayarvinde, Bhavam Bhavani, Sahitam Namami.
Sadashiva Samarambha Shankaracharya Madhyamam Asmadacharya Paryantam Vande Guru Paramparam. I welcome you all with my love and respects. My blessings to all of you on this auspicious Ganesh Chaturthi occasion. My today's message is tuning to Ganesha, the cosmic intelligence. Ganesha is the most beloved and friendly god from Hindu tradition. He's very warm, he's so nice. You can relate with him in any way you want. Unassuming, undemanding. You can just make a small, you can make him out of a small piece of turmeric or a little bit of clay. Out of anything you can make, and he is available. Undemanding. I can say largest worshipped deity in India is Ganesha. Every street will have Ganesha temple. You don't need too much ritualistic, big arranged puja for him. Anybody can worship. A village lady who is taking bath in the river, once she finishes the bath, she just picks up a pot of water, comes and pours the water on small Ganesha deity which is on the banks of the river, worships and goes. You can't worship any other deity so easily without much of rituals and everything. Here is Ganesha, most worshipped, beloved God. He is very firm. He is a powerful representation of the cosmos. The yantra. Yantra means the form, visual expression. It's a very powerful expression of the cosmic intelligence. If you see, he has 4 hands. In one, the right upper hand is holding the noose, the angusha. The left upper hand is holding the pasha. The right lower hand is holding the tusk, his own broken tusk. And the left lower hand, he has sweet. It's a very beautiful philosophical representation. See, the noose, angusa he has, it's a very small instrument which can control elephant. The huge elephant can be controlled just with that small noose. It is actually, it represents unclutching. Any size mind, elephant size mind can be controlled by a small key, unclutching. The noose represents unclutching. Unclutching is such a powerful key. It looks very small, but the mind, which is wild elephant, can be just controlled with a small noose, with small unclutching. Left hand, the pasha which he holds, pasha means attachment. He does not allow the thoughts to become attachment. He engrams. See, thoughts, If you add attachment to it, it becomes engram. Because his attachments are under his control, he does not allow thoughts to become engram. One side, thoughts are never becoming engram, they remain as thoughts because pasha is under his control. The other side, because of angusha, even from the thought unclitching happens. So his inner space is completely under his control because of the angusha and pasa. The upper two hands represents the completely peaceful, blissful inner space. And the lower right hand, which holds its own tusk, you need to know the history of the tusk. Once Vyasa requested Ganesha to write Mahabharata, largest poem ever written in the planet Earth, even now, still now, is Mahabharata. Longest and largest poem. Vyasa, still unimaginable genius. If somebody can maintain certain record for 10,000 years, what other word we can use for him except the word genius? Still, nobody is able to grasp Vyasa's achievements. Now we have so much of technology, computer, these, that, everything, but still Vyasa stands. And his record is unbroken. Vyasa wants somebody to pen down, because when the flow happens, it's such an extemporaneous, spontaneous flow, he can't pen down. He has to just open it and somebody else has to pen down. He is not able to find anybody for his speed. So he asks Ganesha, can you pen down? Ganesha says, great, sure, I'll pen down. But the speed I write will be too much. If you are not able to cope up with my speed, I'll stop and go away. Then Vyasa puts a condition. All right, I understand. I am also putting a condition. You should write everything only after you understand. So agreement was prepared. So Vyasa's condition is, Ganesha will write only after completely understands, so that Vyasa will have a few seconds at least. Vyasa can play with words. He's master. Still, I don't know how many times I heard Mahabharata and read. Still, when I read, it is so new, so alive, so fresh. Still, Mahabharata is my time pass. That was the one book I had throughout my present days. That is the only book. Every day I'll spend little time with that book. Still, it has so much to offer. We may think, no, in modern society, what Mahabharata has a relevance? No, you don't know. Still, it has so much to offer. These are eternal truths. eternal values. So the agreement was ready. Vyasa is supposed to match with the speed of Ganesha, and Ganesha is supposed to understand and pen down everything Vyasa expresses. Started, went on and on and on and on and on and on. Neither Vyasa stopped for food or water or 1, 2, 3, nor Ganesha got up for anything. Whenever Ganesha was finishing quickly, Vyasa put some very complicated words. So Ganesha has to take few seconds and catch up and pen down. So it's like a big game going on. Suddenly, the Ganesha's pen broke. And now, because this class was not there in the agreement, what to do when the pen breaks? It is whose responsibility? Naturally not Vyasa's, because Ganesha is only penning down. It is supposed to be his responsibility. But Ganesha can't miss, because he has given, as per the agreement, Ganesha has to pen down everything. Even if you miss few seconds, some of the great important truths which Vyasa is expressing will be lost, because the expression is happening in full speed. It happened in Badri, the source of Saraswati. That's the place the Saraswati comes out. Saraswati is the source of Ganga, Yamuna, all the Himalayan rivers. Don't think Saraswati means the Brahma's wife. No, not that Saraswati. Saraswati is the feminine energy, feminine consciousness. I had darshan of Saraswati in Badri. It was such a beauty and grace, the enchanting grace. I made our Anandeshwari exactly in the same mold and with the same jewels. Our Anandeshwari is made out of my darshan of Saraswati, the face, structure and the jewels, especially the shoulder jewels and all. You will not see that kind of shoulder jewels in any temple, anywhere in the world. The Sthapati was shocked. What is this only? This kind of jewels are never made. I have never seen this kind of design. You are asking me to do this design. Then I had to explain that as I saw her, I am creating that. Exactly our Anandeshwari, how she is looking, the same way, the same dress. Maybe the size was little taller. Saraswati, when I saw her in darshan, she was little taller. Otherwise, same, exact. The hands, the jewels, everything is done as I saw her. The banks of Saraswati. Writing is going on. Suddenly the pen broke. Now what to do? Ganesha He has to complete, he can't miss. And he can't run for pen. If he runs for one more pen, he may miss few words. And he can't tell Vyasa, stop, stop, stop. I'll get another one pen. No. He immediately breaks his own tusk and starts writing. This shows two things. One, his spontaneous decision making. Two, his courage to sacrifice for the cause. Understand? First thing, he is not telling Ganesha, he is not telling Vyasa, stop, 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 I will run and get a pen. And this was not there in our agreement. No. Spontaneous decision making and courage to sacrifice his own task. See, this writing is one small part of his life. If he tells, wait, I'll go and get, Vyasa is not going to say no. After all, he will be happy, oh, I have a few minutes, I can think little more. But courage to sacrifice. That task means courage to sacrifice and spontaneous decision-making power. So the upper two hands represents his inner space, pure blissful inner space. The lower right hand represents his ability to take spontaneous decisions and courage and sacrifice for the cause he has taken up. When these three are there, life is a sweet. That is what he means by having the sweet in the lower left hand. The elephant face represents the extraordinary awareness and sensitivity. The elephant's eyesight or the elephant's ability to smell is extraordinary. And his big pot belly represents the whole cosmos. The whole cosmos is inside him. He is the cosmic intelligence. And his mouth represents the playfulness. See, mouse, even though you have little fear, it always creates a kind of a playfulness in you. The playful feeling. Whenever you see it, you start laughing. That is why the Tom and Jerry is so popular. The mouse can create a playful feeling inside your mind all over the world. All over the world, in human consciousness, the mouse is always associated with playfulness. He is doing this whole thing so playfully. Tune into Ganesha means imbibe these three qualities. Angusa, unclutching. Pasa, keeping the attachment under your control, not allowing thoughts to become engram. And the tusk, the spontaneous decision making, courage to sacrifice for the cause you took up. And naturally your life will be sweet, like Ganesha's modaka. Today we celebrate Ganesh Chaturthi. All over the world, in all Nityananda Dhyanapeetham centers and temples and ashrams and disciples, devotees' houses, to remember the great happening happened in my life, Ganesha eating the food offered by me at the young age. So today we will be offering 1008 items of food for Ganesha. As our humble offering, as our gratitude. That gave me so much of vidarka. The fools can go on criticize, but I tell you, vidarka is worthy of anything. The fools may criticize, I was hallucinating, or some rat ate and went away when I was unconscious. I know thousands of fools will come who will interpret and reinterpret psychological angle and psychosomatic angle and all angles. How they were interpreting and reinterpreting and commenting on Sri Ramakrishna's life. They will interpret my life also, I know. I am not bothered about those fools. I know the power of vidarka. The vidarka, the strong trust he created in my inner space. And such an auspicious beginning. My first extraordinary experience in this body is Ganesha eating the food. Such a auspicious beginning. That is why my life is continuously extraordinary auspicious incidents. Now when I look back my life, that is the way I feel. Some people when they look back their life, they feel it's a long torture. Some people they feel it's a long waiting. Some people feel it's a long running behind wealth. Some people feel it's a long yearning for love. So many people feel so many different ways about their life. But my feeling about my life is extraordinary auspiciousness exploding. That's the way I perceive myself. That's the way I feel. All the happenings in my inner space and my outer space, I could see very clearly. Whole thing is auspicious. So auspicious. It's extraordinary. So bring these three in your life. The unclutched, unattached, spontaneous courage to sacrifice inner space. You will see life in the inner world and the outer world will be sweet, like Ganesha's modaka. And the whole cosmos will be inside you. You will have the extraordinary sensitivity to live and enjoy the inner and outer worlds. I pray to Ganesha, let us all tune into him. Let him express, explode all the auspiciousness in our lives, in the inner world and the outer world. I know Ganesha is happening in our Sangha in a very big way. He has removed all the obstacles very strongly. He is doing it. From today, everything is success and auspicious for us. Let Ganesha bless us all, remove all the obstacles, shower auspiciousness and success on all of us, and let us all achieve and radiate enlightenment. Let him bless all of us to achieve and radiate enlightenment and achieve and radiate the eternal bliss, Nityananda. Thank you.
All that I taste, all that I smell, I offer to you, Swami Nityananda. All that I see, all that I hear, I offer to you, Swami Nityananda. Like this dance, and this song, and this joy, I surrender to you. All that I feel, all that I am, I offer to you, Swami Nityananda. Puragaram, Karunavataram, Samsarasaram, Bhujagendraharam, Sada Vasantam, Hridayarvinde, Bhavam Bhavani, Sahitam Namami. All of my dreams,
सदाशिवसमारम्भा शङ्कराचार्यमध्यमा अस्मदाचार्यपर्यन्ता वन्दे गुरुपरम्परा. I welcome you all with my love and respects. Today's subject is practicing right listening. Understand, we really never listen at all in our life. See, when your spouse speaks, or when your boss talks to you, or when your friend is talking to you, see exactly what are you doing. You are not listening, you are preparing your answer for them. Even before they start talking, you start preparing your answer. That is why your answer never matches with their question. Because you have not heard the question and prepared the answer. You are ready with your answer. At the most, if you are little intelligent, you do little stitching and tailoring. For that question, understand? Courage to respond spontaneously to all the situations and patience to listen is what I call practicing right listening. For practicing right listening, you had courage, you need courage. You need to have patience. First thing, you need to have courage that you can respond spontaneously, and you need to have patience, deep patience, passive attitude for right listening. We are habituated constantly to be aggressive. Be prepared with all answers. Almost all human mind is made out of stuff called preparing answers and solution for the problems and questions which does not exist. See, mind, human mind is made of a stuff, material, which is called preparing solution and answers for the problems and questions which does not exist. If you just remove that part from the human mind, you will become enlightened now. Nothing else is required. Remove the part of your mind which goes on creating answers and solutions for the problem which does not exist. You will not have mind. You will have pure intelligence. When I say practicing right listening, I mean find out solution only for the problems you have. Find out answers only for the questions presented in front of you. Don't go on be brooding over. Don't go on be answer solution breeding company. We think we should be a all solution alpha omega company. It is not possible. The fools who try to create all solution alpha omega company just miss the direct simple problem presented to them, because they are too busy becoming alpha omega. They miss alphabets. Art of right listening, science of right listening is, don't be prepared, just listen. Just listen. If your spouse, especially your wife, is asking you about some problem, if she is talking to you about some problem, don't think she is expecting solution. She just wants your support, your attention. If you think she needs solution and you start giving solution, she will create the problem much bigger. She will stop only when you accept your failure, you can't give solution. All she needs is just little support. Tell her, oh, nothing, nobody can solve this problem like you. You are the only one who can solve the problem. Nobody can do anything. You are the only one. Nobody else. Just share few words, giving attention. Problem will disappear. You need to know when people talk what they mean. Because people don't talk what they mean, they don't mean what they talk. As long as you think they mean what they talk, or they talk what they mean, you are in mess. You have not learnt the art of listening. Understand? Usually, when two minds talk, when there is two ends, neither the other person means what they talk, nor you listen what they talk. Two confusions. So chaos. In the ordinary meetings, like two minds, two confusion, complete chaos. So at least let your side, the confusion be absent. Let the confusion disappear. Then you will see from your side all the response will be solution. Whatever chaos getting created from the other side, just see it and solve it. Understand? Communication can happen only if at least one side is ready to listen. If both sides are just preparing arguments and answers, sometime it is really hell. The other will not understand at all from where you are coming. And the same way, you will not understand at all from where the other is coming. Then communication gap, that's the worst thing. That's the worst thing can happen. I tell you, all problems can be solved if the communication gap is bridged. Whether in your office, or in your life, or in your home, anywhere. If the communication is retained, problem can be solved. If the communication is broken, problem can only become much worse and worse, deeper and deeper. It can never be solved at all. So please be very clear. If you are talking to a person with mind, you just drop your mind. Listen with a deep passiveness, without preparing answer before the person ends. Even in the modern day, marketing is no more aggressive, it's more listening. All successful marketing philosophies and ideas are based on listening, not on shouting or aggressive. So understand, whether you want to market yourself or your different qualities or your different products. See, marketing yourself is family relationship. Marketing your qualities is business relationship. Like CEO, you market yourself to your boss. Marketing product is the factory, the consumer and supplier relationship. In any relationship, if you are handling a mind, be passive, listen. The problem may not be exactly what they talk, especially when your boss tells you about some problem. He does not need your attention or solution, he just needs ego satisfaction. Tell him, you are the greatest, you can solve, nothing like it. He needs ego boasting. Just boast his ego, add to his ego, problem will be immediately solved. Even if it is not solved, your salary will be hiked. You will have bonus. Understand? When your wife brings problem, she doesn't need ego boasting, she needs attention. Just sympathize her, cry with her. Nothing can be done. Maybe if something can be done only by you, only a person like you can put up with this kind of problems. Problem will be solved. Because the problem is not coming from fear or greed, it is coming from anahata, attention need. When your boss brings a problem to you, it is not coming from fear or greed or anahata, attention need. It is coming from agnya, ego satisfaction, head. First, have patience to listen. You will know from which center the problem is coming. Then you can address it. You can solve it. Even if you don't solve, keep quiet, knowing from where the problem is coming, it will be dissolved. So, know first from where the problem is raising, from where the solution can go. Yesterday I gave you the method, technique, to listen to the no-mind intelligence, listen to the master. Today I am giving you the process to listen to the ordinary minds. When you learn to listen to ordinary minds, communication will happen. When you learn to listen to the no-mind intelligence, communion will happen. Communication will fulfill all your outer world needs. Communion will fulfill all your inner world needs. So, art of listening, art of right listening, and practicing right listening, these two is equivalent to Kamadhenu and Kalpavruksha. Kamadhenu is the thing which gives all the outer world needs. Kalpavruksha is the thing which gives all the inner world things. So understand, art of right listening and practicing right listening, these two can lead you to the outer world and inner world fulfillments. Let you all experience and radiate enlightenment. Let you all experience and radiate the Nityananda. Let you all achieve and radiate the eternal bliss, Nityananda. Thank you.
All that I take, all that I smell, I offer to you, Swami.
सदाशिवसमारम्भा शङ्कराचार्यमध्यमा अस्मदाचार्यपर्यन्तां वन्दे गुरुपरम्पराम्. So today's subject, today's sutra is art of right listening. Listening has been prescribed as a first step in almost all spiritual traditions in the world. The rishis, the oldest spiritual tradition, Vedic tradition, they start with the spirituality with the word Shravana, listening. Buddhist tradition starts the 8 steps for nirvana. First step is right listening. J. Krishnamurti, the modern day master, goes a step ahead, step further, says right listening is God. He gives the place of God to right listening. What is exactly right listening? Hearing is different, listening is different. Hearing means sound enters into your ears, gets processed. Either it creates fear or greed or different emotions. Listening means sound enters into your system and gets absorbed into your system, leads your system from sound to silence. Understand? It's like almost if the pond is dirty, if you put little lime powder, the lime powder will take the dust and settle on the ground. So in few minutes, the whole pond will be clean. Same way, the right listening is put on chaotic mind, the mind which is full of words. Right listening is sprinkled, sprayed, like a lime powder. It will take away all the dust, which is words and thoughts in your mind, and settle down on the ground. Right listening means the sounds which leads you from sound to silence. The right listening can happen when you are ready to listen with anything. Chirping of the bird can lead you to enlightenment. Sound of bamboo can be the Upanishad mantras. The sound of Ganges can be the Anagata Dvani. With right listening, everything that echoes in your system, everything that reverberates in your inner space leads you to silence. Of course, the possibility for right listening, the happening of right listening happens more in the presence of a living master, an incarnation, who himself has experienced the Anahata Dvani, the sound which is uncreated in his inner space. Again and again and again, the emphasis on right listening is put. Because the right listening is an independent, intelligent technique which can directly lead you to the higher space and higher reality. With the right listening, you will understand the sound waves which reaches your inner space is deeper than the visions which reaches your inner space. When I say this, I mean the sounds which you are hearing now, the words which are entering your inner space are more stronger, more truthful, more higher reality than the scenes you are seeing around you. The wax out of which the scenes are created, which you are seeing around you, is of much lower quality than the words which are reaching your inner space. The sound which I am creating now, which is reaching your inner space, is more stronger base material to create what you want than what you are seeing as a scene. As long as you feel what you are seeing is more stronger reality than what you are hearing, you are in illusion, maya. You are hallucinating. The right listening has not yet happened in you. When you feel what you are listening, the words which are entering your inner space is more powerful than the scene you are seeing. The right listening is happening in you. Sit with deep awareness how the words are touching your ears and reverberating your inner space. You will see the words which are touching your inner space and reverberating, and the reactions created by them, and the space created by them, consciousness happens in you by them, are more higher reality than the scenes you are seeing around you. This is what I call art of right listening. Better I will use the word science of right listening. The word art is too much loaded and abused by too many people with too many words. Science of listening. as rishis describe, listening in their own way, Shravana, Buddha describes right listening. Krishnamurti describes right listening is God. I'll add my part to the right listening. I'll give you a powerful process for right listening. Bring your awareness to the third eye area, forehead. See very clearly the sounds. Sounds is the right word, not even words. Sounds from the master. How it penetrates your third eye. Please understand, sounds from master reaches your system through your third eye, not through your ears. Ordinary words which leads you to more and more words reaches you towards your ears. The words which leads you from sound to silence, the sounds which leads you from sound to silence reaches your system through third eye. Have your awareness in the third eye. See how the words are penetrating and how they are reverberating and what kinds of meanings, emotions, experiences they are creating in your system. Just see the whole thing. Seeing the whole thing is listening. Understand? Listen through the third eye. Whatever happens inside, see it. That's all. This is a powerful process to listen. Whenever you find time, sit with master's discourses, words, listen through third eye. You will have new understanding. By the end of the discourse, you would have been already put in deep silence. Never ever listen to a person who creates more thoughts in you. Listen to the words and a person who leads you to the deeper and deeper space of silence and higher space of realities. The master's words come from a frequency where what you are seeing as the world is too small. What you see as the world is illusion in my space. So anything comes from my space and reaches your inner space lead you to the same experience of my space. So any word which comes from this inner space and enters your inner space leads you to the same experience of my inner space. Means this is smaller reality than the sounds created. Sit with this science of right listening. The process of science of right listening. It is enlightenment. I don't want to say it will lead you to enlightenment. It is enlightenment. What Upanishads calls as Shravana, what Buddha calls as Sammati, what J. Krishnamurti calls as right listening is God. I am giving you this process to make all that three as experience into you. My unique contribution to the spiritual tradition is creating processes, sharing the processes with the world to make every truth into experience, reality. So, I'll add my part to the Shravana, Sammati, right listening. This part, the science of listening. Sit with your awareness on the third eye, listen through the third eye, and see how the sounds penetrate your system and how it reverberates in your system. What all emotions, experiences, expressions, ripples it creates, and those ripples and emotions and experiences, where it leads you, just see. You will experience right listening, as rightly said by J. Krishnamurti, God Himself. Let you all live and radiate enlightenment, live and radiate the eternal bliss, Nityananda. Thank you.
All that I taste, all that I smell, I offer to you, Swami Nityananda. All that I see, all that I hear, I offer to you, Swami Nityananda. Like this dance and this song and this joy, I surrender to you. All that I feel, all that I am, I offer to you, Swami Nityananda. Puragaram, Karunavataram, Samsara Saram, Bhujahendraharam, Sada Vasantam, Hridayaravinде, Bhavam Bhavani, Sahitam Namami. All of my dreams,
Sadashivasamarambha Shankaracharya Madhyama Asmadacharya Paryantam Vande Guru Paramparam. I welcome you all with my love and respects. Today's subject is sleep your way to health. I'll define sleep. Understand? First, I'll define sleep. What is sleep? By very nature, by the innate nature, you, the consciousness, reside in pure space, the timeless, formless, nameless space. But because of engraved memories, you see name, form, and go through time. So the inner innate intelligent consciousness wanted to get back to its original state. It just want to retire, go back to its original state, original space. But these engrams, engraved memories, by its very nature, the engraved memories create name, form, time. But by the very nature, the consciousness is timeless, nameless, formless. When the engrams are active, they create this world and dream. But when the consciousness overtakes, it just rewinds everything, gets back to its pure original state, but the engrams do not die. They only get back to that seed level. So, understand, I'll define sleep. Your innate, intelligent, conscious nature just getting back to its original, nameless, formless, timeless state, in spite of engrams pulling them out to the name, time, form, space, is sleep. It just gets back to its timeless, nameless, formless space. That is sleep. Too much of attachment to what is seen or heard, means the engrams, is responsible for insomnia and all sleep disorders. In your body, in your nervous system, when the consciousness flows, it just packs up all engrams, like almost like packing your tent into a small size and retires. The effect of consciousness on your nervous system, the effect of engrams on your nervous system, if they are 50-50, you will have the right experience of world, dream and sleep. If the consciousness becomes less, the effect of engram, if it is more, then naturally sleep disorder, unable to sleep, insomnia. If the effect of consciousness becomes more than the effect of engrams on your nervous system, that is what leads you to the meditative state and superconsciousness. It will naturally first lead to awareness during the dream state, then awareness during the deep sleep state, then awareness during all three states: sleep, dream and deep sleep. Awareness during all three states is what I call Turiyaha, fourth state. So understand the whole truth about the sleep. By nature, engrams pulls you out and shows you the time, name, form. By nature, consciousness takes you to the timeless, nameless, formless state. Fight between these two is your life. When the engrams have more power over your nervous system, you see the world and dream. When the consciousness has more power over your system, it rewinds and puts you in rest. But even in the rewinding state, you rewinded your tent, you have not burnt it. So all the engrams gets into the causal state, but not engram free. If the consciousness, the effect of consciousness is too much on your nervous system, then the tent gets burnt. The engrams which are in the causal state, seed state, just gets burnt. It disappears. It's not there anymore. Understand? It's a very important truth. How the three states are experienced by your system, how the fourth state can be experienced in your system. Sleeping your way to health. Understand? The process I am explaining is not even sleeping your way to health. It's only, health is only your one byproduct. Sleep your way to enlightenment. That's what exactly I am meaning. That's what exactly I am expressing. Sleep your way to enlightenment. Actually, if the effect of consciousness on your system becomes more and more, the effect of consciousness, even while your engrams are open. See, when your engrams are open means the tent is fully open. That's a waking state. And the tent is getting dismantled. That's a dream state. Tent is completely folded and kept as a pillow is deep sleep state. In all three states, this consciousness will start penetrating. Means the quality of sleep will become different, the quality of dream will become different, quality of waking state will become different. Own your body. Own your mind. Own your lifestyle. This is the solution. Understand? This is the solution for sleeping your way to enlightenment and sleeping your way to health. Own your body. When I say word, own your body, your own body, own it, build it as you want with yoga. Owning your body means, yes, that is the closest object you have. If you don't own your body, what do you mean? It is just there, like a garbage can. For most of us, it's there. Because it is dumped on you, you just dump everything on it. That's all, like a garbage can. Own your body. That's the first step for enlightenment. Sarira matrang kaladharma sadhanam. Means it is the body which is base for all achievements. Own your body. Feel it, it is yours. So design it as you want with yoga. Yogic body. Own your mind. It is yours. Design it so that never any suffering can touch you. Never any suffering can happen to you. Your own mind, just this very feeling, my mind, come on. Now I am designing it so that nobody can give me any suffering. No suffering can touch me. Same way, own your living. My life, come on, let me own it. I will make money only the way I enjoy. I will have the pleasures which I enjoy. I will choose my way of life. I will be conscious in every step, see that I achieve what I want. Own your body, own your mind, own your living, own your lifestyle. That is what I call yogic body, Vedic mind, Zen living. Yogic body, Vedic mind, Zen living. Do not live inside a body which is not flexible or healthy. Come on, I am not interested in keeping the body like this. Put energy, time, bend your body, make it yogic. It is your body. Whole day you are living with it. Why are you unaware of it? Whole day let all your movements be such, it continuously become healthy, graceful, as you always wanted it. Own your mind. It's your mind. See that every thought you give life brings only joy to you, brings only bliss to you. Never any suffering, never any disturbance. Your mind, mend it, weave it as you want, train it as you want, tame it as you want. I cannot tolerate people who suffer with engrams. Understand? The worst sinners, how can these people say, your mind? How can you say, no, I don't know what to do, I know this is wrong, but I am suffering with it? Why don't you just disappear? No, even that is not a right punishment. My mind, let me own it. It is time, I take ownership. Let me live as I want. Maybe in the past I failed, but now it is time. Let me weave as I want. Let me design as I want. Own your mind. The mind which is based on Vidya is Vedic mind. Knowledge, truth is Vedic mind. Which does not bring suffering to you is Vedic mind. And Zen living. When I say Zen living, meditative living. Infuse awareness into every action. Walking, talking, sitting, moving, breathing. Infuse awareness into everything. Slow down. In every action, slow down. Let it be more with awareness. That is what I call infusing awareness. Buddha once beaten a fly on his face. Immediately he comes back to awareness and does the same thing again with awareness slowly. Disciple asks, what are you doing? The fly has died. He says, no, that is what. I did it unconsciously. So now I am doing prayaschitta. Doing the same movement consciously. Any movement you did unconsciously, do it again consciously. That is a prayaschitta. If you unconsciously got up from the bed, no, sit again. Move consciously. Bring it back. Bring your center back. Any movement done unconsciously, do it again consciously. And see that you are constantly aware and conscious of everything. You will easily sleep your way to enlightenment. Whole day when you are aware and conscious, whole night you will be aware and conscious. Whole night being aware is sleeping your way to enlightenment. Understand these three things. First, the truth about sleep. By your nature, you are timeless, nameless, formless. But the engrams create the name, form, time. the world. So, when your nature takes over you, takes over your nervous system, it rewinds itself, recoils itself, recalls itself to its nature. So the tent is packed. The packed tent, see, the open tent is a waking state. Tent getting dismantled is the dream state. The packed tent is the deep sleep state. Too much of interest, attachment in the engrams creates sleep disorder, insomnia. Reducing the engrams into thoughts by removing attachment. See, the pillars which holds the tent is attachment. The cloth is thought. If the pillar is not there, it can be just winded up and kept under as a pillow. Pillar is attachment. The cloth is thought, and the established pillar with the cloth is engram. Reducing that engram into thought is one of the best powerful process for sleeping your way to enlightenment. I can give you another one technique, direct technique. Sitting and meditating in the darkness, on darkness, in darkness, on darkness. Which is the nature of deep sleep. Meditate on deep sleep consciously. One night meditation is more than enough to get you out of any sleep disorder. One night, if you can sit and meditate on darkness consciously, any sleep disorder will disappear. Insomnia or chronic fatigue, any sleep disorder will disappear. Vedic mind, yogic body, Zen living will directly lead you to health and enlightenment using your just ordinary sleep. Nothing else is required. Your ordinary sleep will simply lead you to health and enlightenment itself. Understand the truth about the sleep and inspire yourself to live with yogic body, Vedic mind and Zen living. You will sleep your way to health and enlightenment itself. Let you all sleep your way to enlightenment, radiate and achieve enlightenment, live and radiate the eternal bliss Nityananda. Thank you.
All that I taste, all that I smell, I offer to you, Swami Nityananda. All that I see, all that I hear, I offer to you, Swami Nityananda. Like this dance, and this song, and this joy, I surrender to you. All that I feel, all that I am, I offer to you, Swami Nityananda. Uragaram, Karunavataram, Samsara Saram, Bhujahendraharam, Sada Vasantam, Hridayaravinде, Bhavam Bhavani, Sahitam Namami. All of my dreams,
Sadashivasamarambam Shankaracharyamadhyamam Asmadacharyaparyantam Vande Guru Paramparam. Vedic tradition, the masters of science of holistic living. When I use the word Vedic tradition, I mean a huge, unimaginable civilization. The depth and the breadth in the civilization worked about life, all aspects of life, starting from birth, education, childhood, adulthood, sex, marriage, the way of classifying people, way of leading every individual to the excellence in his own line, law and order, creating wealth, storing wealth and distributing wealth, clothing, food, God. And ultimately the science of leaving the body, death. In every line, the contribution, unimaginable contribution. Just yesterday, I was reading an article, Stephen Hawking taking on God. He says, God has not created the world. Very beautifully he describes. It's a spontaneous happening. Amazing way is described. And all of you may be aware of Stephen Hawking, who wrote Brief History of Time. If I'm asked, I'll keep the book in the standard of Nyaya Sutras and Vaiseshika Sutras. After the Ganana and Gautama, nobody is able to penetrate to the depth of the truths of time like Stephen Hawking. Even yesterday what he revealed, this is the word I want to use, not what he wrote, revealed. Because I feel he is Rishi. He should be kept in the category of Rishi. If he was in India, we would have worshipped him as a rishi and respected him as a rishi. What he revealed, no Vedic master will oppose, because the clarity on what is God, even if he does not agree with our clarity, we will have patience. Can you spend a little more time with us explaining? Can you elaborate to make our logic catch up with you? You will be surprised, in the whole Vedic tradition, we have only something called Prasna Uttara, question and answer. When Buddha comes, ready to take everybody one step further, all the Brahmanas, the Vedic priests, drop their Shrukshruva, Homas, Yajnas, go and sit at the feet of Buddha and evolve. When Shankara comes and ready to take people one step higher than the Buddha, all the Buddhists, they drop everything and go and sit at the feet of Shankara. When Nagarjuna comes from the Buddhist tradition and ready to take everybody one step higher than Shankara, all the Shankarites drop their danda and everything, go out and sit at the feet of Nagarjuna. The greatness of Vedic tradition. Ready, always ready to listen, listen, listen. Whoever takes us one step further, ready to surrender, ready to go behind, ready to experiment, the most scientific tradition. Masters of holistic living. An amazing revelation. What he revealed is exactly what Upanishads describe. A spontaneous, independent, intelligent happening. He bases his whole creation on a certain law, which is beyond law. No Vedic master will oppose Stephen, because that is exactly the truth. Maybe Stephen needs one last push to experience that inside him. What has happened in him as a revelation, if it becomes experience, he will write few more things. He can complete all his revelations. He can make a real last statement like Zen masters. I was so happy to see a scientist describing the experience of creation so beautifully, so perfectly in the Western language, where the mainstream society can understand. Unfortunately, the religious leaders, they see God also in their own personality, as if a power center. So they can't understand God without being a power center. Please understand, every center is power. Only then you will understand there is no power center. Every center is power is the truth. When you understand that, only then the holistic lifestyle evolves. That is why In the Vedic tradition, not just a person who invented theories and truths about God is Rishi. Every person who dedicates his life to any center of life, reveals truths in any center of life, is Rishi, is power. I have a list of people. Sushruta, father of surgery, who is master of Ayurveda. Ayurveda is one of the greatest gift to the world from the Vedic civilization. Bhaskara, father of astronomy. Chanakya, father of economy, economics. Aryabhatta, who invented calculus and algebra. Panini, father of grammar. Agastya, who father of electricity. I can go on and on and on. Here I have something more. Vyamanika Shastra, science of aerodynamics. Visha Shastra, science of poison. Malla Shastra, science of bodybuilding. I can say on each thing, I can speak for days. I only wanted to tell you one thing. Today, as my message. Two ways of keeping this Vedic tradition alive. One, studying and doing research and development in whatever was revealed already. Second, having patience for any new revelation from any corner of the world. Vedic tradition again and again says, all the great knowledge, let it reach us from all corners of the world. From all corners of the world. When it comes from Stephen Hawking, don't have a shield. Don't think, oh, how can he talk about God? I am here wearing this robe and sitting in this seat for years and studying about God for years in great theological seminaries, discussing, debating. How can he knows more about God than me? No. A rishi from Vedic tradition can never think of that way. He can only have passions. Can you explain with a little more words? Can I have a little more time with you? Is it possible to learn what you talk in my language, in my logic, in my understanding? Have these two. This is my message. One, try to explore whatever is revealed in different lines of Vedic tradition and keep your being open for more and more new revelation. Vedic tradition is the only tradition which can update itself because there is no last word. Our Shastras can be updated, can be commented, can be interpreted and reinterpreted. Understand? There are some sutras like a Shruti, Upanishads, which cannot be altered. But you can comment on it. You cannot alter the original sutra, but you can comment on it. But other Smriti and all you can even alter. So we have many lines. Sutra is the revelation. Bhashya is the commentary. And Vartika, commentary on commentary. Then Tika, commentary on commentary on commentary. So when a sutrakara, when an incarnation happens and reveals the sutras, his first line disciples who expand that are commentators, bhashyakaras. His next line disciples who write Vartika on the commentary, they are called Vartikakaras. The third line disciples who write Tika on Vartika, they are called Tikakaras. So, the possibility for updation, commentary, expansion is kept alive in the Vedic tradition. People who have so much confidence about their revelation and their contribution to that tradition allow the updation and commentary, who are very clear, very confident about their commentary, their revelation, their contribution can never be destroyed, can never be taken away, cannot be abused. That is the courage you need to allow people to comment, allow people to update, allow people to interpret. Have these two, explore as much as possible the lifestyle depth of Vedic tradition, and add as much as possible the essence of tradition in every aspect of your life. That's the first thing. Second thing, keep yourself completely open for all new possibilities, for new expressions. That is the only way to keep the Vedic tradition alive. So live Vedic tradition, live and radiate enlightenment. Live and radiate the eternal bliss. Nityananda. Thank you.
All that I taste, all that I smell, I offer to you, Swami.
शिवसमारम्भा शङ्कराचार्यमध्यमा अस्मदाचार्यपर्यन्ता वन्दे गुरुपरम्परा. I welcome you all with my love and respects. Today's subject is a revival of Vedic tradition. Why is the need of the hour? Because this is the last hour human consciousness is having. If you don't revive, this is going to be the last hour. Vedic tradition is the only tradition, please understand, one and only tradition which can give spiritual solution for all the problems of the human consciousness. Whether it is the problems of inner world questions and quest like life, death, body, mind, consciousness, or the social problems, peace, unity, love, existing together, coexistence, ahimsa, or the personal relationship level problems, understanding each other, accepting each other, or creating wealth without sucking others' blood, cutthroat lifestyle, consumeristic lifestyle. I tell you, these are the major problems humanity is facing, which really makes us feel. I wanted to add some more really. Makes us feel this may be the last hour of the planet Earth, because the unconsciousness of the human beings and the ability to destroy others through weapons, not just the traditional weapons like atomic bombs and all that, chemical weapons. And now something new is happening, ideological weapons, spreading ideas through media and communication systems and dismantling certain unique lifestyles, tribes, way of living in the planet Earth. Understand? There are few tribes whose lifestyles have been dismantled, destroyed so badly, the great art tradition and the extraordinary powers they were having, whole science has left planet Earth. The science of herbs, the science of living with nature, science of handling the extraordinary powers. Just yesterday, I saw a YouTube clip of a shaman levitating, so casually. A shaman is a group of spiritual souls, a spiritual tradition from South Africa. Very casually, just he's chanting some mantra and he's levitating 4 feet above the sky. And after a few minutes is relaxing. It was a lifestyle. You don't need to gather around some enlightened master and do all kinds of pranayam, then slowly levitate after 4 days or 3 days. It was a lifestyle for certain tribes, certain spiritual groups. But so much of color has been lost. So much of variety has been lost because of this. But trying to globalize everything under one brand. Same way, we need to understand the nature-based cultures. That's the right word I wanted to say. The traditions and cultures which understands nature is a living intelligence, who are interested in coexisting with nature, not abusing it, exploiting it. Vedic tradition grew up with Ganges and Himalayas. Grew up with nature. Coexistence. The tradition which has spiritual solution for all possible problems, happened, happening, yet to happen. All the major problems planet Earth is facing now, wars, ideological conflicts, and economically depriving one section. You will be surprised. Just a handful of people in the world are having around 60% of the wealth of planet Earth. Just 4 communities, 4 group. Just 4 group. It means the whole world is serving that 4 group. Enormous wealth is accumulated, centered under a few people. Whoever has 6 feet body has a right over whatever exists on the planet Earth. Because planet Earth provided everything for all the people, whoever has 6 feet body. So all 6 feet bodies, when I say 6 feet, I don't mean exactly 6 feet, I mean just the body, the human body. All the human bodies have a right over whatever exists. Just few people depriving other bodies is a root of violence, source of violence. I tell you, these major dangers human society is facing: terrorism, consumerism, which is responsible for terrorism, and conflict ideologies or ideological conflicts, and the diseases which are spreading rapidly because of consumerism, not only in the level of food, cloth, furnitures, lifestyle, even in the level of music, sex, lifestyle, in all levels. HIV is just because of consumerism in the level of sex. That is responsible for HIV. And obesity, consumerism in the level of food, So many psychological disorders are just because of consumerism in the level of music. Music which creates so much of restlessness. So much of violence because of the visuals which are creating restlessness. So in every way, we are heading towards the last hour of planet Earth. If we take responsibility and revive this great Vedic tradition, the other day I was reading an article, the future religion has to be accepting many gods or all gods. Only the religion which accepts many gods or all gods can give peace, permanent solution for all religious terrorism on the planet Earth. If you want a permanent solution for the religious terrorism on the planet Earth, the Vedic tradition, the Hindu tradition is the only solution which accepts many gods or all gods. We don't have problem. Any number of gods, Rama, Krishna, Shiva, Buddha, Jesus, Muhammad, all of us can coexist in one puja room. Happily. We don't have problem. We don't have devil who need to be rejected. Even the Yama, Lord of Death, is one more God for us. The Lord of Destruction and Rejuvenation, Mahadeva, Shiva, is God for us. So we don't have devil, we don't have demon. Even destruction is taken care by God under the controlled condition, in deep compassion, for rejuvenation. When the earth is overloaded, Krishna comes and he does the whole destruction, rejuvenation under the control condition. So even for that, we don't need to depend on devil. God takes care of that job also. Devil is out of job in Vedic tradition. So understand, it is time. It is time that we revive Vedic tradition, which accepts all gods, which is ready to coexist with all gods. We are happy with all way of systems of eating, all systems of clothing, all systems of furnitures, all lifestyles. Each system originated in each state is original. See the variety of dressing and eating in India. The difference between one state and the other state is much more than difference between one country and the other country. If you just travel 100 kilometers, you will see just totally different world. In food, the housing construction method, or the clothing, or the language, or the lifestyle, or the religion. You can't imagine, oh God, morning I was in a different country and evening I'm in a different country or what? 100 kilometers is more than enough to see totally different world in India. And peacefully coexisting. That's the most funny part. We do not want companies, missionaries, machineries, which makes all of us like one mold, which takes away our unique way of lifestyle, our unique way of existing. Please understand, every tribe needs to be kept alive as they are. Every tradition need to be kept alive as they are. Every lifestyle, every food tradition, every clothing tradition, every housing method, every way of furnitures should be kept alive as it is. To tell you honestly, this seat is not more costly than an ordinary middle class executive chair. People think, oh, it's ego, too costly, luxury. No. This seat on which I am sitting is surely not more costly than any middle class CEO's chair in any company in India or any office in India. There are so many brands, the furniture brands. Their medium level furniture is more costly than this seat. And this is not that comfortable. You need to be sitting straight, only then you can sit in this. But I wanted this kind of furniture just to retain the tradition. Only when I made one more seat for my priest and put, I understood. Even if you put the golden throne, he doesn't want to sit there. Because it is not that comfortable, you don't know. Only if you sit, you will understand. You need to sit straight. Only then you can sit in that. Rarely when I am in samadhi, I just put the body, rest on it. But you can't sit in this posture in which I am sitting now for a long time in this seat. You have to be a yogi, only then you can sit in this throne. The design of the very throne will let only yogis to sit on it. Others can't sit on it. Others can't use it. It's a independent intelligence by its own design. Understand? The Vedic tradition has unique thing in everything, in every level. Whether it is food, cloth, housing, furniture, dance, or medicine, in anything. Let us revive it, because this is the only tradition which can allow varieties, means which has a breadth and broadness for coexistence, which can coexist, which is based on ahimsa, non-violence, which does not claim the monopoly in any line. So I sincerely request all of you to stand strong, live and radiate Vedic tradition in every step, so that this may not be the last hour of planet Earth. As predicted, and not only as predicted by the many of the ancient Western civilizations, as getting executed by the modern Western civilization. Let's not allow it. More than the word Western civilization, I think this word, the materialism-based civilization, because it's not that India is just moving, keeping itself away. So it is time we get back to Vedic tradition. Keep it alive, it will keep you alive. Keep Vedic tradition alive, that will keep you alive. Let's all live and radiate the Vedic tradition, live and radiate the eternal bliss, Nityananda. Thank you.
All that I taste, all that I smell, I offer
Sadashivasamarambham Shankaracharya-madhyamam Asmadacharya-paryantam Vande Guru-paramparam. I welcome you all with my love and respects. Today the subject is 5 techniques for stress-free life. I tell you, stressing anything, including technique, will make your life stress. I can give you 1,000 techniques for stress-free life. But if you start stressing the necessity of those techniques, you have stress. Without stress, you simply moving your right hand or left hand or head or body itself is a technique for stress-free life. Any simple movement in choicelessness is technique for stress-free life. So from morning till night, whatever you do, make it with understanding and choicelessness. That is an important thing. Do it out of free will. Anything you do, whether cooking or walking, talking, sitting and watching TV, or going to your job, eating, anything you do, add technical information about that into your system. Even breathing, add technical information about that in your system. Thinking, add technical information about that in your system. When I say technical information, how you are breathing, why you are breathing, where it is going to lead, is it going to lead you to where you want, or if your goal is something else, how to change your breathing for that. Same way for thinking. What you are thinking, why you are thinking, where is it leading you, is it going to lead you to the same space you want, or is it leading somewhere else, then how to change. That's all. Add technical information to all your actions. About walking, talking, breathing, doing anything. See, now you are ready for doing Guru Puja. Add complete technical information about that to your being. What am I doing? Where is it going to lead me? And what way this is going to help what I want. Completely being in tune with the technical information. When you are not in tune with the technical information, that is where the conflict and the stress starts. The problem is sometimes you want 2-3 different things which are self-contradicting. Now even that, if you bring right technical information about everything, then you will know very clearly which one to choose. And you are intelligent enough to know that you need to choose sometime only one, because only one can have place in your heart, your inner space. Only one can be done by your body. Only one can be experienced by your mind. Only one can be happening in you. So bringing that technical information clarifies the whole being. So I tell you, If the technical information is brought, everything you do is a technique for stress-free life. If the technical information is not added, even technique will add more stress in you. I know thousands of people stressed about not being meditating, are very stressed to meditate. Oh, today I have not done my kriya, today I have not done my meditation. Highly stressed. What for you want to do meditation? To be stress-free. What a funny mental setup. The action or technique is not directly going to help you to be stress-free. The technical information is what going to make you stress-free. Understand? The action or technique is not going to make you stress-free. Technical information, that is going to make your life stress-free. Maybe I can give you some few techniques, kind of anesthesia for instant pain relief. For half an hour you will be stress-free because you are diverted to some other direction. But if you want stress-free life, you need technical information. If you want stress-free 1 hour, I can give you 5 techniques. Each technique will put you out of stress for 1 hour, 2 hours. But if you want stress-free life, then technical information about your whole day is needed. Iron out your whole day. Now it is too much in chaos. Iron it out. Ironing out your whole life is what I call spiritual routine. For some time, you need to spend in a clear routine. Even the Parivrajaka sannyasis, agoris, nagas, even those sannyasis who are wandering all over the world, even they stay in one place between Guru Purnima and Navaratri, the Chaturmasya. They observe Chaturmasya. They stay in one place and go through a kind of a spiritual routine just to iron out their whole life. Means adding technical information to whatever they are doing and making them stress-free. I can say this is one of the first teaching I want to give for all the ashramites and for the people who are dedicating their whole life for the spiritual enlightenment. If you have dedicated your whole life for enlightenment, this is the first thing you need to do. Ironing out your whole day. Everything you do should be consciously chosen by you and being celebrated or getting celebrated or celebrating celebration by you. Morning when you get up, why you brush? Why you clean your body? Why you take bath? Even those simple things, from that start. Is it directly adding, is taking bath, is it directly leading me to my goal, enlightenment? If it is not, can anything be done? It gives me enlightenment also. Then apply the ash, Bhasma Snana. And when you pour the water, cold water on the body, feel the cold, feel the water all over the body. Let Vipassana be added to your bath. Means Vipassana means being in the boundary. You will see, when you are in the boundary and take bath, bathing not only purifies your body, it cleanses your mind. Because you never stay inside your body when you take bath. You are there somewhere and imagining, visualizing, fantasizing, duetting and what not. When you wake up from the bed, you should be completely having control over your body and inside the boundary. Just for 5 minutes, feel, yes, everything is working properly. Checking. I am there, I am here, yes. I am available to my body is available to me. Just with this simple clarity, take bath. Not only your body, mind will also be cleansed. Every step you do, same way if you have a right technical information, you will never feel lazy to do your morning exercise or yoga. It is lack of technical information which is not letting you do the technique. Lack of technical information leads you to the uselessness of technique, and how many thousand techniques are supplied to you. It will be just few days, like an initial fantasy. Then suddenly you will see, when the technical information is lacking, the technique has no more power over you, or you are not inspired anymore. It's like more stress to do the technique. Same way, any action you do, go on having clarity, technical information, till you fall asleep. When you fall asleep, remember, is this sleeping going to help me for enlightenment? What way I can use this sleeping for enlightenment? If you just consciously fall asleep, the whole few hours you are in bed is samadhi. Nidra samadhi sthitihi. Samadhi. So, consciously falling asleep is going to lead you to enlightenment. So now, understand the essence. I have given you the basic technique to make your whole life stress-free, one. But as these guys requested, I can give 5 techniques also. Morning, taking bath, consciously. Consciously take bath, take shower. That's the first technique. And consciously have your breakfast. And whatever your morning routine, whether it is going to office or going to school or going back to bed, do it consciously. And again, lunch, eat consciously. And again, dinner, eat consciously. And night, when you fall asleep consciously. 5 simple techniques which you can never avoid. Because anyhow you are going to do all these 5. You may take exemption 1 or 2 days for taking bath. But otherwise all these 5 are going to be your life. So, simple technique, when I say the word simple technique, I am saying which you don't need to do something extra. These 5 are already part of your life. So just have technical information about all these 5. All these 5 will become technique for stress-free life. So, have technical information and be stress-free. Live and radiate enlightenment. Live and radiate the eternal bliss, Nityananda. Thank you. सदाशिवसमारम्भां शङ्कराचार्यमध्यमाम् अस्मदाचार्यपर्यन्तां वन्दे गुरुपरम्पराम्. I welcome you all with my love and respects. Today's subject is Himalayas. The heaven and the earth. Only one word I need to alter in the title they gave. The heaven on heaven. It is never on the earth. It's never on the earth. We may be able to reach from earth. That does not mean it is on the earth. There is nothing earthly in Himalayas. Even the earth in the Himalayas is not earthly. I don't know what all I can describe about Himalayas. Maybe I will describe the greatness of the physical existence of Himalayas. That's the most happening place in the consciousness. Just like New York, Tokyo, cities, most happening cities in the outer world. Same way, most happening place in the consciousness is Himalayas. All the biggest happenings happening in Himalayas as far as the consciousness concerned. Whether it is the greatest masters landing in the body or greatest masters taking over the bodies. See, great masters take over the prepared bodies to do their mission. That's what I call enlightenment. Enlightenment can be described even in this way. Great masters just vacate the ordinary will and make that will wither away and take over the body and start doing what they want. Whether great masters landing with a new body or landing on the existing bodies or relaxing from the physical body, all the great happenings go on happen in the Himalayas. Even physically, Himalayas is never same. Fastest growing mountain range is Himalayas. 5 millimeter per year. 5 millimeter is not a small joke. The other day I was seeing that BBC's, that Ganges documentary. It was just an ecstasy. How they describe Himalayas and Ganga. Only one thing I can say, that if you have not seen Himalayas, it's almost like you are missing one great dimension of your senses. See, it's like a born blind guy. You can't make him understand what he is missing by being blind from birth. You can't make him understand. Just undescribable. Same way, if you have not visited Himalayas, you can't even understand what you are missing in the level of senses. Same way, if you have not lived in Himalayas, you can never understand what you are missing in the level of mind. Because living in Himalayas teaches something completely different to the mind. Completely different. The other day I was talking that if somebody is not able to settle in my community, for some reason, if they ask for other option, I said that bowl lifestyle will be the lifestyle I will prescribe. Same way, if somebody is not able to, is not happy with this place and wanted the second option, any place, I will prescribe Himalayas. If the second option community they ask, I will prescribe bowls, and second option place if they ask, I will prescribe Himalayas. And bowl in Himalayas. Because it does something totally different. One winter you should spend in Himalayas. So much can happen in you. You have to become Hatha Yogi, nothing can be done. You will just become Hatha Yogi. If you want to become a Vedanti, just talking, all lousy, tall, go and settle in Kashi. If you want to become Hatha Yogi, means really achieving Yogi, Himalayas is the place. Because very lifestyle will make you Yogi. Even to have a cup of water, you need to climb up and down. For anything, your body needs to move. That's why they say that Tibetans are the people who live longer in the whole earth. Because their very lungs and the body is capable of living with less oxygen. The whole body evolves in such a new way, it can live with less oxygen. Life in Himalayas itself is tapas, yoga. What happens in Vegas stays in Vegas. But what happens in Himalayas in you stays with you. Not just stays in Himalayas. Understand? What happens in Vegas stays in Vegas. But what happens in Himalayas in you stays with you. It doesn't just stay in Himalayas. Himalayas is the place, the most conscious happening. It's again such a experience. It's one of the biggest problem. When the experience goes beyond certain frequency, it only expresses as a deep joy and sweetness in the body, never as words. And I'll have to pick up the words here and there, here and there, here and there, like this. Some statement, what happens in the Vegas stays in Vegas. People will be shocked. How can you connect Vegas and Himalayas? Because I don't have any words, I have to pick up all outrageous words. I have to look out of the box and all outlandish expressions. What to do? All the best things available in the planet Earth are gift of Himalayas to the civilization. Whether it is a great spiritual enlightenment philosophy or the amazing unimaginable, amazing Saraswati civilization in the banks of Saraswati, the first civilization. The extraordinary metaphysical discoveries of rishis. the yoga science, astrology, astronomy, vastu, gemology, what not, anything worthy in the planet Earth, it's from Himalayas. It's Himalayas which gave birth to the science of ahimsa, coexistence. It's Himalayas which gave birth to all great sciences available to the human beings today. Ganga, which still feeds 1/10 of the world population. 10% of the world population lives in the lap of Ganga. Please understand. It's from BBC's Ganges documentary. Even now, 10% of the world population lives just on one river's lap, Ganga. And Himalayas is responsible, Ganges is responsible for the rishis to have so much of free time and to contemplate and come up with the great metaphysical discoveries. All their basic needs are fulfilled just like that. And grand Himalayas in front. What will you do? You go on, get awestruck, wonderstruck. Your logic gets slapped every time by the unimaginable expression of the cosmos. So naturally you start diving into the mysteries of cosmos. I tell you, the geographical place where a religion originates plays a major role in the depth and purity of religion. Himalayas cannot be ruled by any socio-political laws. That is why the Upanishads and Vedic tradition is completely devoid of any socio-political rules. There is no socio-political part in Upanishads. Pure spiritual science, metaphysical discoveries, that's all. Just science, that's all. That is why still, even now, the sadhus who stay in Himalayas, they consider themselves as the sadhus of the headquarters. See, it's like ashramites who stay in this ashram. They always have the pride. They get the news first. They get the information first. They are in the people in the center of the cyclone, most happening place. So they always feel pride and feel they are little more than the ashramites who are staying in the branch ashrams. Because anything is received by them after these guys receive. So the same way, still in the Himalayas, that sadhus who stay in Himalayas, they claim that they are the headquarters sadhus. Whether in Kumbh Mela or anywhere, they get the first right. They are worthy. They are worthy of getting it, because whatever is said and done, Himalayas is Himalayas. I tell you, spending little time in Himalayas really shakes completely your idea of that whole life is secured. See, it's staying in cities where you know thoroughly how you are going to get into the car and what turn and everything, and how you are going to come back and lie down in your bed safely. And by living the same thing for 2-3 years, you forget that your life can have some turn. And you feel almost like everything is under your control. That is why a small ticket, speeding ticket, shakes your whole being. People shiver. I have seen If they get $100 speeding ticket, they have to pay $200 to a psychiatric doctor. No, really, I have seen people, just one speeding ticket, they have to visit immediately their psychiatrist for that fear stroke or fear attack and what not, and pay few $100 for that guy. Or even that anger and vengeance they cannot tolerate. They go to a lawyer and spend little more money to stop that speeding ticket. Because unable to handle even a small change. Too secured. I tell you, spend little time in Himalayas. Either visit or spend little time in Himalayas. It will teach you life. Because every moment it is different. When you go, the road will be open. After 1 hour when you want to come back, the road won't be open. Not only open, road will not be there. No, really. Just it will not be there, that's all. And you do not know how many more days it will take for the new road to be created. Suddenly you may need even to be airlifted through helicopters. Those helicopters are bought before the Indian independence. They are brought specially to give independence and freedom to people. Just life. You will just face life face to face. We do arrange so much, take care. But even then, just life is life in Himalayas. You will have a taste of adrenaline in your very tongue. Not just in your body. The adrenaline release will be so much, you will taste adrenaline in your tongue. Because the roads, you just see this side, and the speed with which Ganga is gushing, you will directly reach Calcutta. Before any 911 you call. In India there is no 911. Now they are trying to do 108. In some states they are successful. Like very efficient states like Gujarat and all, they are successful. But even then in Himalayas nothing. No 108, no 911. Maybe you can chant 108 times Shiva, 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 that's fine. That can give you much better help than any other 108. You'll just face life face to face. It's good to have the taste of life as it is, without any of your pseudo securities, 911s and any other pseudo securities. Even if your vehicles hit some other vehicle, I have not seen in Himalayas anybody fighting for these accidents. They will hit, they will say, it's okay, Baba, bye. They will not even get down to talk to each other, bye. And they will go, this guy will go, that's all. Because they know that's the way roads are, nothing can be done. And not like the secure cities where the ambulance chasing lawyers make more money than the people who got injured. Really. This contingency, ambulance chasing lawyers, they make more money than the persons who are injured. This is you will have just taste of life. And how people coexist, that's another one extraordinary thing. Just to be lived. To be lived. Just to be lived. The extraordinary silence which you would have never ever experienced in any city, even if you are staying in a suburb in one corner of any developed country. Unimaginable silence. You can just touch and feel the silence. The heaviness of silence. Once I lived without hearing any artificial sound for 7 days. Not human voice, no artificial sound. Means no sound which happens by human existence. Not even my own sound. 7 days I lived. I just wanted to catch this anahata dhvani. There is a sound which is uncreated, happening in your inner space. So I wanted to catch that sound. So I went and sat in one corner for 7 days. I could catch the glimpse of that anahata dhvani. I'll really recommend everybody to have at least one visit to Himalayas. You see, understand, I am not promoting our trip. Of course, this guy wanted me to talk about Himalayas for the mainly just to introduce these Himalayas to the world. If you can come with me, that is okay. Otherwise also, at least make one trip. Don't miss Himalayas in your life. Then you will really feel that you missed something really which need to be seen. Himalayas is the Las Vegas created by rishis. I can tell you, it's an extraordinary experience. It will just give you the taste of life. It will teach you life is not just under your control. Life is larger than what you think. I can say the Himalayas is not a just geographical journey. It's a psychological journey. When you go and come back, by the time you are back, you are a different personality. Because your pitta, liver is completely churned and your adrenaline is just blasted. And all hormones. I have seen people just falling into the extraordinary ecstasy and extraordinary joy, because in such a right proportion all these things are created and churned. When the understanding, spiritual understanding is also added by the master, it just puts you in ecstasy and bliss. Especially this trip, the theme is truth is. As I said, You are all going to appear in a documentary which is going to go to the International Film Festival. So, leave Himalayas. That's all. Let you all experience and radiate the eternal bliss. Nityananda. Thank you.
All that I taste, all that I smell, I offer to you, Swami Nityananda. All that I see, all that I hear, I offer to you, Swami Nityananda. Like this dance, and this song, and this joy, I surrender to you. All that I feel, all that I am, I offer to you, Swami Nityananda. Puragaram, Karunavataram, Samsarasaram, Bhujagendraharam, Sada Vasantam, Hridayarvinde, Bhavam Bhavani, Sahitam Namami. All of my dreams,
सदाशिवसमारम्भा शङ्कराचार्यमध्यमा अस्मदाचार्यपर्यन्ता वन्दे गुरुपरम्परा. The today's truth: live conflict free and stay young forever. You may think how living conflict free can make you live young forever. Understand the concept of time in the Vedic tradition. Because our rishis, our masters, know that time is one more matter which can be handled, manipulated, used as we want. They have created a clear understanding about time. Please understand, time is a matter, just like a chair on which you are sitting. The chair on which you are sitting, you can move wherever you want. You can either sit on it or you can sit on the ground. You can use as you want. Same way, just like that, time is a matter. What is aging after all? Look deeply into this idea of time and idea of aging. See, your body is made out of bio-memories. Means lot of thoughts and engraved memories, engrams, which inspires you, pushes you into actions. Thoughts, engraved memories which pushes you into actions. These two are the base material for your body. Thoughts are like a random, vague, as I said, that random fishes jumping. Engraved memories, the thoughts which you picked up again and again to work, those became engraved memory. These two are the base material. Please understand, I am revealing one of the important truth. The gap between one thought and the other thought is kshana, 1 unit of time in Vedic tradition. If you pick up more and more thoughts to make it into action, more and more engrams. Please understand, step by step. First, your body is made out of random thoughts and regularized engrams. Regularized engram means the thoughts which you again and again picked up to work, to make into reality. What for you are working. You are maybe even thinking is working. If you are thinking far in that particular direction again and again and again, it can be called as working. So, random thoughts like a fish is jumping in the lake, and specific thoughts which you again and again picked up, try to make into reality, try to infuse reality. So engrams, these two are the base material for your body. This is one truth. The other truth, the gap between one thought and the other thought is a kshana, means time. As long as there are only thoughts, there is no aging. Only when the engrams hit the thoughts or thoughts hit the engrams, the aging starts happening in your body. Please understand. When you pick up more and more thoughts and try to make them into reality, the conflict starts. 10 seconds before you picked up the thought of being in silence and trying to make it reality. 10 minutes after you are picking up the thought of going to the office and working wildly and making money, you want this thought to become reality. Then starts conflict. Aging starts happening when there is a fight between the engram and thoughts. If there is only thoughts, there is no aging. There is no aging. Only the fight between the engrams and thoughts in your muscles is responsible for aging. If you look little deeply, the time, which is a one more matter, itself has no power to destroy your consciousness. Then what is it that is adding so much of fear, insecurity and sense of aging on us? Please understand, the time itself has no power over your consciousness, but your inner space, in which consciousness is also part, struggles constantly with fear and insecurity of aging and getting destroyed or being lost. What is that? Suffering. What is the reason for suffering? What is that which is suffering? Look both. The reason for suffering is your thoughts and engrams having conflict. What is that suffering is the biomemory, which is made out of these two, the thoughts and engraved memories. It's a very, 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 very subtle, deep truth. I wanted you to understand this important fact. If you go and see the Kalabhairava in our ashram, in charge of security, is the Lord of Time, you will see he will be standing on the time shaft. Means he is the Lord of time shaft, who is beyond time shaft. If you see, he will be having his left leg in the front and right leg in the back. Funny thing is, the right leg represents the future, left leg represents the past. So he says, past comes before the future. Please understand. Now what I am going to utter is past. Please understand. What I am going to utter is past. What I am going to say is past. What I am going to do in next 1 hour is past. I am not saying what I did is past. What I am going to do is past. You may think, what? What is happening here? Anything which is going to happen, as you understand, is the conflict between the thought and engrams. I don't know whether you are able to catch. Anything which is going to happen is the fight and conflict between thought and engrams, means time, which is already defined. Anything already defined is past. So the layer of your thought and engram which is projected further, even if it has not yet happened, it is past. It is past. You understand? It is standing. It is standing, but it is past because already it is projected. And the moments you spent in the past without the fight between thought and engrams is future, even though it is already lived. Listen. The moments you are going to spend in conflict between the thoughts and biomemory, thoughts and engrams, even it is not lived, because it is already projected, it is past. The moments you spent without having fight between the thoughts and engrams, even if it is already spent, it is future. Emptiness. The aging process is quickened if more and more thoughts hit engrams, or if more and more efforts are made to make thoughts into engrams. Now, stopping the conversion process of thoughts into engrams is unclutching. The process of converting thoughts into engrams is an automatic process when you are clutched. Stopping that conversion is unclutching. That is what I call conflict-free life. Either just go on fulfilling engrams, then they will become thoughts, they will get diluted and become thoughts. Or go on having thoughts, don't create engrams. Just sitting and something is going on, like a breeze. It's like a dreams passing by. Both will not let aging happen in you. When thoughts are getting converted into engrams, that is where the conflict starts happening, the aging starts happening, your muscles get tired, the aging process is working on you, time is creating its impact on you. Your inner space, which is mixture of the pure consciousness and thoughts and engrams, will start experiencing chaos only when the thoughts and engrams hit each other. Try to overlap onto other space. Actually, if the engrams becoming thoughts will not have much difficulty, much problem. But thoughts becoming engrams will create deep tiredness in you. See, all catharsis process which I am teaching you, either shouting or screaming or crying or releasing, is nothing but diluting engram into thoughts so that you can unclutch easily from it. All catharsis process, including samana balancing. See, samana balancing is a subtle part of engrams becoming thoughts. A reversal of engrams becoming thoughts. What you do in the life is making thoughts into engrams. That is what we call pravritti marga. And converting engrams into thoughts is what we call nivritti marga in Sanskrit. Understand? If you are moving towards nivritti marga, you will stay young forever. If you are moving towards pravritti marga, you will get aged very quickly. Aging is directly related to your inner space. The idea which you carry about you in the inner space directly reflects on your body. You can see the Indian middle-aged women are more aged, I can say at least twice more aged than a Western middle-aged woman. Because for an Indian middle-aged woman, after 2 kids, her life is done. Nothing more to be done. Nothing more to be done. But in the West, it's not like that. There is a life. There is life. There is something more to do. So your inner space, what it feels about you, is going to reflect directly on the physical aging. One devotee asked me in US when my father died. My father died by the age of 50. And he asked very innocently, will your mother not remarry? She can't imagine my mother is going to live without getting one more marriage. In India, you can't imagine after 40 a woman getting remarried. See the complete contra. She cannot imagine my mother is going to live without getting remarried. In India, you cannot imagine. Forget about planning or failing and all that. Even a thought will not cross in the mind of one more marriage. Because if you have 2 kids, your life is over. That is why quick aging means done, what next? But when there is, in the West, the idea is different. There is so much to be done. Means, understand. It may feel like so much to be done idea and converting thought into engrams are conflicting. Please understand, so much to be done means you are expecting the moments happened in your past which are future. As I said, there are moments happened in your past where there is no conflict between the thought and engram. That's what I call the space of excitement, happiness. When you wait for that, which is up, even though it has happened in the future, which is past, you are waiting for that past in the future. So there is a constant excitement, the aging does not happen. Understand, I am just completely breaking your idea of past, future and present. Past is not past as you think. Future is not future as you think. What you think you are going to do today is already past. Whatever few moments yesterday you had without conflict between the thought and the engrams is future. Even though it has already happened, it is future. So having more and more space of future in the past is the anti-aging. So push more and more time into future. I can say push more and live more and more time without conflict and send it to the past, you have future. The ultimate bank balance you can create for the future is putting more and more time in the past without conflict between the engram and thought. So that account directly comes to you as future. If you want to save money for your future, the only long-lasting wealth is the time you spend in the past without the conflict between the thought and engram. Because that is going to come back to you. It will be reimbursed. They say, na, money back offer. Whatever you spend in our shop, 10% money back. Same way, whatever time you spend in Jnanapeetham, 100% time back. Whatever time you spend in unclutching, 100% time back guarantee. Just be unclutched. Do not allow your thoughts and engrams to fight. As much as you can, you will see the bio-memories will become so soft, no fight. Every moment you go on spending is future, not past. Even if you have not lived, the moments already you planned with the conflict between the thought and engram is past, over, done, you are aged. That is what happens to the middle-aged Indian women. They are done. Whatever they think is going to happen is already planned. What is their life? Going to get up and fight with the daughter-in-law and have some gossip with others and over, okay. It's already lived, done. So aging. When it is done, they have finished living their future with their engram and thoughts. Means whatever they have is not future, it is past. That is why body also acts as if already it is past. Your body is intelligent enough to respond to your inner space. It's already past, over. So then body says, hey, what am I going to do? Come on, let's fast forward. Quick, pack up. I tell you, push more and more time into your chronological past without fight between the engram and thoughts. That is your bank balance future. That will straight away come as future. Will never let aging happen in you. I tell you, for the planet Earth, today I have given one of the greatest gift. Not as pride. I have opened the huge Vedic Pandora box. Just like unclutching, when it is applied with anything, creates a new philosophy. I am telling you this one truth today which I revealed. Apply with everything, with lust, with anger, with fear, with greed. Use this key to solve all the problems of life. It will become a new religion. This is the philosophy of Kala Bhairava. The truth of Kala Bhairava. The past, the chronological past, which is represented by the left leg, is in the front. The chronological future, which is represented by the right leg, is in the back. Understand the theory of Kala. If you have projected with the fight between the thought and the engram, even if it has not yet happened, it is past. if you have not projected, if there was a gap between the thought and engram, the fight between the thought and engram was not there, those moments, even though chronologically happened, it is your future. Same thing with your lust, fantasy. Please understand, if there is no fight between your thought and engram, if the act has happened, it is tantra. If there is a fight between your thought and engram, even if the act has happened, it is just masturbation with another body, which is not going to let you rest in peace, which is only going to add more and more and more load. In every step, I tell you, in every step, the same idea. If all your sex is a past, you are already old. If all your sex was future, embedded in the past, you have a great future. I can say, just analyze this truth and understand 1,000 questions about the sexology will be answered. Same way, wealth, money. The time you spent with wealth, if there was no conflict between your thought and engram, means the fulfillment, contentment, aparigraha, you have future. If it was spent with the fight between the thought and the engrams, whatever wealth you might have had or you are going to have, it is going to be poverty. The bioenergy, health, fear, everything can be solved with this one truth. The truth about past, present and future, Kala. Now, sit and go on digging your each problem with this one truth. Churn your each problem with this one truth. Grind your each problem with this one truth. Whether it is money or relationship or sex or aging, I tell you, you will straight away hit the solution. You will straight away hit the solution. When you hit the solution, the past which you created, in future, please understand, the past which you projected, in future is ghost. When you kill that, that is the skull which Kal Bhairava is having in his hand. The unlived life. See the skull which Kal Bhairava is having in his hand, anything you put it in that skull, it will swallow. It will swallow. That is why so many people gave Bhiksha, but the skull itself swallows. Kal Bhairava is hungry. Shiva never got anything. Then comes Devi, Annapurani. Please understand, Shiva goes and stands, Bhiksham Jnana Vairagya Siddhyartham Bhiksham Dehi Cha Parvati. Oh Devi, give me the food for Jnana and Vairagya. Means not to project my past into the future and destroy my life by quickly aging. And Devi gives the grain of the great truth, knowledge of not projecting your past into the future. Means I can say your fight between the engram and the thought into the future and bringing yourself to the present, to this understanding. I can say you don't even have to practice anything, just this understanding. When the grains are offered into that skull, see, the greatness about the time is just the understanding is enough, nothing much needs to be practiced. With this understanding, scan all your problems, that skull will just disappear. That ghost will just disappear. The ghost will just disappear. That is what is meant by when Devi put the food. She put little in the skull. The skull was enjoying So she purposely dropped a little bit outside the skull on the ground. The skull felt the taste of the food so much, it just jumped to eat that food, and Shiva was freed of the skull and he was liberated. Understand? Just this understanding. Look, oh God. This is what is the problem in my sex. This is what is the problem in my money. This is what is the problem in my relationships. When there is no conflict in your thought and biomemory, the other person with whom you are living, our thought and biomemory, the time you spend together is so fulfilling, so satisfying. That is what I call the time you are in relationship. All other time spent together is not relationship. Maybe rationalship. Trying to rationalize why I am like this, why she is like this. I can say the A and E changes its place. Relationship and rationalship. Everything, look with this one truth. Your past is not past as you think. Your future is not future as you think. How to make your past into, how to have more future means let your past be filled with the future. So naturally your future will be pure future. There is no aging. There is no aging. Understand? When you relax into the space of conflict-free zone, Yama, Lord of Death, when he tries to take you, please understand, the pasa rope, the rope which he is using, is the conflict between the thought and engram. Means attachment. Attachment only makes your thought into engram. That is the rope which he uses, pasha, to take the life out of body, means to make the aging process complete. When Lord of Yama throws that pasha on you, because your inner space is not converting thoughts into engrams, that pasa, that rope will fall on the pure consciousness which is Shiva, and he will destroy Yama. It will just fall on Shiva, whom you are holding. Like how Markandeya was holding, he was holding on to the Shivalinga, and Yama came and threw his pasha. And because he was holding on to Shivalinga, it did not fall on Markandeya, it fell on Shiva. And Shiva kicked the Yama. The usual process. So just all you need is do not allow the thought to get converted into engram. Thoughts are not enemies as we think. Don't worry. It is just simple poor fishes jumping for their food or fun. But you taking note and trying to give food or trying to give some ball for them to play. No, they are all dolphins. They don't have any ball. See, we should be very generous. Why not get some balls and balloons for them to play? Why not make their life more entertaining? Now they have the load of kicking the ball. Till then it was a fun. If they want, they jump. If they don't want, they don't. Once you provide the ball and food, buffered rice, now they have to eat, they have to play. The whole thing is routine now. That is where the play and fun becomes game. Let play and fun not become game in your life. Game means the winning and losing and prize. Play means just. Fun means just. So any thought which just happens is play and fun. But when it becomes engram, it's a game. Game is the most dangerous thing. Fun is the most funny thing. Understand, do not allow the kala spasha, the emas, noose in your inner space to convert thought into engram. You will see the noose will fall on Shiva and Shiva will kick Yama, and Yama, because already he got one kick, he will never come near you. When he sees you are there holding Shiva. That's all is the whole science of aging. I have not only given the science of aging, the solution for anti-aging, not just mentally, it will directly work physically. Understand, apply this now in your breathing. When your breathing happens, just see what kind of thoughts are raising. And just see what kind of thoughts are raising. When you are exhaling, what kind of thoughts are raising. What kind of thoughts are getting intertwined with your inhaling and exhaling. Just sit with it. You will suddenly see you are not abusing your future by projecting past, by living it, by creating a hanging bridge on it. Same way, you are adding more and more empty space into your past, which is your bank balance, which is going to be reimbursed. Let your past be reimbursable future. Let your future be free from the load of the past. You have no aging. Simple science of anti-aging. And I tell you, this truth is so doable, so practical, just practical. If you sit with this truth, the understanding will happen in so many levels. With this understanding, scan your death fear engrams, scan your desire engrams, scan your guilt engrams, scan your suffering engrams, pain engrams. We can do one more NSP. Actually, let me do today. Today I'll make you guys go through the 7 layers with this one understanding. This one understanding. I tell you, I am not just assuring, I am promising in front of the camera. I know around the world people are watching. I am promising I'll make you guys have the body like Mahavatar Baba. You can simply see, the science of the body which Mahavatar Baba carries is, this is what is the science. What body Mahavatar Baba is carrying, this is the science. Just scan and have the honesty of killing that ghost, the Trishul. Trishul is the honesty. The Trishul which Kalbhairava carries, this is the honesty of killing that ghost, that Kapala, Brahma Kapala. Understand? When Brahma created this whole world, it was a fun, play. For a moment, he made it as a game. That moment is the 5th head. And Shiva cut that. Hey, play should be play. Why are you making it as a game? It's like I tell the temple priest, come on, sit in the golden throne. And it's a play. And suddenly if the fellow thinks, I think I am also equal to Swamiji. When somebody touches his feet, I think, great. How the gold throne looks. Let us feel and see. Then comes the 5th head. And what to do? The play has become game. So now, let us convert the game into play. Let us come back game into play and play the whole fun of life. Life is not worthy at all to be played as game. Even death can be gamed as play. Understand? Life should not be played as game. Even death should be gamed as play. That's all. That's all is the essence of whole thing. Essence of whole thing, nothing else. And it's direct prasada from Shiva, Kala Bhairava. Understand? I am honestly telling you. Only when I walked into the hall, the title was given to me. Only when I walked into the hall, Brahmaswarupa brought the title and gave. And today we did not have Pada Puja for me to download. It was not thought words. Just the truth happened. How many seconds it would have taken from there to walk and sit and say Sadashiva Samarambham? Maybe 30 seconds or maybe 60 seconds. So the truth expressed itself within 60 seconds in this biomemory. So understand, in any biomemory, if something this profound can express within 60 seconds, it is straight word from Shiva or the biomemory is Shiva. Because this, I am telling you, this one truth can revolutionize the way in which you think, act, live, eat, do everything. Because it is straight practical understanding. Anyhow, I know for sure it is a prasada from Shiva, Shiva prasada. Let us work on it today and then we will get into prana. Today I was planning to get into prana, but at least today let us work on this. Then get into prana. We have enough time. We have 48 days. 8 days are, not even 8 days are over. 24th we started. Today is only 30th or 31st? 31st. 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31. Today is 8th day. 8th day only. So first 7 days we spent on prana. Sorry, samana we spent. I thought today we will get into the prana, but let us get into prana tomorrow. Maybe by tomorrow evening, let us work on this great truth, this great revelation. And not only that, see, whenever you work on these great revelations, you respect the space in which it is delivered. You respect him. We receive it. We honor you. We humbly receive it. We honor you. We request you to be delivering this more and more and more. We submit our humble devotion to him for delivering these great truths. So let us honor Shiva, Kala Bhairava, by working on this truth today so that we can expect more and more from him. More and more from him. So this is the plan for miracles. When one miracle happens, even if it is small, very small, honor the space from which it was delivered to you. Respect the space from which it was delivered to you. Don't take it for granted. Surrender it. Devotionally say, I honor the space from which it has been delivered to me. I submit myself in a humble way to the space from which it has happened on me. That is the plan for more and more miracles to happen. The other day I received a letter. One devotee was saying, some ex-devotee who had a Satori experience. She was claiming that I had Satori because of my efficiency, my intensity, not by him. I said, great, I am no way contesting. If it is our sincerity, just tell her to have one more Satori, that's all. When I had my Satori, See, the greatness of samadhi is, it will never come the moment you think you had satori because of you. Because the ego has come back. So the second time the satori will never repeat. It will never repeat. Done. She has doomed herself. I tell you, now she doesn't need to give the credit to me. If she has given the credit to a small stone which was in front of her when that satori happened, hey, the stone is responsible. She would have had the satori next time. Surrender to something which you think as responsible, or just say that the space from which it has happened, I do not know. I surrender to that space humbly, so that let that space have its grace on me. You call it as Shiva or Parvati or Vishnu or Guru or anything, or Guru Padaga or anything, no problem. God, I was fortunate when I had satori. I just put the responsibility on Shiva, the Arunachala hill, and that Kuppammal. On both I put. Actually, Kuppammal was not responsible, but I put it on her. And I said, oh God, she is responsible. Let it happen to me again. And it simply repeated. And I am advising sincerely that ex-devotee, you don't need to put that responsibility on me. I am not responsible, don't worry. I am not taking the claim or credit or anything. Just put it on something, Shiva or Arunachala or something, so that it can repeat, it can happen in your inner space again. Don't doom yourself, claiming that you are sincerity. Forget about it. Even now I am telling you, this message has been delivered by the sincere request of the persons who have chose the topics and the sincere need and the passive receptive mood with which all you guys were sitting. That's all. I am not interested in claiming, because I want this kind of things again and again to happen. Let us submit to the space where it happened. See, when you don't claim responsibility for the highest happenings, the play remains as fun. When you claim responsibility for the highest happenings, the play becomes game. It stops. It stops. See, the so-called modern day games, how much of violence, whole fun part is taken away from it. All right, I don't want to talk about it. All right. So I humbly offer my gratitude to whatever space we call as Mahadeva, Shiva, from which this great truth of Kala came out. And all your devotion and the sincere seeking, the passive sitting and waiting, that is responsible. See, this was receiving end and that was giving end. Both are responsible for the happening through this biomemory. So I offer my gratitude to both ends, the end which delivered and end which received, so that let these great things happen again and again. Let me also enjoy this fun by being medium, or by being the channel, by being the biomemory in which this whole thing is happening. So let Shiva happen again and again. Let the cosmos celebrate itself again and again. Let us all experience this truth and radiate enlightenment. Let us all live and radiate the eternal bliss. Nityananda. Thank you. सदाशिवसमारम्भां शङ्कराचार्यमध्यमाम् अस्मदाचार्यपर्यन्तां वन्दे गुरुपरम्पराम्. I welcome you all with my love and respects. Today is the day of celebration. Today is Krishna Janmashtami, Krishna's birthday celebration. One of the greatest happened to the human consciousness on this very day. That day, monkeys started walking with two legs. Breakthrough. One of the major breakthrough in human consciousness happened. The human beings have started evolving. Same way, the day Krishna happened, greatest breakthrough in spiritual consciousness happened. Krishnastu Swayam Bhagavan. Krishna is very God himself. Purnavatara. Today's subject is Krishna, the ideal conflict-free idol. I don't know how I am going to describe Krishna. Krishnastu Swayam Bhagavan. Krishna is very God. God himself landed in the human body. Purnavatara. He set a trend for incarnations. Understand? Like how in each field people give a breakthrough in that field, set a trend. He set a trend for how an incarnation should land and express, exhibit, and make themselves available to the human consciousness. What to describe? Whether he is multi-dimensional human personality or extraordinary energy expression or the playfulness or all these things expressing itself in one 6 feet biomemory without conflict. He escaping from a war and his courage, both has no conflict. His romance and his knowledge has no conflict. The Radha Krishna and Gita Krishna, no conflict. You cannot imagine A guy who is having so much of romance, outrageous flirt, the most outrageous flirt happened on the planet Earth. Standing in the war field and giving Gita, the most comprehensive, unabridged dictionary of the world philosophies. Both can happen from one brain without conflict. I know for sure, if Radha had the doubts of Arjuna, Krishna would have delivered Gita to very Radha in that very romance mood. Or Arjuna had the romance mood and the devotion, he would have flirted with Arjuna during the deliverance of Gita. He doesn't need even two different time to deliver the different dimensions. If you need two different time to deliver two different dimensions, you have conflict inside. Here is a personality like Krishna, because there is no conflict. He can deliver, he can be Radha Krishna and Gita Krishna at the same moment simultaneously. If Radha and Arjuna was there next, he would have been playing both games at a time. He is capable. Because he is conflict free. He can let Yashoda bind himself in a small stone, the rice grinding stone, and he can break the Maruda trees, liberate the Gandharvas. He can be doing the both powerless, innocent baby, could be bound, and expressing extraordinary power of breaking two Maruda trees, not a joke, and liberating two Gandharvas. He can show the whole cosmos in his mouth to Yashoda, and same time steal butter and eat from Gopika's house. There is a story. Shiva himself came down as Gopika to enjoy the Krishna Leela. I can vouch for it. It would have happened. If he has not come down, at least he would have been jealous of Gopikas. He is the master who expressed all dimensions of an incarnation. There is no dimension which he has not expressed during his physical happening in the planet Earth. Sharva Mangalatva, all the auspicious qualities. He is an architect, engineer, amazing strategy, planner, unimaginable yogi, incredible intelligence, and outrageous romance, is just undescribable, unbound energy happened with utmost innocence and simplicity. in a conflict-free way. That is why we call his life as Krishna Leela, Krishna's Leela. It's a complete conflict-free and unimaginable expression. How much ever I try to tell, the words have no capacity to tell what I am really feeling. His love, His care, His grace, every incident in his life, every happening in his life, I can say he is the one single man influenced maximum the whole planet Earth, maximum number of people in the whole planet Earth. Nothing like Krishna, nothing compared to Krishna. One whole country still celebrates his birthday after we don't even know how many thousands of years, and still he is a beloved for millions. Still millions live with him. That is why I say he is eternal, untouchable, undescribable. You can't define him. If I get one dimension of him, I won't be able to express in words. Because all dimensions expressed in him so beautifully, conflict-free. He is the idol of conflict-free. His grace, from his birth to return to the Goloka, everything is a mystery. Everything is unimaginable. Everything is indescribable. All the human and divine qualities expressed itself in its peak form in that 6 feet body. Extraordinary biomary, the extraordinary happening. I think bowing down to Him is the only thing we can do to honor Him and to imbibe Him in our bio-memories. Any words which I utter look so dull. Saraswati cannot sing His glory. Vedas cannot describe His greatness. Putting our head at His foot, offering our respects is the only way to imbibe Him. Let this great incarnation, the conflict-free ideal, conflict-free idol, bless us all. Let us offer our humble devotion at His feet. Let Him bless us all to imbibe that conflict-free life and imbibe His very presence in us. Vasudeva Sudham Devam Gamsa Chanuramardanam Devagi Paramanandam Vande Krishnam Jagadgurum.
All that I taste, all that I smell, I offer to you, Swami Nityananda. All that I see, all that I hear, I offer to you, Swami Nityananda. Like this dance, and this song, and this joy, I surrender to you. All that I feel, all that I am, I offer to you, Swami Nityananda. Puragaram, Karunavataram, Samsara Saram, Bhujahendraharam, Sada Vasantam, Hridayarvinde, Bhavam Bhavani, Sahitam Namami. All of my dreams,
Sadashivasamarambha Shankaracharya-madhyama Asmadacharya-paryanta Vande Guru-parampara. I welcome you all with my love and respects. Today's subject, conflict-free life. We have right decision making. Again, the subject opens some of the deep important truths on decision making. What is right decision making? Seeing the past as past, future as future, present as present, and deciding is right decision making. Right decision making means seeing the past as past, future as future, present as present, without infusing the past into future or future into past. many times, what you want in the future, you start dreaming, you had it in the past. We go on dreaming, we had a golden childhood. Every individual again and again and again goes on dreaming. If he is in the old age, he feels his middle age was great, golden. If he is in the middle age, he feels his youth was great and golden. If he is young now, he thinks his childhood was golden and great. Understand, this is one of the biggest illusion we have. Not only you project your past into future, you project your future into past. Understand, there was never any golden childhood. If the childhood was golden, out of that whatever comes out, you see, out of your childhood, youth came. Out of your youth, middle age came. Out of your middle age, old age came. So if your childhood was golden, then youth would have been golden or diamond. If your youth was golden, then your middle age should have been diamond or platinum at least. If your middle age was golden, then at least your old age should be platinum. Understand, not only we project our our past into future, we go on imagining our past was what we want in the future. We miss this important truth. We projecting our future into the past. We always feel, ask anybody, they'll say, oh, my childhood was great, golden childhood. No, you had all fears, all insecurity, all greed, all troubles. Actually, it all started there only. It all originated there only. So right decision making means seeing the past as it happened, seeing the future as it is without projecting your past into the future, and deciding in the present. One important thing, many times you don't decide in the present. You just execute what you decided in the past. You don't wake up for the great changes happened, the different situations. An actress goes to the court, judge asks, what's your age? 27. Last year also you said the same thing. She says, no, I don't change my words. Now, many times you don't change your mind. You forget you are in a different situation. You need to decide being in the present, not go on executing the decision you made in the past. Yesterday, if you observed, they put my seat in the campfire exactly in the place where the smoke will go on my face. I asked that brahmachari, Are, you saw how the wind is blowing, and why did you put here? You could have put the other side. He said, no Swamiji, last time we put here only. During last inner awakening, the wind was blowing in a different way. And he says he went and consulted a senior brahmachari and did a thorough research where my seat should be put, and put my seat. What to do? He doesn't change his words and he doesn't change his mind. We forget that you need to be in the present to make decisions. Do not be a worker executing your past decisions. Be a leader deciding every moment. All your suffering is because you are not deciding. You are a slave executing the decisions made in your past, sometime by mistake. Sometime you make some decision by mistake. You sit and think pros and cons, make one decision, over. After that, you forget that you have a component in you which has capacity to decide, and go on executing that past decision. By that time you are executing 50%, the whole situation is different. But you are not sensitive for the present. You are just executing. So the right decision making means these two things: not projecting what you want in the future as you had it in the past. This is one of the biggest illusion we all have. How do you want your relationship to be? How it was 3 years before. Look, 3 years before also you had enough suffering. Unfortunately, you forget. Because you forgot does not mean it was not there. So, seeing the past as past, seeing the future as future, making decisions from the present is what I call right decision making. I'll expand a little more on this truths of time, Kala, so that you will be able to understand this truth of right decision making. The psychological time and chronological time. Chronological time means the clock clicking. That is chronological time. Psychological time means your mind moving. Your mind moving to and fro or back and forth, whatever way it moves. Gap between one thought and the other thought is 1 unit of time in psychological field. In the field of inner space, psychology, the gap between one thought and the other thought is 1 unit of time, kshana. In the physical field, all of you know, there is so many definitions of 1 second, 1 unit of time. There are so many definitions. The physical field that you all know, I don't need to define. But in the psychological field, gap between one thought and the other thought is 1 unit of time. When there is more gap, means less number of thoughts. When there is more gap, each unit of time will be more clear, more available, more spacious, so all your 5 senses can perceive it. Please understand. If the psychological 1 unit of time is 4 times more than physical 1 unit of time, your senses will be purified, because your senses will have sensitivity to perceive. If your psychological time unit is 5 times more than the physical unit of time, you will enter into the divine space, means the extraordinary smell, extraordinary taste, extraordinary hearing, extraordinary touch will start happening. Understand? Till this equation you need to understand. The physical unit, 1 time, 1 unit time, and psychological 1 unit time. If the psychological unit is at least 4 unit of physical unit, means like a 4-second is gap between one thought and the other thought, means your body will get the sensitivity to sense things peacefully. Till then, any decision you make, you directly go to hell. No roundabout way. Please understand, basic need of a human being is 4 unit of physical time as 1 unit of psychological time. This is the basic need of a human being. Only then you are a human being. Only then you have a right to handle your brain. This is a owner's manual for brain. If you have not learnt how to make 4 unit of physical time as 1 unit of psychological time, you are sitting and driving a vehicle which has no brake. This should be the basic lesson taught to all the beings which has an independent, intelligent brain. When a child is able to think independently, the first lesson he need to learn is how to make 4 unit of physical time into 1 unit of his psychological time. Then simply he knows how to run his life. How to run his life. When you are able to make 5 unit of physical time, physical unit into 1 psychological unit time, means 5-second gap between one thought and the other thought. Then you will start experiencing the divine, I can say that intense smell. What you go through in the energy darshan, the intense sound, the intense touch, the intense taste in the tongue, all this starts happening. Another one important truth is, if your psychological unit is less than physical unit, 1 second, your time is not solid experience, it is a kind of a air, just disappears. That is what is called pralaya, black hole. Everything being sucked into it and nothing is delivered. That is what is black hole. Please understand. If your psychological time is less than 1 second, the gap between one thought and the other thought is less than 1 second, that thought acts as a black hole in you. That is what is death in you continuously. Continuously it sucks everything for no reason, destroys everything for no reason. The aging gets quickened. Any decision you make, you directly go to hell. And when more unit of physical time becomes psychological unit, your future becomes very solid, which you can perceive, use. I can say, if your psychological time unit, the gap between one thought and the other thought, kshana, is more than 4 seconds, the future, which is a solid material, will be given to you, out of which you can make as you want. It's like a wax handed over to you. You have freedom to do what you want with it. That is the material out of which your dream and waking state is made. Now, whatever you perceive, the persons who are sitting next to you, the person who is sitting opposite to you, the place in which you are sitting, or in imagination, the places you are able to remember, all that are made out of wax, which is called time. If you have a deep insecurity of melting this wax, you will hold on, even if this wax is torturing you, even if the structure you created is binding you. But if you do not have the fear to melt this wax building you created, wax world you created out of you, you are called Kala Bhairava. Bhairava means Bhayat Ramyate iti Bhairavaha. Who can flirt with fear is Bhairava. Understand? That's our exact translation. You can just flirt with fear. Means if the fear happens, come on, sit, let's have a little fun. You can very comfortably, very beautifully spend time with fear. Bhairava, who can just have the Ramya, very romantic space with Bhaya. Person whose psychological unit of time, kshana, is more than 4 seconds, not only will have freedom to create his future, he will have healed emotion. Means he will just have a deep, complete centering on emotion. He can play it as he wants. He can put it on something or somebody and take it out immediately within a second. Living without getting attached, renouncing without having hangover. The complete conflict-free inner space. So, work on seeing your past as past, future as future, present as present. Any decision you make in the present will be the present to you by the presence. Let you all live and radiate enlightenment, live and radiate the eternal bliss, Nityananda. Thank you. सदाशिवसमारम्भा शङ्कराचार्यमध्यमा अस्मदाचार्यपर्यन्ता वन्दे गुरुपरम्परा. I welcome you all with my love and respects. Today's subject, conflict-free life, the only way out of depression. Again, because these guys are just enchanted with this title. Every day they are giving me the same title. Conflict-free life, the only way out of depression. Learn the art of prana pratishta. Learn the art of prana pratishta, giving life to what you want. Then you will just live in conflict-free life. Understand? It's a very simple truth. I think I would have explained this villager with whom I had a very strange experience. During my wandering, I was resting in the noon time under a tree, putting my head on a small stone, which had turmeric, all that little puja was done on that, but I did not expect it is worshipped by somebody as God. I thought maybe in village every stone, every tree is worshipped. In India, that's why when British put the milestones, first it was all painted in yellow. Suddenly they saw in 1 week all milestones have a fully dressed, decked with flowers, and people have started worshipping and everything has become temple. So they have to change the color. Now British had really tough time stopping the villagers worshipping the milestones, and it is perfectly shaped like a Shivalinga. That is why I just bow down to this civilization. How many thousands of mistakes this civilization may have, how much backward it may be, but just worshipping everything, whether it is a stone or a tree, the ability to worship everything, it's not a joke, understand? The ability to bow down to everything, the ability to surrender to everything, the ability to trust everything. One of the greatest gifts from the Ganges civilization to the whole cosmos is the ability to surrender, the ability to worship ability to trust, ability to dissolve. This is the greatest gift from the Ganges civilization. It is not a joke. When you feel an individuality, the ability to just relax, trust, ability to trust more than your boundary. There are many peculiar diseases only the ego-based civilizations suffer. One is osteoporosis. They don't trust their own bone structure. Many of the diseases the ego-based civilizations suffer does not even exist, because this guy just knows how to bow down to anything. Go to village, whether it is a small kids or the officer going to an office or anybody, when they walk on the road, see, every street will have 20 temples, small or big. They will bow down in front of every temple and go. And they will bow down in front of every temple very sincerely. Even in my school days, if school starts at 8:30, I'll start from my house by 6:30. And the school is only maybe 2 kilometers, not more than that. Because I will have to bow down in every temple, every deity. On the way, at least 25 temples are there. So I need 5 minutes in every temple. But I will always be late for the class, if at all I reach the class. So I had an agreement with my maths teacher. I'll make one more round for you. You give attendance for me. Usually maths will be the first class. Usually because the kids will be more aware at that first session. Maths will be the first session. And I keep my promise and he keeps his promise. Usually in Indian village schools, they don't take attendance for every period. Morning they mark the attendance, then that's all, the whole day. So, majority of the days, I'll be running, going around the temple for him and he will be giving attendance for me. I put my head on this stone. I should not say stone. Deity for somebody. Once it is deity for somebody, it should be deity for everybody. But foolish, unfortunate civilizations do the other way. Once if somebody is accused for somebody, he is accused for the whole world. That should not be the case. If he is deity for somebody, deity for everybody. And if he is accused for somebody, he is accused only for that person. And we do completely opposite. So, I put my head by mistake, without knowing, the deity on deity. Usually when there is a turmeric powder smeared, snakes will not come there. That is why in the snake holes, before worshipping they will put the turmeric powder. Snakes won't come. So I thought maybe that is an area where the snakes are too much, so somebody, before resting, they have put turmeric powder, they rested. So I put my head, maybe in 1 hour, some villager from 2-3 kilometers apart, away, he was running towards me, shouting. When he came near me, he just said, "Because you are a sadhu, I am leaving you. Otherwise, I would have broken your head. How dare you put your head on my Shiva?" So he had a telepathy connection with the deity. He was sleeping in the house. Noon usually villages rest. See, morning they work. Before the sunrise, like around 5 o'clock to 8 o'clock, 9 o'clock they work in their field. Then once it becomes very hot, especially Madhya Pradesh, too hot, they rest in the noon time. Evening again they come back and work in the field till maybe around 4 o'clock they will start until 7 o'clock, till it becomes completely dark they will work. So this guy was sleeping in his house and he ran and came and he said, I saw in my dream somebody is disrespecting my deity, my Shiva. So anyhow, you are a sadhu, I am leaving you. Don't do this anymore. I really felt bad that I abused somebody's deity. So I apologized to him, but I was so happy that somebody could have a telepathy connection just with a stone. When you worship as a deity, he is so strong with his feeling connection, he was able to just connect with the deity, just with the trust. So I apologized, then I moved. There was a small temple in that village. I stayed in that village, in the temple. And I was talking about this incident to few people. Some foreigner came to that village like as a tourist. His guide, who can speak little English and little Hindi, English or Hindi. That guy was taking around that foreigner and he wanted to show that foreigner some Indian sadhu. So he brought that foreigner to me and he was telling him about Indian sadhus, few things. Then I also tried. Those days I can't speak fluent English. I can manage but not fluently. Neither Hindi nor English, but somehow I manage my wandering. But broken Hindi words are enough. For sadhu you don't need to speak much. Now in North India they will give you food and they will take care of you, and great people. It's a very beautiful civilization. In the north, so much of respect and love for the sadhus and for the tradition. So I was explaining that like this happened. I put my head on the deity and that guy came running. He had a telepathy experience with the deity that he felt like he should protect it, that somebody is abusing it. Then he came running. I apologized. I told the whole story. This foreigner was really, he got the curiosity. Wow, he wants to meet that villager. So anyhow, this local guide said, I'll get that villager, don't worry, because I described how that villager looks. Then this guide took that westerner to that villager. I also wanted to see the fun, I went there. I also went. And during the conversation, that westerner, he asked that villager what happened and all that, and that villager described, like this, I had a vision that my Shiva is being abused by somebody. I ran and I saw this sadhu was putting his head on that Shiva and I drove him out. He described all the story, and then that foreigner asked, that westerner asked, how did you feel this? How can this happen? He said, no, I feel it is Shiva for me, and so through this deity Shiva responds to me. That foreigner, I don't know whether he wants to test that villager or really offered. He said, if I give money, will you give this? I'll give you $5,000. Means now 2.5 lakh. I don't know at that time what value. At least few lakh. Few lakh is not a small money. The villager, maybe his whole property will be only that much worthy. Whatever property he has, his house or little land, whatever he has, the whole thing will be only that $5,000 worth. And I thought really that villager is going to jump on that foreigner and finish him off. Shout at him or abuse him or drive him out, saying, how dare you bargain, give money, fix a price for my God, for my Shiva. I thought there is going to be big ruckus, chaos, big scene. I was just keeping quiet. I was really surprised. That villager very simply said, please take it. He gave it away. He said, please take it. Give the money and take the deity. And that Westerner really wanted to carry that as a souvenir. So he gave the money and took it. I think he gave in Indian rupee and took it. That guide, he also made little commission in the fixing the bargain. Everything was done. I was really shocked. Then after that, Westerner went away. I caught hold of the guide and caught that farmer, that villager, and asked, how dare you sell your God? He was very cool. And I tell you honestly, he had a telepathy experience with the deity. It was not lie. It's a truth. He was very cool. And he told me very cool way, Swamiji, I did not sell my God. I just sold a stone which I thought as worshipped as God. I will put another stone, and not only that, with this money I will build a temple for that stone. You see, and he was very clear, I will put another stone and do prana pratishtha. And that will become God. Now I did two things. One, satisfied a Westerner and inspiring him in the tradition. You see, he will carry this. It will be a God for him. So in a way, I am responsible for spreading Vedic tradition to one person. True. See, he said, naturally he is going to carry it and worship. And I know the science of doing prana pratishtha. I will put another on stone and worship it as a God. And this new stone is going to do the same work for me, which the old stone was doing. So I have the ability to do prana pratishtha. I was really shocked, understand? See, especially when you have some extraordinary experience with a stone, it is not an easy joke to retain the clarity. I put energy into it. Even though it speaks to me, it is my own trust. It is my ability to do prana pratishtha. This is what I call, even if you have the Daiva Bhakti, you should ultimately know the truth. It is Atma Bhakti. Your own Atman, you are seeing it as God outside. So the Daiva Bhakti should lead you to the depth of Atma Bhakti. I was shocked, a villager can have so much of clarity. And that guy really did not spend that money on himself, and he put another one small deity as Shiva and built a small temple. Not big, but small temple he built with that money. Still the temple is there. Ability to do prana pratishtha, the clarity to have prana pratishtha. Understand? Now, in your life also, because you gave life to the conflict, conflict appears as reality and you really perceive it. Because you perceive it, you forget you gave power to it. Don't forget, even if you perceive it as reality, you gave power to it. That villager, even if he is able to experience that stone as a God, he did not forget the truth, he gave power to it. He did prana pratishtha to it. But in your life, even though you gave power to all the conflicts, after you start perceiving it, you forget you gave power to those conflicts. Remember, retain the ability to do prana pratishtha. When you gave power, when you perceive conflict, take the power back. Put the power on life. It is you who is going to decide whether to give power to conflict or life. Again, life has no conflict, conflict has no life. Life has no conflict, conflict has no life. This is the truth. So, yesterday I received a question from one LE participant. Swamiji, sometimes the conflicts are so real. If I go on feeling it is not true, is it not like cheating myself? Where is the line? Understand, he was asking, where is the line for the optimism? Be extreme optimistic. There is no line. There is no line. You cannot be more optimistic in more worse situations than me. Understand? Be extreme optimistic. There is no such thing as borderline for optimism. I tell you, give power to life continuously. Don't even a moment slag and give power to conflict. Optimism means giving power to life, doing prana pratishtha to life. So there is no extreme in optimism. Learn how that villager, he was able to put God in a stone. Immediately next moment he was able to put another one stone and put God in it. Same way, have the ability to move life. If you have given life to conflict, if it is hurting you, just move it to the life. That's all. Nothing else. See what has happened. Even though these guys have tried so much, all possible conspiracy, abusal, scandal, finally imprisoning. What has happened? 53 days. I prepared my body and mind so thoroughly and downloaded all the techniques. When I come out, here people are levitating. And I am telling you honestly, that 53 days, I made use so thoroughly, so perfectly, I downloaded a new science. Means actually, I added something more to me and for my life and for the field in which I am. Just this year, beginning of this year, we were sitting and discussing. Some of the corporate people were sitting and discussing. They were telling, Swamiji, any organization, whether it is a spiritual or corporate or business or for-profit or non-profit, by 7 or 8 year, usually they say the end of the 7th year, they call it stagnant curve. The graph will become stagnant. It's a usual trend in all organizations. That is the crucial year. Either you are going to give a big breakthrough so that it is going to take off or die down. This is the trend, Swamiji. And you are facing that crucial time this year. How are you going to give a breakthrough for takeoff, for flying? I just made a simple statement, very casually. I think we have a video record. I said, all right, I'll make everybody fly. We'll take off. And now we know. Now we have a big, great breakthrough. A new science has landed in the body. New science is expressing. Of course, I know when the samana balancing happens, this levitation or floating on the water or different siddhis starts expressing. But visibly now it is getting reproduced in anybody and everybody. Any biomemory sits in the front and ready to go through the process, simple readiness, willingness. The initiation is happening. and too fast. Really, I tell you. For Raghupati Yogi, it took 6 years to make me levitate. 6 years it took for him. And I think we have not even completed 6 days of early process. Already 50 people at least experienced. 50% have experienced at least psychological and physical levitation. 50 people have experienced at least the physical levitation. And it is not easy joke. You cannot cheat. See, especially in Batmasana and Samana Mudra, try to push your body, nothing will happen. You can push only your hand. Your body can never be lifted. Only when it is really getting lifted by Samana balance, it can happen. Now I saw the stagnant graph is broken. Now we have taken off. Literally taken off. Never to land anymore. No more landing on planet Earth. If at all there is a landing, it is only in Nityananda Loka. So be extremely optimistic. Even in the last moment of what you think as the worst crisis, life can take over. Understand? Trust the life it is. It has the ability to create miracles. Trust life. It has possibility of miracles. Trust life. Every moment is pregnant with the possibility of miracles. Every second can express miracles. Understand? Whatever small miracles what masters express is just to remind you, life is miraculous. Life is miraculous. Understand? This is just like visiting card. Just to remind you, life is miraculous. So have the extreme optimism. Even in the last moment, what you call as life and death situation, even at that moment, life can just take over and tell you, I am here, and create miracles. So have the ability to do prana pratishtha continuously for life. See, whenever you have a conflict, one conflict, life, two are there in you. Give power to life, not to conflict. Give more attention to life, not to the conflict. Reduce your attention and time, thinking process which you supply for conflict. Add more life, more power, more intelligence, more time to life. Spend more time thinking about life. Spend more energy thinking about life. Give more life to life. Give more prana to life. Do more prana pratishtha to life. Don't spend too much time in thinking conflicts. Don't spend too much energy in conflicts. Give more life to life. That is what I call doing prana pratishtha to life. So worship life. Do prana pratishtha to life. That's the only way to be out of depression. So again, conflict-free life, the only way to be out of depression. So let you all live the conflict-free life, experience and radiate enlightenment, live and radiate the eternal bliss. Nityananda. Thank you. Sadashivasamarambham Shankaracharyamadhyamam Asmadacharyaparyantam Vande Guru Paramparam. I welcome you all with my love and respects. Today's subject is practicing conflict-free life. I want to share a technique with the whole world, because many important things which I shared with you all yesterday will not reach the whole world. At least the essence I wanted to share in the morning message so that it reaches the whole world. Whatever process you all are going through, the essence of those videos are being sent to all satsang centers, but the whole world will really be benefited with this process, with this technique. Conflict is as long as you think there is something other than you. Conflict has no life, life has no conflict. As long as you think there is something other than you exists, the fear or conflict continues to be alive in your system. All you need is tuning your system, tuning your body and mind to understand that there is nothing other than you exists, or there is nothing other than you exists. Please understand. Either there is nothing like you other than the other exists, or nothing like other exists other than you. Very powerful process in Hatha Yoga called Achapa Japa, means chanting beyond chanting. Even the chanting word is not exact translation of japa. Japa means more like a flowing. Flowing without flowing. Chanting without chanting. Ajapa japa. Constantly, knowingly or unknowingly, consciously or unconsciously, your being goes on chanting this Hamsa mantra. When you inhale, the tone hum. When you exhale, sam. When we verbalize, even this hum and sum gets shape. But if you don't verbalize and just observe, the subtle version of hum and sum will be happening. It will not be complete defined hum or defined sum. It's like a sum. See, physically when you see, you have a defined body. When you close your eyes and try to visualize you, you will have an undefined version of you. It will not be a defined version. An undefined kind of a line drawing, caricature, cartoon, line sketch. Same way, when you sit and listen to this ajapa japa, flowing of non-flowing or beyond flowing, chanting of beyond chanting, if you observe that happening, you will see the line drawing or caricatured version, cartoon version of this Hamsa mantra will be happening. Please do not add that hum or some sound with will. No. I am not asking you to add with will. When you add with will, it becomes japa, means chanting. No. I am not teaching you that. I am telling you to sit and try to find out the mantra. In the beginning, it will be the dull version or undefined version of hum and sum. Slowly, slowly, either hum or sum will disappear. Understand? Hum means the idea, me, I. Sum means the whole. You can call it cosmos, God, or anything other than you, anything beyond you. When the strong defining difference between this hum and sum disappears, you become Paramahamsa. As long as this hum and sum happens in you, you are a Hamsa. When the gap between the sound difference between this hum and sum disappears, means merges into one, that you and he merges into one, the I and you merges into one, you become Paramahamsa. You are beyond the Hamsa. Anybody who is beyond the Hamsa mantra is Paramahamsa. Constantly the Hamsa mantra is happening in you. First thing you need to do is become aware of it. Second thing, constantly try to be with it. Third, automatically the gap between the two will disappear. You are Paramahamsa. Understand? Very powerful technique for practicing conflict-free life. It's a very powerful way of balancing or elevating your internal consciousness beyond the conflict. The teaching which I was sharing yesterday, life has no conflict, conflict has no life, will become reality in you when your Hamsa mantra gets in tune, because any verbalization goes on inside, adds its smell to your breathing. Any verbalization goes on inside, adds its smell to your breathing, means adds its vibration to your breathing. So when you sit with Hamsa, first thing is verbalization, inner verbalization settles down. Only the physiological movements will be happening, means the physiological conflict of going in and coming out. When you sit with that also, even the physiological conflict will disappear. Please understand. As on now, you will not even be having pure hum or pure sum. Along with that hum sound, all the garbage which is going on the head will be going. Along with the sum, all the garbage, chaos happening in the mind will be happening. So when I asked you to sit with Hamsa mantra, the psychological mutation will happen. When you are having only the hum and sum, the psychological mutation will happen. Second step, when you continue to be with just hum and sum, the purified hum and sum will start getting settled with itself. So the difference between the hum and sum will start melting down. That is what I call physiological mutation. When the psychological mutation and physiological mutation happens, it's conflict-free life, living enlightenment. So the straight process, please understand, sitting with hum and sum, psychological mutation. Second, getting into the space where the hum and sum meets and merges, that is physiological mutation. When you work on this process, you will understand how directly it leads to conflict-free life. So, I request all of you to practice conflict-free life. Let you all experience conflict-free life, live and radiate the eternal bliss, Nityananda. Thank you. Sada Sadashivasamarambha Shankaracharya-madhyama Asmadacharya-paryantam Vande Guru-paramparam. I welcome you all with my love and respects. Today's subject is practicing conflict-free life. I want to share a technique with the whole world, because many important things which I shared with you all yesterday will not reach the whole world. At least the essence I wanted to share in the morning message so that it reaches the whole world. Whatever process you all are going through, the essence of those videos are being sent to all satsang centers, but the whole world will really be benefited with this process, with this technique. Conflict is, as long as you think there is something other than you. Conflict has no life, life has no conflict. As long as you think there is something other than you exists, the fear or conflict continues to be alive in your system. All you need is tuning your system, tuning your body and mind to understand that there is nothing other than you exists, or there is nothing other than you exists. Please understand. Either there is nothing like you other than the other exists, or nothing like other exists other than you. Very powerful process in Hatha Yoga called Achapa Japa, means chanting beyond chanting. Even the chanting word is not exact translation of japa. Japa means more like a flowing. Flowing without flowing. Chanting without chanting. Ajapa japa. Constantly, knowingly or unknowingly, consciously or unconsciously, your being goes on chanting this Hamsa mantra. When you inhale, the tone hum. When you exhale, sam. When we verbalize, even this hum and sum gets shape. But if you don't verbalize and just observe, the subtle version of hum and sum will be happening. It will not be complete defined hum or defined sum. It's like a hum. See, physically when you see, you have a defined body. When you close your eyes and try to visualize you, you will have an undefined version of you. It will not be a defined version, an undefined kind of a line drawing, caricature, cartoon, line sketch. Same way, when you sit and listen to this ajapa japa, flowing of non-flowing or beyond flowing, chanting of beyond chanting, if you observe that happening, you will see the line drawing or caricatured version, cartoon version of this Hamsa mantra will be happening. Please do not add that hum or some sound with will. No. I am not asking you to add with will. When you add with will, it becomes japa, means chanting. No. I am not teaching you that. I am telling you to sit and try to find out the mantra. In the beginning, it will be the dull version or undefined version of hum and sam. Slowly, slowly, either hum or sam will disappear. Understand? Hum means the idea, me, I. Sam means the whole. You can call it cosmos, God, or anything other than you, anything beyond you. When the strong defining difference between this hum and sam disappears, you become Paramahamsa. As long as this hum and sam happens in you, you are a Hamsa. When the gap between the sound difference between this hum and sam disappears, means merges into one, that you and he merges into one, the I and you merges into one, you become Paramahamsa. You are beyond the Hamsa. Anybody who is beyond the Hamsa mantra is Paramahamsa. Constantly the Hamsa mantra is happening in you. First thing you need to do is become aware of it. Second thing, constantly try to be with it. Third, automatically the gap between the two will disappear. You are Paramahamsa. Understand? Very powerful technique for practicing conflict-free life. It's a very powerful way of balancing or elevating your internal consciousness beyond the conflict. The teaching which I was sharing yesterday, life has no conflict, conflict has no life, will become reality in you when your Hamsa mantra gets in tune, because any verbalization goes on inside, adds its smell to your breathing. Any verbalization goes on inside, adds its smell to your breathing, means adds its vibration to your breathing. So when you sit with Hamsa, first thing is verbalization, inner verbalization settles down. Only the physiological movements will be happening, means the physiological conflict of going in and coming out. When you sit with that also, even the physiological conflict will disappear. Please understand. As on now, you will not even be having pure hum or pure sam. Along with that hum sound, all the garbage which is going on the head will be going. Along with the sum, all the garbage, chaos happening in the mind will be happening. So when I asked you to sit with Hamsa mantra, the psychological mutation will happen. When you are having only the hum and sum, the psychological mutation will happen. Second step, when you continue to be with just hum and sum, the purified hum and sum will start getting settled with itself. So the difference between the hum and sum will start melting down. That is what I call physiological mutation. When the psychological mutation and physiological mutation happens, it's conflict-free life, living enlightenment. So the straight process, please understand, sitting with hum and sum, psychological mutation. Second, getting into the space where the hum and sum meets and merges, that is physiological mutation. When you work on this process, you will understand how directly it leads to conflict-free life. So, I request all of you to practice conflict-free life. Let you all experience conflict-free life, live and radiate the eternal bliss, Nityananda. Thank you. And gives you the clarity, you are not what you think. You are not what you are thinking as you. Be very clear, Kshana means the gap between one thought and the other thought. It is not second. So, now you need to understand the circle. This is the NS, neutral space. Nityananda Swami. This is the NS, neutral space. This is the incoming breath. This is the outgoing breath. For you to understand, I expressed this as more space and this as less space. But Shiva says, this is equivalent to this. Because the gap between one thought and the other thought is Kshana. Gap between this thought and this thought is what he calls as Kshana. And he says further, whether you give your attention or not, this space and this space, the NS, the neutral space and the incoming breath, both spaces are equal. But we think this is more because we give too much of attention to it. Even if you give too much of attention to it, this is not more. Let me give you one small example. If you are sitting with somebody with whom you feel completely comfortable, in tune, you are just relaxed. Even if 2-3 hours passed, you will not know how time flies. Suddenly you realize, oh God, it is already 8 o'clock. I have to run. I have so much of work. Otherwise, if you are sitting with somebody with whom you don't feel comfortable or with whom you don't feel relaxed, every 5 minutes what you will do? You will see the watch and you will say, what is happening, whether my watch stopped or not? Don't you have any other work? If the number of thoughts are more, it is hell. If number of thoughts are less, you are in heaven. Be very clear. If number of thoughts are more, chronologically same time, but psychologically you feel time is more. Because you give more attention here, you think you have more thoughts here, you think this space is more than neutral space. The breathing space, breathing time is more than the neutral space. Please understand. Because you think you are having more thoughts, because you think you are interested in thinking, because you believe you are interested in thinking, because you give more emphasis on your identity, you may think the incoming breath time and the outgoing breath time is more than the neutral space, but in reality it is not. It is just psychological game. The kshana of this and kshana of this is one and the same. Kshana of this, kshana of this time, the way in which your mind moves. Because you are having too many number of thoughts, you think this space is more. But in reality, this space is not more. One more thing, how you miss the depth of this space. Here also you have identity, means incoming breath space. Outgoing breath. Here also you have identity. Here also you have identity. Identity is the space which you know. Here you don't have identity. The big problem is, when there is an identity, you are able to connect and see all the identities. You connect and see. Let me be very clear. Let me give you in this way. This is the incoming breath. This is the outgoing. This is again incoming. This is NS, neutral space. This is neutral space. Because here your identity exists, is again outgoing. It's again outgoing. NS, neutral space, neutral space. Here your identity exists. Here also your identity exists. Your identity exists in this space. Constantly you can connect and see you are connected. But in this gap, because your identity doesn't exist, you don't connect the gaps and see. For example, the thought which came to you 10 minutes ago, the thought which came to you 10 years ago, thought which came to you 20 years ago, they are independent, unclutched, separate thoughts. But thoughts have got identity. Because they have identity, you connect them and see the thought which happened 10 minutes ago is number 1. Thought which happened 1 year ago, number 2. Thought which happened 10 years ago is number 3. You can connect all of them because they have identity. But the gap which happened 10 minutes ago, the gap which happened 1 year ago, the gap which happened 10 years ago, you don't connect them and see that you are constantly experiencing gaps. The suffering, the depression which you had 10 years ago, the depression which you suffered 7 years ago, the depression which you suffered 3 years ago, the depression which you had yesterday, all of them are independent, individual, unconnected thoughts. But because they are thoughts, you start connecting all of them and create the shaft of depression. You have an idea that your life is depression. For last 10 years, I am suffering with depression, Swamiji. You create a big shaft. You take all these unconnected, unclutched pieces. Each bit is an unclutched bit. You just take all the unclutched bits. You connect all the shaft and create a shaft. If it is a pain shaft, you try to break it. If it is a joy shaft, you try to increase it. You don't understand, you can neither break the shaft nor elongate the shaft because the shaft doesn't exist. Whether you see it or not, it is pure imaginary shaft. It is pure imaginary shaft.
स्वभावचिन्मयानन्दं कृपापूर्णं जगत्पतिं हरिषड्वर्गजेतारं नित्यानन्दगुरुं भजे.
Pumpkin. Your breath moves in only a circular way. It is not parallel line as you think. Because it goes in a straight way, you think it's a parallel line. It's not parallel. It takes a turn. Parallel lines never meet. Your breathing and mind both are very closely associated. As I was telling you yesterday, the prana and mana, prana sarira and mana sarira are very closely connected to each other. If the prana becomes slow, the number of thoughts per second also reduces. Along with the length, breadth, depth of the prana, thoughts per second also reduces. Please understand. The length, breadth, depth of the prana or the breathing is directly related to the number of thoughts which you are having. If for example here, if the prana is slowly coming down, slowly going into the inner space to take turn. This is the space in which it takes turn. It's an ingoing, incoming, outgoing. This is the prana. Along with that, mind also slowly slows down. Very slowly slows down. But the difficulty, you are afraid of losing your mind. You are afraid of losing your mind. That is why you never keep your awareness in this zone. This is like a neutral zone. If you know driving, you can understand. Whenever you shift gear from first gear to second gear or second gear to third gear or any change, you have to come to neutral zone. Only after coming to the neutral zone, you can change the gear. Even if it is from first to second, or second to third, or third to first, whatever it is, you have to come to the neutral zone. Same way, the incoming breath taking turn as outgoing breath. This zone is a neutral zone. This is neutral zone. You are afraid of this neutral zone because in this neutral zone you are empty. You don't have any identity. The biggest fear human beings have is fear of losing identity. Fear of losing the identity. I tell you, even fear of losing death is not great fear, like fear of losing identity. Fear of losing death itself is nothing but you don't know how you will be after death. If you are very clear, you will be in some way, you don't have the fear. Here, you are not very clear about how you will be after death, how you will be after you leave the body. It is the identity, the fear of losing identity that is much worse than fear of death. Here, when you pass through this neutral zone, when your breath stops, your mind also stops. You do not want this space. That is why you just jump this space. You never keep your awareness. You are never aware of this space because you do not want to lose your identity. If your mind stops, you will not have identity for a few moments. You will lose your identity, and you always think you are only identity. You exist just only on identity. When you feel your identity is lost, you feel you are no more. That's the reason whenever you come to this zone, you just take a jump. You are never aware of this zone. Every moment this zone is happening in you again and again. Whenever your incoming breath takes outgoing as outgoing, or outgoing takes as incoming, this is also neutral zone. But you are afraid of these two neutral zones. You just take a jump. You do not want to be aware of this space. Every moment, when the incoming breath takes as outgoing, outgoing takes as incoming, you are afraid of this neutral zone because in neutral zone you don't exist. In neutral zone, your identity is lost. You do not want to be aware of losing your identity. You do not want to lose your identity. You are so obsessed with your identity. You are so caught. You are completely caught with your identity. You do not want to even remain for a moment, even for a chana. You do not want to be without your identity. Constantly you are protecting your identity. But the big problem is your identity is completely social. It is not existential. It is just comparative reality. It is not existential reality. Whatever you think as your identity, your money, relationship, your age, your sex, whatever you call as your identity, it is just societal and suicidal. Societal and suicidal. It is not the existential reality. It is just comparative reality. But the big thing is, you are afraid of existential reality and trying to protect your comparative reality, but you think you are protecting something which is. It's a real fun actually. You are trying to protect which is not against which is. Which is your reality, that neutral space, that gap. Which is not is your comparative reality, your identity. You are trying to protect your identity against your reality. That is where you miss the whole game. That is why our life is a big failure. You are trying to protect which is not, you are trying to fight for which is not, against which is. See, the light has got an existence. It has got positive existence. But darkness doesn't have positive existence. It exists only in a negative way. It doesn't have positive existence. You are trying to protect which doesn't have positive existence against which has got positive existence. In this space, in this zone, the neutral zone, the inner space or consciousness is the reality. It is a truth. It exists in you every moment. Every moment when your incoming breath takes turn as outgoing breath, or outgoing breath takes turn as incoming breath, you are in that neutral space. You are in that consciousness. But you neither wanted to experience nor feel comfortable with that zone. You are so caught up in your identity, especially with the Western culture. Surrender means death. Just by hearing the word surrender, people get frightened. But you don't know, you are trying to protect something which doesn't have basic existence. You see, all your identity is what your mind. This is what is your identity, the mind. This is breath. This is a breath and it's mind. Mind is nothing but your identity. Again here, outgoing breath, mind. This is the zone, neither breath is happening nor the mind is working. This is the zone where both stop. When your breathing stops, when your mind stops, you experience the zone of consciousness. This is what I call neutral zone. The difficulty is, if your mind doesn't feel comfortable, if your identity doesn't feel comfortable, then naturally you just jump this zone. You do not want this zone in your life. Constantly you are trying to avoid God. Constantly you are trying to escape from God. Constantly you are trying to escape from consciousness. Every moment when your breath takes turn, He is knocking your door. All you need to do is you just open the door. You don't have to knock. He is already knocking. The main thing, you need to feel comfortable with that neutral zone. The more you feel comfortable, more you feel protected, more you feel secured with that neutral zone, you will start experiencing the neutral zone again and again. When you start experiencing the neutral zone, you will stay in consciousness. Yesterday, Shiva was giving us a technique to be a witness of only one neutral zone. Incoming breath becoming outgoing. Incoming breath taking turn as outgoing. He was speaking about only one neutral zone, because immediately you can't be aware of both the neutral zones. Only one you can start. Yesterday he started with first neutral zone. Now he goes deep. He goes deep. Now he says, be aware of both the neutral zones. Be aware of both the neutral zones.
स्वभावचिन्मयानन्दं कृपापूर्णं जगत्पतिं हरिषड्वर्गजेतारं नित्यानन्दगुरुं भजे. स्वभावचिन्मयानन्दं कृपापूर्णं जगत्पतिं हरिषड्वर्गजेतारं नित्यानन्दगुरुं भजे.
The 7 layers. I think you can show the 7 layers once more. Maybe for the people who have come inside newly, for them, the TV, how they say that, headlines once more. Once more the headlines. The physical layer, the body out, which the physical body is the first layer. The prana movements is second layer. The inner chattering is third layer. Emotions are fourth layer. The deep sleep, what you experience during deep sleep, that silence is fifth layer. In the deep meditation, what you experience, that joy, that intense, vibrant silence is sixth layer. Enlightenment is seventh layer. In the deep sleep, it will be graveyard silence, negative silence. In meditation, it will be intense silence. There is a big difference. When you fall asleep and come back, you will not become more intelligent. But when you fall into meditation and come back, you will be more intelligent. And you will be more blissful. When you fall asleep and come back, you may be fresh, a little relaxed, but you will not be more blissful. But when you fall into meditation and come back, that silence is called intense silence, live, vibrant silence. So, the 7 layers, we store different samskaras in different layers. Usually the samskaras related to desire are stored in the prana, the breathing. And the samskaras related to chronic fatigue or tiredness is stored in the body, the physical body. That is why 2-3 times you try to do some exercise, workout or even walking. First thing body will bring out is tiredness. But without bothering about that first level samskaras which are raising, if you enter into it, suddenly you will see that same action brings energy out of you. If you start walking, in 2 minutes your mind will suggest 10 times, I am tired. No, it is too much, enough. We did, today it is okay, tomorrow we can do. It will try its best. But if you don't bother about that samskaras and just go ahead, in few minutes the same action will bring energy. Chronic fatigue means a deep feeling to be in inaction, to be in rest, or non-moving or not moving is stored in the physical body. I always tell people, karma palatyaga, not karma tyaga. The results of the action should be surrendered, not the action itself. Karma tyaga is very easy. That is where the whole spirituality has ended. The worst thing happened to India is not our tradition, not following our tradition, not following what Krishna said, not following what our traditions have presented. But constantly I am seeing the superficial analytical reports. These fellows go on abusing. The other day I was reading an article. There was a technical term they started using, Hindu rate of growth. I was surprised. It's just, he means the suffering of India is because of our tradition. It is not. Suffering of India is because we did not follow our tradition. We did not imbibe our tradition. Instead of doing karma palatyaga, we started doing karma tyaga, stuck in the first layer. stuck in the physical layer itself. I've seen in the villages many places. There are some great things in the villages. There are some things like instead of karma balatyaga, karma tyaga, like till morning 10 o'clock you will see tea shops will be filled. People will be sitting and talking. If you want to listen to the great Vedantic truths, go to the village tea shops morning 10 o'clock. You will see there people will be sitting and just sipping the tea. Oh, without God's grace nothing can be done. Only by God's grace anything can happen. All great truths, but just to justify what they are doing, not to internalize. Karma balatyaga is supposed to be the truth. But the karma tyaga starts happening if you are stuck in the physical layer. The chronic fatigue or intense craving for the rest. I have seen people understand this intense craving for the rest brings diseases which will put you in the bed. Intense craving for disease, craving for the rest. Actually, if you see any advertisement for resorts, beach resorts especially, if you see a photograph, beautiful beach, easy resting chair, and somebody resting. The moment you see that, immediately something starts happening in you. You feel you should also be lying like that, completely resting, totally in peacefulness, in the deep peace. The moment you see that, something in you is awakened. That's what I call intense craving for tamas. Understand? If you really find out the same beach, same chair and lie down, you will not have that same peace which you visualized. Till you exhaust the tamas engrams, lethargic engrams you carry in the physical layer, you cannot rest. Your desire for rest will not let you rest. Please understand. How can you say, Swamiji, my desire for rest will as naturally as to let me rest? No, it won't. Because it is from engrams. It is from samskara. Even if you find out the same beach, same chair, same bench, same place, try to lie down. The moment you rest, the moment you started resting, in few minutes this samskara will settle down, the next layer samskara will start. Even the decision to rest, if it is based on samskara, you cannot rest. First layer samskara is intense desire for rest. Continuously you will see your mind is pulled back. There is a very beautiful story in Upanishad. Disciple goes to the master and asks, Master, give me the method for enlightenment. Master says, very wonderful story. He says, just take these 400 cows and when they become 1000 cows, come back. The modern day disciple would have said, what, you are making 600 cows out of my enlightenment. You are trying to make more cows out of my seeking. But he is really sincere disciple. He did not bother about it. He just took the cows. And the story says, when the cows have become 1000, when he came back, Master says, not only he became enlightened, he says, now we have 1001 cows. In Vedic tradition, cows are highly respected as a sacred thing. He says, this guy is also now raised to that level, sacred, the level of sanctity. Actual thing what happened is, continuously when you work with cows, they cannot let you rest. And they don't know you are working 24 hours. They don't know there is nobody else to replace you. They don't know that today is holiday. They don't know. but one person can work only 8-hour shift. They do not have all these problems. They will constantly demand your attention. This guy, by working continuously with them, the deep desire for rest has disappeared. I can say, the deep desire for vacation or the deep desire for rest, the chronic fatigue, if it leaves your system, 90% of your spiritual journey is over. That is the first worst problem. First layer samskara. The second, in the prana sarira, in the pranic layer, you store all the desires. That is why whenever your desires are changing, suddenly you will see the breathing pattern will change. If you are caught by strong desires, like a lust or anger, even anger is a kind of a desire. Strong desires, your breathing pattern will change. It will be chaotic. The third layer, mental layer. See, in the pranic layer, second layer, you store your thoughts about how your life should be. In the mental layer, you store your engrams about how your life shouldn't have been. Means guilt. If your energy moves towards the future, it is desire. If your energy moves towards the past and continuously it is rotating only about the past, it is called guilt. If it is flowing continuously towards the future, it is desire. If it is flowing continuously towards the past, it is guilt. Different ways of moving. The mental layer, the third layer, you store the engrams related to guilt. The fourth layer, in emotions, you store all the visualizations related to pain. Understand, the fourth layer is very powerful layer. In the fourth layer, you don't need any action or information to strengthen the engrams. In the first two layers, you need action to strengthen your engrams. Means the tiredness or the desire for vacation. The more you give the vacation, the more the desire will be strengthened. Same way, other desires, the more you enter into action based on those desires, the more the engrams will become strong. The third layer, guilt-related engrams. You don't need to do the same action, but just the information about that action. Means, if you have seen the same place, or if you are seeing the same person, if you are seeing the same situations, immediately that engrams will become strong and it will be awakened. But in the fourth layer, pain engrams. First layer, chronic fatigue, lethargy engrams. Second, desires. Third, guilt. Fourth, pain. The pain layer, neither you need action, means you don't have to have the same pain again and again, nor you need information related to pain. You don't even need to receive information related to pain. Just the engrams are enough, they can multiply, they can expand, they can multiply. The deeper layers, the fifth layer, the layer you experience, the deep sleep, there, even though engrams are there, you cannot do anything about it, because in the deep sleep, your mind cannot do anything. It's an unconscious layer. In the first four layer, if you can reduce the depth of the engrams, samskaras, naturally the fifth layer and sixth layer will be cleansed. Fifth layer will be cleansed if you clean all the first four layers. If the fifth layer is cleansed, you will start experiencing sixth layer more and more. Sixth layer, meditation layer. Fifth layer is deep sleep layer. Sixth layer is meditation layer. If you are getting into the deep sleep layer more easily, it means the first four layers are clean. If the first four layers are not clean, then you will suffer more in the fifth layer. That is why the more stress and load, so much of suffering related to sleep starts happening in the life. Sleep has become a big problem. Now, especially in the developed countries, I am seeing they are able to get beds but not sleep. Their infrastructure has created the facility to have beds and different temperature, different comfort, so many things, but not sleep because too much stress. And not only that, if these four layer engrams are too much, in the fifth layer, the relationship between you and your body gets disconnected. I always tell people, reducing the engrams in the first four layer is making friends with your body. Making friends with your body because you don't know how we are abusing the body. Understand? If you are having overweight, it is directly connected to some of these engrams. When you feel emptiness inside, lonely, you start feeling it. Sometimes you start feeling it by food or by drinking. Any one thing. Every single thing happening in your life is directly connected to some engram. Removing these engrams, I can say, is making friends with your body. Making friendship with your body. I can say this is the best way to heal. The other day, I received a big letter and a report from one of our devotee in USA. She came to our program maybe 2 years ago. Of course, the same meditation which we are going to do now, she did that meditation. She had a tumor in the Mooladhara, root center. She had 3 times surgery. She herself is a doctor. But again and again the tumor was growing in the same place. She came and she was doing this meditation which we are going to do today. And she was weeping uncontrollably during the meditation. I tried to tell her, please relax, but it was uncontrollable. Anyhow, after the meditation, I asked her, what is the problem? She said that I suddenly again relived the guilt, the young age she has been abused by some of the close relative, some physical abusing, maybe sexual abuse. She said that suddenly that samskara opened up, that guilt opened up. I relived. That is the reason I am not able to control. I was uncontrollable. Please forgive me, Swamiji. I said, that's okay. Let it leave. Reliving is relieving. Understand? Consciously, reliving is relieving. And you will be surprised. Even of course, I am surprised. It was, of course, I know that relieving heals, but this is very miraculous. It really happened. And she says, after that relieving, after that meditation, within a month the tumor disappeared and never came back. Now at least 1.5 years over. Did not come back. I was shocked. I said, of course I know relieving heals, relieving the guilt, releasing all the samskaras heals. But this is really miraculous. The guilt which she created in the young age, not only about that, the hatred about, it has not only evolved as the hatred, as a hatred towards that person, it has evolved as hatred towards the self, towards herself, and the part of that body part. So that hatred has become tumor and sickness. When that engram was released, when that guilt was released, when she became pure, when the guilt has left her system, suddenly she came back to health. The system came back to health. Understand? So many pains and sufferings, physical and mental illnesses, we are storing in our system in the form of some engram. Not only diseases, even disorders, weight, obesity, overweight, obesity, or many other disorders, even those disorders are directly connected to some of our engrams, working on the first 4 layer engrams and releasing them, reliving them and relieving them will heal your system very powerfully. Understand? It is little strong method, little strong technique. But I tell you, it's at least 100 times powerful than any yoga, any kriya you can do. Because yoga or kriya heals, no doubt. It takes its own time. This is like directly attacking the root center, root cause of suffering. Yoga starts working on your physical body, exhausts all the tamasic engrams and heals you. Kriyas, the breathing techniques, they start working on your pranic layer, second layer, and releases the desire engrams, reduces the stress and starts healing. But this method, the meditation techniques, straight away works on your 4th layer. You can work only maximum up to 4th layer. Beyond that, your logic cannot travel, your effort cannot do anything. Beyond that, only the master's presence can do any job. Anyhow, you can work up to the 4th layer. The meditation technique straight away works up to the 4th layer and heals you. That is why it will be so powerful. You need complete involvement, interest. You need to put your whole attention and awareness into the technique. If you can go into it and come out, you will see miracles happening inside you. Understand? If you don't know the signs of miracle, you will be making accidents. If you know how to use your inner space, you will be making miracles. If you don't know how to use your inner space, you will be making accidents. Both are beyond your logic. Miracle and accident, both are beyond your logic. If the effect is favorable to you, desired by you, you call it miracle. If the effect is not desired by you, if it is not benefiting you, you call it as accident. In your inner space, if you know how to use, you will be constantly making miracles. Purifying the inner space is planned for miracles. If you don't know how to use, you will be constantly creating accidents because you will be attracting the same frequency incidents in your life, same frequency actions in your life. So, this is a wonderful truth which you need to internalize. Not only internalize, experience by entering into the process. Understand? I don't even want to use the word meditation technique for what we are going to do today. Today we are going to do 2 things. One is process. Maybe the second one can be called as meditation. The first one cannot be called as meditation because It's more like reliving, going into all the things about which you are afraid, all the things which frightens you, facing them, living them, reliving them. I call this as reliving. Reliving is relieving. And we will enter into meditation technique. Very powerful technique which you can carry and practice in your home every day. Can anybody become the master, or he is the chosen one? Nobody else needs to choose you. You need to choose you, that's all. Understand, fortunately, masters are not chosen democratic way. Nobody need to vote for you. All you need to do is, you need to vote for you, that's all. You need to choose you. Nobody else need to choose you. Just decide consciously, from today, I am going to live the reality, the truth of my being. That is the decision. You have become master, that's all. I always tell people, when I say I became enlightened on a particular day, do not think something has happened in my system. Of course, something has happened, but that is not the actual main thing I want to convey. First thing, what happened? Very consciously I decided, let me live my enlightenment. Because I decided, as an after effect, as a side effect, something has started happening in my body and mind. But people are always thinking, first that experience should happen, then you will decide. No. First the decision has to happen, then experience happens. So nobody else needs to choose you. Just you choose yourself. That is the best thing. Fortunately, there is no election for choosing the masters. In yesterday's meditation, I felt strong concentration between the eyebrows and vibration in the spine. Is this normal? Yes. Wonderful. You really had a good meditation. Vibration in the spine means the part of the Kundalini energy gets awakened. That is good experience. Somebody has written a question in Tamil. I may not be able to answer that, so I'll answer the other questions. Here, some of the questions, more like a personal healings, you can come and ask me, the energy darshan. I am answering the questions which are directly related to the subject I have spoken. Swamiji, I would like to know the purpose of our life, our world, our universe and our God. If you know the purpose of your life, all the other three will automatically you will be able to understand. If you know the purpose of, here you are asking,
स्वभावचिन्मयानन्दं कृपापूर्णं जगत्पतिं हरिषड्वर्गजेतारं नित्यानन्दगुरुं भजे स्वभावचिन्मयानन्दं कृपापूर्णं जगत्पतिं हरिषड्वर्गजेतारम्.
depression is outcome of your misunderstanding and fear of darkness. I can tell you, at least few thousand disciples have come out of depression or the insomnia problem, just this one technique. This one technique I have seen in my experience. Of course, I have to use the legal disclaimer, results may vary. Because I am talking in a legal country. Otherwise, I tell you, dharmically, I have seen only once this technique, people just transforming the quality of their sleep and day. If the quality of your sleep is improved, the quality of your day will be improved. You will have clear eyes, sharp eyes. Just yesterday, when we were driving in the car, in front of us there was a truck. There was a wordings, few funny words in his bumper sticker, very small letter. I may be rushing to hell, don't follow so close. Don't be so close. Means that if you go so near only you can read. When I read and I was telling my disciples who was driving, he said, Swamiji, only because you told, I am even able to make out that word. The reason is, reason for the sharpness. Actually, after I started living in cities, my eyes have become a little dull, to tell you honestly. Of course, even though it is not, it's managing. The reason for the sharpness of the eyes is, I lived in a place where there is no artificial light. Lived more than 9 months without seeing any artificial light, man-made light in the forest. That actually healed the eyes completely. Eyes completely got healed and returned back to the nature, its own nature. Understand, this technique is nothing but bringing your body back to nature. 80% of your connection with the world happens only through eyes. If your eyes are brought back to nature, 80% of your being will be brought back to nature. You will be connected to the roots. I saw, when I lived without lights, not only I was able to see in the darkness, the number of thoughts has drastically reduced. Drastically reduced the number of thoughts. That's an important thing. Understand? Try this technique. It's a very powerful technique. In the night time, lie down in your bed and switch off the light. Let it be utterly dark, but don't fall asleep. You have to remain awake in darkness. Of course, in cities, you can never have the complete darkness. At least in India, whenever power cut, you can experience that complete darkness. Here, that possibility also is not there. You may have to go somewhere in search of darkness. Your eyes have to be open and it should be completely dark. Dark sky. Unfortunately, in cities or the developed countries, the dark sky you will never be able to see. Because even at one corner or somewhere in the distant place, you will see the light. A small city will be there. In Himalaya, still we have some villages where you can experience that utter darkness. Utter darkness. If you can start seeing, penetrating the darkness, maybe if you go to the rooftop and look up in the sky, then there is a chance you will not see any light and you will see only the darkness. He says, in rain during a black night, means the cloudy night. Penetrate the darkness. Enter that darkness as the form of forms. This is an important understanding. The word as the form of forms means Behind every form, the base is darkness. Darkness is the screen on which the forms are moving. Kali is the basic energy, mother energy, on which the whole world is moving. The whole world is happening. Came the air, Vayu. From Vayu, Agni. From Agni, Apaha, water. From water, the earth. The sky, the space, is the base material out of which all the other four elements came out. But that sky is nothing but darkness. Means understand, the sky is not dead darkness. It is the darkness which is capable of giving birth to the whole cosmos.
Shiva, 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 Shiva,